that this data from 2019 shows that females get their diagnosis on average later than males. And one suggestion is that maybe there's greater social pressure on girls to be sociable, to be communicative, and that they're doing what's called camouflaging or hiding their autism until such a point where the anxiety in pretending to be the same as everyone else becomes too great and they seek a diagnosis, or their parents do. So I want to talk about this concept of neurodiversity. Most of you will be familiar with it. And I think it's summed up very nicely by this quote from the autistic professor Temple Grandin in the US, who says, "I'm different, not less." The concept of neurodiversity is that brains come in many different types. There are hundreds of ways for the brain to be wired up and to develop. So we can no longer talk about a normal brain, just differences. And that when we find differences in the population, it doesn't mean that one is better or worse than another. They're just different, not less. But interestingly, this concept of neurodiversity is dividing the autism community. This is a piece that I wrote in Scientific American in 2019. And the division in the autism community really is split along those who think that autism is a disease or a disorder versus those who think it is simply a difference. And what I did in that article in Scientific American was to argue actually all 4 Ds apply to autism. It is a difference, and I'm going to show you some evidence for how the mind and the brain in autism is different. It's also a disability, so that's the second D. So the reason you get your diagnosis is because you're struggling either with social communication or with adjusting to unexpected change. I think you can also argue that it's a disorder in that some of the symptoms cause distress. And you can even argue that some of the signs or symptoms are evidence of disease. And the distinction there between disorder and disease is that you use the term disease in medicine where the mechanism, the causal mechanism is known, and where it's unknown, you call it a disorder, but where both are causing distress. And I think as we go through the characteristics of autism, we'll see evidence that different aspects of autism could be described with each of these 4 Ds. So let's just remind ourselves that beyond the diagnosis of autism, many autistic people have co-occurring conditions. And this review from the Lancet that we wrote covers some of the rates of co-occurring conditions, from epilepsy to learning difficulties to being minimally verbal, to some medical conditions like gastrointestinal pain or language delay, and of course, high rates of poor mental health. Many, indeed most autistic people have some or multiple co-occurring conditions. And that may be why there is a division between the concept of those who believe in neurodiversity, just recognizing difference, and those who want to acknowledge and underline the importance of the concept of disorder or disease. And that led me to write a second piece, also in Scientific American, with this title, "Is it time to give up on a single diagnostic label for autism?" At the moment, the American Psychiatric Association simply offers this concept, this label of autism spectrum disorder, or just autism for short. But maybe, as I argued in this piece, we need to identify subgroups because of the huge heterogeneity or variation on the autism spectrum. But let's now zoom in on this concept of neurodiversity and ask, how can we find evidence for neurodiversity, both within the autism spectrum and indeed in the general population? Well, here's one example, which comes from Karen Pierce's lab in San Diego, published in 2010, where she presented two types of stimuli to toddlers coming to the clinic, either a social stimulus like a human face or a non-social stimulus like this geometric design. And what she found was that if a child looked for more than 70% of the time at the non-social stimulus, the probability that they would go on to receive an autism diagnosis was 100%. So this was a behavioral test simply showing that kids come in different varieties. Some kids are more interested in the social world, looking at faces, and other kids are more interested in the non-social world, the world of patterns, and that one isn't better or worse, and that autism seems to be an extreme of the type of brain that has a preference for looking at the non-social world, the world of systems or patterns. A second way that we can measure neurodiversity is to use questionnaires. And I'm going to describe a very big online study which used two questionnaires: the empathy quotient, which asks you how good you are at picking up on other people's thoughts and feelings, including what Roger referred to as theory of mind, putting yourself into someone else's shoes to imagine what they might think or feel. But we also gave them a second questionnaire called the systemizing quotient, which asks you how interested you are in a range of different systems, whether they're natural systems like rivers, mechanical systems like railways, or collecting things. And what you can see, first of all, on the empathy quotient is there's huge variability in the population. So this was a big study, 600,000 typical people took part and 36,000 autistic people. It was published in 2018 in the journal PNAS. What we found was a sex difference in the general population, with women on average scoring higher than men. But we also found that autistic people, both males and females, scored lower than those without autism. So this is one way to visually image neurodiversity. And on that second questionnaire, the systemizing quotient, again, we found a sex difference. This time, on average, males scored higher than females, reporting stronger interest in how systems work, how things work. But autistic people scored even higher than non-autistic people. So again, we're seeing variation in the population. And if you want to see a scatter plot, to me, this really sums up what we mean by neurodiversity, that brains could be divided into at least 5 different types. You can see them here. And in yellow are women in the population. In green are men in the population, both without autism. And in red and purple are people with an autism diagnosis. But again, we're seeing differences in their cognitive profile. So this helps explain autistic individuals like this man, Derek Paravicini, who is a musician. He can play any jazz song after hearing it just once. And if you ask him to transcribe it into a new key, he can do that instantly. But he has a mental age of a 3-year-old, and he's also congenitally blind. What he's doing is using his excellent systemizing, his fascination with patterns, in this case, auditory patterns, to excel in his love of music. And this is Max Park, who is autistic, lives in California, and is ranked as the #1 champion in the Rubik Cube, despite being autistic. So although he struggles with his social skills and communication, a reflection of the difficulties, I think, in understanding other people's thoughts and feelings, that cognitive empathy. Nevertheless, he's got strengths in pattern recognition, in this case, visual patterns, which he can use to his advantage in a game like the Rubik Cube. In that big study, we also asked people to complete the autism spectrum quotient, which is a measure of how many autistic traits you have. Again, amongst the 600,000 people, you can see diversity, that males on average have slightly more autistic traits than females in the population, and that autistic people of both genders, maybe unsurprisingly, have even more autistic traits. We then divided that large population into those who work in STEM, science, technology, engineering, or mathematics, or not working in STEM. And you can see that even in the general population, if you work in STEM, on average, you have more autistic traits than people who don't work in STEM. And this shows, again, a link between autistic traits and an aptitude in understanding systems or patterns, which is, of course, what's needed to work in STEM. So then we asked people who'd taken the questionnaires to give us a saliva sample. And we did this by working with the company 23andMe, the personal genomics company, because that allowed us to look for genome-wide association study. So what are the common genetic variants associated with performance on the systemizing quotient or pattern recognition? And then compare that to the common genetic variants associated with autism. And what you can see is that there was a significant correlation or overlap between the genes associated with performance on systemizing and the genes associated with autism. So this is changing the way we think about autism, that rather than thinking of autism purely as a disease or at the genetic level as involving diseased genes, actually what we're seeing is that some of the genetics of autism involve genes that predispose to an aptitude in excellent pattern recognition. So that's the thesis of my recent book, The Pattern Seekers. And you can see the subtitle, How Autism Drives Human Invention. And in the book, I take a long view back to the origins of invention. And I'm just going to give you one example here of the earliest musical instrument that's been found from 40,000 years ago. It's made from a hollow bone of a bird. And I think it involves what I call the systemizing mechanism, this uniquely human ability to use a certain logic, which is called if and then logic. If I blow down this hollow bone and I cover one hole, then I make a sound. But if I blow down the hollow bone and cover two holes, then I make a different sound. And it's this kind of experimenting or playing with patterns that I think is the basis for human invention, why Homo sapiens alone is capable of what I call generative invention. We've been inventing for the last 100,000 years unstoppably. A final example of neurodiversity at the behavioral level or the psychological level can be seen in language development, because this shows you that actually, when you measure children's language development, they fall into at least 5 different types or trajectories, developmental trajectories, with some kids talking early, that's the top curve, some kids being very slow to talk, that's the lowest curve, and other kids somewhere in between, such that you can end up with outliers like these 3 kids here, who even by 2 years old are not talking, but it's all part of neurodiversity in the population. We can also see this neurodiversity at the neurological level. And this was a study by Eric Corshane, also in San Diego, who looked at post-mortem brain tissue from autistic people and a control group, and found that the autistic brain has 65% more neurons in the frontal lobe, shown here in green. So we're seeing differences between those with a diagnosis and those without in terms of the number of nerve cells, the number of neurons. But of course, even that is an example of diversity. I'm just going to show you a study from 2014 where they were able to image individual nerve cells, on the right from an autistic brain, on the left from a typical or non-autistic brain. And even with the naked eye, you can see that the autistic neuron or nerve cell has many more white dots along the length of it. Each of those dots is the location of a dendritic spine where the neuron forms a connection with its neighbors. So what this is telling us is that the autistic brain may not only have more nerve cells, possibly picking up more information in the world, but also more connections between nerve cells, able to make connections perhaps much more rapidly than a typical person. And in the center of this slide, you can see that they were able to divide the brain post-mortem tissue into two groups, those who are younger and those who are older, and look at the number of those spines as a function of change with age. And what you can see is that the autistic group, the dotted line, have a less steep decline, meaning that the process of what's called apoptosis, or selective neuronal death or pruning, is slower in autism, maybe explaining why by teens or adulthood, they still retain more connections than the typical brain. And of course, this relates back to sex differences, because a very old study back from 1997 showed that there are sex differences in the number of neurons that on average we see in the female brain and the male brain, that males have more neurons than females do on average, males with an average of 22 billion and females with 19 billion. And of course, what we saw in that earlier study from Eric Courchain's lab is that autistic people have even more. So at the neurological level, we see neurodiversity. So what is causing autism? Well, in my sort of simple way of characterizing it, I see two important prenatal factors: genetics and prenatal sex hormones. And both of these prenatal factors, so the causes are starting before birth, affect males and females differently to affect brain development. We know that genetics is at play because autism runs in families, that where you have one child with autism in the family, the likelihood of the next child also being autistic is about 1 in 3, compared to the general population prevalence of autism of about 1%. But we know that autism isn't just genetic, because you can have identical twins, like these two sisters, where one is autistic and one isn't, even though they're identical genetically, which must mean there are some non-genetic or environmental factors also at play. In terms of the genetics, progress has been remarkable in identifying rare genetic variants. Over 100 of these have been identified. So they're rare in the sense that they only occur in the general population in about 1 in 1,000 individuals, but they're more common in those with an autism diagnosis. And all of these genes are found in the brain. But we also know that autism involves common genetic variants. That's to say, genes that we all carry, but in different combinations and different forms, so-called polymorphisms. And this study from 2018 shows that about 5 of these common genetic variants have been found so far, because you can see them above the red line. They've crossed the threshold of probability or significance being associated with autism. We study autism genetics in our lab, and we've recently launched a study called Spectrum 10K, which was designed to collect saliva samples from 10,000 autistic people. When we launched it, there was concerns raised by a section of the autism community who worried that autism genetics might be intended for a eugenics agenda. That's to say, to screen autistic people prenatally so that the fetus might be terminated during pregnancy. I actually wrote an article in New Scientist back in 2018 saying that we need to do genetics to understand the causes of autism and to understand the links between autism and co-occurring health conditions like epilepsy and like gastrointestinal pain. But genetics isn't intended for eugenics or eradication or prevention of autism. But this is a live bioethical debate with the autism community, and we've decided to pause the study to have a co-designed consultation with the autism community to reassure them, but also internationally to see how we can safeguard autism genetic studies to make sure that the results are never used towards eugenics. Just in closing, I want to mention that many autistic people have poor mental health. We conducted this study in 2014, which showed that 2/3 of autistic adults have felt suicidal, and 1/3 of autistic adults have made plans to take their lives or have actually attempted suicide. And this is a shocking wake-up call that we need much better support for autistic people, because depression, which always goes hand in hand with suicidal feelings and behavior, is not a part of autism. Autistic people are not born with depression. It's more likely to be secondary to a lack of support. So I want to finish with some conclusions that we are now doing research and looking at autism in a different way with, if you like, a new culture. First of all, that researchers must engage in what's called participatory research, talking to the autism community, both autistic adults and families and parents, and engage in what's called co-design to make sure that research is relevant to autistic people's lives. And many of you will have heard of the slogan, "Nothing about us without us." Please talk to us. Secondly, we've seen a real shift since the time when I met you, Roger, all those years ago in the 90s, when autism was considered quite rare, about 1 in 1,000, to today where autism is considered common, about 1 in 100. And one big change is that the majority of autistic people now do not have an intellectual disability, whereas back then, the majority of autistic people did have a co-occurring learning difficulty or intellectual disability. And then finally, both autism research and our society must address neurodiversity and disability. We can't afford to neglect one in favor of the other, and to recognize that autistic people's human rights, their right to employment, their right to education, their right to leisure and support, are being violated, and we need to move forward to make sure that autistic people enjoy full human rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. There's just a huge amount of things to talk about there, which I hope we will get to. As I said before, every time you write a book, it's controversial. And there's some very interesting points. You actually did, obviously, I know that you treat these as opportunities to explore these challenges that come to you. Certainly the piece that was in Nature, 7 October 2021, High Profile Autism Genetics Project paused amid backlash. You just mentioned this. You specifically said here that the Spectrum 10K website, which is your project, states that it does not aim to eradicate autism. His team is, Baron Cohen says his team is vehemently against eugenics and that prenatal screening is out of the question. Genetics of autism is complex. We may be talking about hundreds or thousands of genes. He said you could never diagnose autism prenatally, and that's because even if we knew the biology, diagnosis rests on behavior. That's only possible to observe postnatally. I think part of the issue here, though, is that this has also come at a time of great turmoil in viewing some of these issues, not only the Me Too movement, the Black Lives Matter, so on, the autistic community, the spectrum there, and so on. There's a turbulence which somehow needs to be resolved. And at the same time, as you're dealing with this, Catherine Page Harden has come out with her book, The Genetic Lottery, which is a very, as far as I can see, a very detailed and thoughtful treatment of genetics, but has obviously raised yet again the issue of eugenics and the drama of all of that. Couple of thoughts there, if you want to respond, and then we'll go to a couple of people
Yeah.
we'll have a conversation with.
Yeah, I mean, I think we are living in a new age. One of the things that the pandemic has done is it's introduced a lot of government surveillance. In the UK, we have a system called test and trace. People are being monitored a lot for whether they're infected, for example, with COVID. So there's a lot of kind of sense that the state is suddenly collecting samples from us, biosamples. And I think that, genetic autism researchers looking at genetics may be experiencing some of that slight discomfort. What's happening with our DNA? What's happening with all of our data? Where's it going to end up and how will it be used? A second point is that we know that from the 1980s, Down syndrome has been tested in my country in the National Health Service, the NHS, but worldwide using a procedure called amniocentesis. And there are now new methods. I think some autistic people are very worried that once we have a lot of biomarkers for autism, that they will be next. That we know that the majority of people with Down syndrome who would have lived were prevented from living because of national screening for Down syndrome. Of course, it's optional. Women opt to have one of these screening tests, but many women may feel a pressure to terminate their pregnancy once they test positive, as it were. So understandably, many autistic people might be wondering, are we next? Will we be prevented or eradicated in the way that many people with Down syndrome have been? And these issues need to be debated because they're big ethical issues for society.
Yeah. So I've got some more questions. There's a couple of Q&As come up, but I think what we should do is to enrich the conversation at this point by hearing from Michelle McGowan and Becca Laurie Hector about their perspective, any questions that they have with you. Are they there? So, ladies, you familiar with Lewis Carroll?
Yes.
Right. So here we are. Let me just do it this way. It's a wonderful afternoon. A garden. It's green. There is, in the middle of this garden, a mushroom. Sitting on top is a caterpillar smoking a hookah. And a little girl runs through the garden whose name is Alice. The caterpillar says, "Who are you?" And Alice says effectively, "Can't answer you now. I could have told you a little bit earlier, but I've been so many different sizes this morning, 10 inches to 10 feet, eat me, drink me. I'm sorry." And then there's Tweedledum, Tweedledee come through. And then the caterpillar comes back again. "What size do you want to be?" So those are the two caterpillars' questions that I think are the most important things that we need to answer. And rather than introducing you, I'm going to say to you, who are you and what size do you want to be? Who wants to start? Becca?
Sure. I am Becca Laurie Hector. I am an autistic adult as well as an advocate, as well as a beginning researcher, author, speaker, and consultant, autism, neurodiversity, and inclusion.
And Michelle, are you around there? Where is Michelle?
My name is Michelle McGowan, and I am a mom of 3 sons, 2 that are on the autism spectrum, and I am a special education advocate.
Right. You choose. Please choose who wishes to go first and second. But do you have? What's your response to what Simon has been saying, basically?
Becca, do you want to go first?
It's up to you. I will begin if you want. I have notes. I have a lot of notes. I feel like Simon and I could have a whole dinner's worth of conversation about what he talked about in 30 minutes. So I do have a lot of questions, and I do want to kind of, I don't know, I don't want to play truly devil's advocate, but I do want to bring up some of the sides that we didn't get to hear from your presentation about those topics. So I think I love that you talked about the new culture of nothing about us without us, and that, you know, we're learning that ID is not necessarily the majority of us on the spectrum, and all of those things and stuff. And because of that, I want to just take a moment to explain what that means for autistics. Right. So for a very long time, we've been excluded from our research about us, whether we were interested in the topics being researched, whether they impacted our lives, whether they made any difference to us at all, mattered not. The money was being funded and going all to research that was by academics and what academics thought was important to look at in autism. Right. So for a really long time, we've been doing the kind of research that Simon has talked about, which is all of this very intricate and very tiny research into these systems of our bodies. But what we haven't seen is a whole chunk of research on like social research and the social implications of stuff. For a lot of us on the spectrum, we could take the causes of autism, box them up, put them in a closet somewhere, and never look at them again. We don't care why it exists. We just know that it exists. And our reality is that I exist as a human right now. Why I came to be this way, right, is not an issue. My issue is I'm alive right now and I'm struggling in the world and I need some help, right? And so whether or not it's because of my X chromosome does not matter to me. Right? Whether or not I have a male or female brain doesn't matter to me, no offense, right? What matters to me is that on a daily basis, I have to wake up and take care of myself and be an interdependent, functional adult out in the world and take care of myself. And the fact is that research has not, up till really very recently, looked at any of that stuff for us. And so I think a lot of the pushback that we're seeing and the desire to throw eugenics into the conversation comes from, hey, you've taken advantage of us for a really long time. Now you want stuff from us that only we can give you. Why should we give it to you? Right? Why should I make it easy for you when you haven't worked to make it easy for me? Right. And that's where I think a lot of that pushback comes from. So I just sort of wanted to present that side of that new culture piece. It's really apparent in like our global existence, right? Because even when you go on LinkedIn and you look at stuff about human resources and they're talking about D&I, you know, diversity and inclusion, we never talk under those letters about disability. Right. And we are not included. Disabled folk who are a huge part of the conversation, huge part of our population aren't included in that conversation about being included. And it's like this, that is basically like a summation of what happens to folks when you become a monetary asset, really, right? Folks want their research to happen and get funded. And so they need us for that. Right, but we don't really matter in terms of the impact of the research being done. And so I think that's where a lot of the pushback, the autistic voice has gotten bigger and stronger over the last few years. Our community is moving very much towards a cultural direction rather than just being a diagnosis. And we're very much following in the footsteps of the LGBTQ community, in fact, right? Historically, it looks identical. So we sort of can even predict what the next steps are going to be for the autistic community by looking at that. And all of it is heading in this direction of human rights, right? And social research. And so I just want to make sure that we sort of look at it that way and see the other side.
That's
You want to
really helpful.
respond to that? So let me just add one little thing here. I mean, we'll get into this a little bit later on with Liz Torres as well. But I did notice on LinkedIn the other day, just to round out what Becca's been saying, there was a comment by somebody who's senior manager DEI and ambassador for international neurodiversity and inclusion. Something that Jeff Snyder, who's probably watching this,
I know Jeff. Yes,
also saw you. So, and she said, it's so very hard to listen to a panel of professionals who have good intentions and are very knowledgeable, speaking about autistics and commodifying and using autistics as tokens when there is little to no autistic representation. Another perfect example of something about us without us, not nothing about us without us. It's not about making a business case for neurodiversity. Neurotypicals should not be leading the conversation, and so on. This is essentially what you were saying, right? And Simon, you must be hearing this all the time.
Yeah, I want to first of all say thank you, Becca. For that was a very eloquent and passionate sort of plea for inclusion. And of course, inclusion should be the starting point. And you're absolutely right that historically, autistic people were not part of the conversation in terms of determining priorities for research. I think part of that, this isn't meant to be defensive, but part of that is that the spectrum itself has changed over the decades. So I came into autism research in the mid-80s, and it wasn't really until the mid-90s that we had the diagnosis of Asperger's syndrome, 1994, introduced in DSM-4. You remember this history. And that kind of opened up the spectrum. It opened up diagnosis for a lot of people who have good intelligence, good language, but who still struggle with autism. And so I think the spectrum itself has broadened, and that's meant new people have come forward and are quite rightly saying, why aren't you talking to us? Why are researchers setting the agenda? I just want to mention a couple of other things. The first is that when I mentioned about suicidality and lack of support for autistic people, in the UK, the evidence suggests that 85% of autistic adults are unemployed. Yeah. And we know that unemployment is bad for your mental health, whether you're autistic or not. You feel excluded, you feel unvalued, you don't have autonomy because you don't have a wage. So, these are really important examples of the violation of human rights, the right to work, for example. We published a paper in 2018. The first author is Griffiths, looking at areas of vulnerability. And again, I think this is the kind of social research that I think the autism community is asking for. We looked at rates of homelessness, rates of bullying, rates of physical abuse, sexual abuse, domestic violence, poverty, all the indicators of vulnerability, and found all of these were higher in autistic people. So you're absolutely right. We need research that's relevant to people's lives. It needs to be co-designed. This is a new way of doing research. And this is why the title of this talk was about the changing culture for autism research. I want to make sure everyone gets a chance to talk, so I'll just stop there. But thank you for that contribution.
Yeah, let me just, before transitioning to Michelle, since this is on point, and Jonathan Sabat just wrote a question, a comment in, which I think follows what you were saying, Simon and Becca. Let me just read that to you, and then we'll have dealt with it. Saying, this raises the question, is there a fundamental difference between how research subjects are treated in ASD studies and how research subjects are treated in studies of diabetes? Are they really? The main difference is that the average age of a subject in our study, he's talking about his own work, is 8. Inclusion is so important, but how the inclusion is handled depends on the age of the subject. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah. I think that, what autistic people are asking for is probably applies to any group who are the subject of research. If we're talking about kids, it may be that you need to talk to them through their parents. If we're talking about medical conditions like diabetes, the patient should still have a voice. Becca made the analogy with the LGBTQ community, but we know that for many years, back in the 60s and 70s, the gay population was being studied but not consulted. And that whole revolution of moving the research agenda into the hands of people who have lived experience was really important and resulted in fantastic breakthroughs. So what's happening in autism research is really just mirrored in many different areas of research, and it's the new way of doing things. It's about co-design, it's about participatory research.
Yeah.
So all of these groups are really just working towards making the research better. It's like, we know we can't get our supports unless you guys do your research, right? Like, I can't get supports funded if there's no research backing up saying that we need these things, right? Yeah. So, we need to work as a team in order to facilitate the growth of the community, period, right? And to make sure that funding is dispersed more equally and all of those things. And those of us that have a voice or are in positions of privilege and power need to be using their voices to make that shift kind of occur, because no one's looking to shut down the research. Everyone's just saying, can we just move it around a bit, right? There's stuff that we need, right? You look at our suicide rate, you look at our unemployment rate, and I can tell you, I'd be dead right now if I hadn't gotten my autism diagnosis. I had plans. I was 3 years suicidal and bedbound. I should be dead. I am on borrowed time right now. But the truth of the matter is, I got my diagnosis, and if I didn't choose to work my diagnosis, I'd be dead now too, because there's still no supports for adults. So the diagnosis does doohickey for you right now. Yeah. And so that's a big problem. We have a huge number of kids. They will be adults one day. What are we doing, right? We're not thinking ahead anymore.
Yeah.
Michelle, do you wish to come in at this point?
Yes, this is a great point, because thank you, Becca, for sharing. It is very enlightening to me as a mother. And I adopted my 3 sons. And so I was not familiar, because it was not a trait within my family of autism. So my 2 youngest are biological siblings, and they have autism. And so I'm working to help make sure that all of these things that we're looking at that Becca has brought forward are not as much of an issue for them. So I'm a special education advocate. I work a lot with Autism Tree, and I work a lot with families whose children have a diagnosis of autism. And so I have 3 questions, if I may. The first one is, I find it very interesting, because when James came to me, he was my foster son, and he came at 2.5. And I had many foster children in my home, but he just lined everything up, and I'd never seen anything like this. I'd put a bunch of blocks on his tray of his high chair, and he would line them all up in gradation of color according to the rainbow, and this was fascinating to me. And I still find his brain exceedingly fascinating. He was nonverbal. He'd had sustained a significant amount of trauma on top of it. He had been locked in a closet for 2.5 years. So when he came to me, he only had a receptive language of a 4-month-old and expressive language of a 2-month-old. He's now 9.5 in a gen ed class, doing very well with an 8, but he is now reading at a 6th grade level. So he learns these patterns, right? And I can see him start doing that. And the more that I explain to him about something, the more I see him putting these patterns together. And so my question is, when you were talking about empathy and understanding of what it is to be non-neurotypical, I try very hard for him to understand, Bubby, you need to explain to me what it is, how your autistic brain is working, so that I can understand. And I will explain to you how my non-autistic brain is working, so that we can try to communicate. And so I'm wondering if this innate nature of people with autism to look for patterns, is it possible to teach them patterns of behavior that would then suit them better when they are looking for empathy and understanding the world around them?
So I know you've got 3 questions, but I'll just, since you've paused after the first one, I'll just answer that one first.
Please.
Yeah, I mean, I think that many social skills programs for autistic kids try to break down behavior into patterns, into rules, and autistic people often feel more comfortable once they know the rules. So, you know, the social world is very confusing, and especially when you're in a group, like in the playground or at a party, and there's a lot of conversations happening simultaneously, it can be overwhelming, and it's hard to see the patterns. But I think that maybe what educators are doing when they're teaching social skills is trying to isolate what are those rules and are they useful. Once you have the rule, you know what's appropriate to say, what's not appropriate to say or do. We could discuss about, you know, whether it's ethical to change autistic kids' behavior in that way, or whether we should respect that they are simply different. Why are we changing their behavior? But to the extent that autistic people might find it more comfortable once someone has given them a manual, if you like, for social interaction, you know, let's do the research and see if it's evaluate whether people are benefiting from it.
I will tell you, Michelle, yes, we see those behaviors in social, and in fact, that's how we create the mask when we talk about masking, right? And we also know that that's not great for us to do all the time, but that's how we create, you know, that's where that comes from. It's like, oh, this is what people do in this scenario. And now I just need to take my echolalia and take this and take all of these other skills that I have and use them to kind of get through this situation, right? The problem that we always have with you guys is that we don't understand why you do the things you do, right? Like I can copy it and I can do it, but that doesn't mean I get why you do it. Most of the time I'm going, this is a waste of my energy, right? All of this small talk nonsense. I could be doing so many other things. And so understanding the why is what we count on you guys for. Why am I going through all of these motions when I don't see the sense in it, right? What am I doing that for? And so it's like, you know, unfortunately, sometimes we learn it too well and we kind of, you know, keep our comfort out of things so that you guys are comfortable, right? But it's also a skill set. I mean, as an adult, I can be in and out of the bank in 10 minutes because I know exactly what to say to the lady at the desk and get myself in and out, no spoons used, right? And so it can be both ways, right? We can use our pattern seeking behaviors and our ability to just see that to create a lot of different coping mechanisms, but we need you guys for the why we're doing it. Like, why bother?
That's what I hope that I'm helping my son understand by asking him, what is your autistic brain saying? How is that communicating differently than mine? And I hope that I'm doing that. So I guess my second question is when you're talking about the more nerve cells, and I'm really looking at what's happening when they're in a classroom, right? They're overwhelmed by all the stimulus, all of the socialness of it, because as an advocate, I'm looking not only to the academics, but mostly to the social aspects of school, not just for children with autism, but for every student, you know, whether they have dyslexia or anxiety or anything, that social environment of being graded, so to speak, against your peers is really overwhelming to all children. So I'm looking at that kind of thing and I'm thinking, you know, the more nerve cells that you talked about, how does that impact children in an educational setting, and what can we do in that educational setting to support them better?
Okay, that's another great question. So thank you, Michelle. First of all, I should say that the finding that the autistic brain on average may have more neurons, that needs to be replicated. So the basis of science is that if you have a discovery in one lab and you need another lab to independently demonstrate the same result, that's the basis of science. And obviously that kind of research is very painstaking. And in particular, that involves post-mortem brain tissue being available. Just mention that, but let's go straight to your point about the sort of what's the practical relevance of a finding like that. You know, so let's say that the more neurons you have, the more information you're picking up, the more detail you're picking up. And the risk, of course, is that although that gives you advantages when it comes to attention to detail, it can also lead to sensory overload, too much information. And that could be exhausting. It could be confusing. You don't know which information is relevant to attend to and which isn't. So the practical implication might be that when we're designing classrooms or settings for autistic kids, we need to think about the design of the classroom, to think about how to minimize the risk of sensory overload. And it could be to do with the colors, it could be to do with the kind of lighting. Some autistic people, I'm sure you know this, react almost with pain to the flicker rate of some kinds of light, and they're much more comfortable with other kinds of light. So we need to kind of be factoring in if the physical conditions in which they're learning, maybe the size of the group, the amount of background noise, whether the child is able to sit on the same chair every week so that there's predictability even in their tactile sensation. What does it feel like to sit on this particular chair? The sound of the teacher's voice, all of these things, the more we can make it predictable, the more we are kind of minimizing sensory overload so that the person is in the optimal conditions to be able to learn. Because with all of us, if we're in a state of anxiety, we can't learn. So we need to kind of bring down the levels of anxiety to create the optimal conditions for learning.
But then, if I could interject something, you still have a third question, Michelle, right?
Yeah.
But let me just interject something here by looking at the pattern seekers, page 173, for those of you who bought it. How can we bring hyper-systematizing into education? Hyper-systematizers, including autistic people, learn differently. So some will gravitate towards systemizing subjects such as math, physics, and music. And you then go into this whole notion of imagining an educational system that offered two streams, a broad curriculum, as we have now for those who are generalists, which is most kids, and a narrow curriculum for those who are specialists, the hyper-systematizers. I mean, you're talking again about thinking about profitably changing the education system to accommodate values that until now have not been fully explored.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how it is in the US, but where I am in the UK, kids are expected to just all fit into one educational system. So it's a one size fits all. But we know that a percentage of kids don't learn in the mainstream settings, and they have a miserable time. And so what I'm proposing is we need a reform of our educational settings to reflect this concept of neurodiversity. We might need to break up the group of 20 kids or 30 kids into much smaller groups of kids who learn by doing. They like hands-on experimenting, kids who learn by listening, looking at the teacher's face and listening to his or her voice. Kids who learn in teams, and kids who prefer to learn in a solitary way. There's lots of different learning styles, and we need to acknowledge them. Otherwise, we're doing a disservice to those kids who just can't learn in the mainstream setting.
And losing some possible benefits here, huge benefits.
Yeah.
So Michelle, please go to your third question. I'm sorry.
But I couldn't agree more as a mom and as an advocate that, a lot of times here in the United States, we're looking at goals, right? Getting them to be able to do X, Y, Z within a year, being able to read, being able to write, whatever. But I personally believe that we must have the right setting. They must be in the right atmosphere with the right supports in order to access education at all. If we don't have those things in place, then we can have the best goals possible, but we won't reach them or have meaningful progress towards them if we don't have the right learning environment for them. So I totally agree with that. But then I'm wondering, as we're going through this, and as Becca brought up, we're looking at my goal is never to change my child. I do not think there is anything wrong with my child. My child is who he is. And like Becca said, there is no, I don't need to know how he got to be that way. Is it the neglect and abuse that he sustained that changed his brain somehow? I personally believe that he was saved by being autistic because he didn't need that emotional connections in the same way that a neurotypical child would have in order to survive what he went through. But that's my opinion. But I look at that, and while I'm not trying to change my child, I think that he is marvelous and wonderful the way that he is. I want to help him to understand the rest of the world around him, because I know that it's not going to change to accommodate him, but to be able to give him the understanding of what, maybe not that he wants to be like us, but understand why the why, Becca, of neurotypical interactions and activities. My goal is to support him. And, I'm alarmed by the rate of adults with suicidal idealizations and other senses of not fitting in. And as a mom, that breaks my heart. But as an advocate, makes me want to ensure more that we're giving those kinds of support. So in that academic setting, again, if you have any ideas on how we can support children as they're going through the school and through all of that, particularly when you start getting into puberty and middle school, oh Lord, I don't know what it's like over there, but it's a little bit of Lord of the Flies here. And then you get into high school, and by then you've already feel so terribly bad about yourself. So
yeah. So I'm just going to pick up on your final sentence there, that that kids and young people are feeling really bad about themselves. That, to me, that's a sign that we've failed as a society, as an educational system. We have failed a child if they end up feeling bad about themselves. The whole point about nurturing kids is to make them feel good about themselves, to develop self-confidence, self-esteem, so that they can go on and make their way in the world. So that's it's like an indicator that something's gone terribly wrong. I wanted to also mention the concept, in this country, we call it reasonable adjustments, or I think maybe in the US, reasonable accommodations.
yes.
Yeah, but it's a legal term, and whether we're talking about the school system or whether we're talking about the workplace, let's just focus for a second on the workplace. The employer has a duty under the law to make reasonable accommodations or reasonable adjustments for somebody with a disability. So, we're very familiar with putting in ramps for wheelchairs for people who have a physical disability and can't use the stairs, right? What's the equivalent for an autistic person? What kinds of reasonable accommodations can be made? And reasonable usually means cheap, that the employer may not want to spend a lot of money helping the autistic person to feel included. But even the small ones, I think, could be very important, like background noise, like saying it's fine to wear your headphones, or it's fine to, to stay on doing your work even during lunch break when other people may want to expect their colleague to come for lunch. These don't cost anything, but we might also think of reasonable accommodations that do cost, because if we're really going to bring down that very worrying suicide rate in autism, we may need to look for extra support, extra money. So, for example, I know of one company called Auticon that just hires autistic people to do coding, right. But that for every employee, they provide a support worker. So that is an extra cost. But that way they make sure that when the person has a meltdown, when the person is struggling, when they feel they can't come into work one day, they can talk to their support worker. There is an extra cost for the company, but this isn't about commodification of autism, of autistic people. It's about making sure that their human right to work is met. And if that means spending extra money, that's what we need to do as a civilized society.
I think that we have the same thing with the reasonable accommodations, but we also have the Americans with Disability Act that works in tandem with that. And it's about access. How do they access this? And your example of the ramps is right. But how does a person who has a invisible disability, often for autism, how are they accessing that? And if we look at making sure that access is equitable, I think we can get a lot further. Thank you so much. I've enjoyed being part of this panel and meeting you and Becca and being able to ask questions. Thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank both of you, Becca and Michelle. But I want to thank the Autism Tree Project, because when we thought about taking seriously this idea of nothing about us without us, we decided we need to have you both on the platform to make sure that this conversation is truly a conversation. Sorry, Roger.
No. I was just going to say this. I should probably go to, Michelle and Becca, please stay there and comment as well. But there are 5 questions that came in, which I'd like to get. Garrett Hoff asked the following: how does one take into account the evolving diagnostic criteria of autism, which can often be influenced by social factors, into developing a genetic basis of what autism is?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So this is back to basic science, which is genetics.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right. If we'd been doing a genetic study 20 years ago, we'd have had a very different cohort of autistic people to ones that we might recruit into a study today. And the purpose of our new study, but which we've paused for all the reasons I explained, to do full consultation about the ethical issues, but the purpose is to get a representative sample. So autistic people who have no learning disability or intellectual disability, but also autistic people who do, autistic people who have good language, and also autistic people with minimal language. So the whole spectrum, because the genetics is going to be very different depending on which part of that spectrum you look at.
Yeah, so here's another piece as well. Do you think, this is from Samuel Lesniewski, do you think there's any actual backing behind the, and if I mispronounced that, I'm sorry, but Lesniewski. Do you think there's any actual backing behind the uneven gender split in autism, or is it mostly due to misdiagnosis? You kind of dealt with that earlier, but
yeah. So I mentioned earlier that I think that historically a lot of girls and women went undiagnosed or misdiagnosed. Undiagnosed because maybe autism looks different in females. You know, Becca mentioned that some girls and women spend a lot of effort hiding their autism, but maybe also misdiagnosed, you know, as anxiety, social anxiety, sometimes as an eating disorder, because that's what comes to attention if someone's being very picky with their food and is limiting how much they're eating. All kinds of other diagnoses may have been given, but not autism. But I think in answer to this question, I think that even after better recognition, better diagnosis of autism in females, we may still see a gender bias, let's call it, towards males. And that may be relevant to the cause of autism. Our lab has been looking at the prenatal sex steroid hormones like testosterone and estrogen, because of what those hormones do to brain development prenatally. And we've found that both androgens like testosterone and estrogens are elevated in pregnancies that later result in an autistic person. So I mentioned genetics is one player in the cause of autism, but hormones, prenatal hormones, is another player. And how these interact because the hormones themselves can change the genes, they change gene expression, just makes autism very complex. And this is more about just understanding the basic science of what's causing it. And I totally understand that basic science may be too far away to have real world relevance for many autistic people and their families, which is why we also need applied research and much better services.
Because there's a component of this diagnostic bias to me that is also social in its roots, right? Because we don't look for girls because what we expect a good girl to look like, right? We expect a good girl to be quiet and sit in the corner and not want to make, big announcements or that kind of thing. And so as a little girl, I was a very good little girl. I read by myself in the corner. I was always busy writing or reading or something, right? I was such a good little girl that how could there be something wrong, right? I didn't look like what autism is supposed to look like, because I was a girl and I was doing, girl society things. So there's a piece of that in there too, that gives us some of the numbers are a little bit off as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the gender ratio in autism is undoubtedly influenced by social factors too, the way Becca has described.
And it makes it much more difficult, if I may interject, it makes it much more difficult as an advocate to get services. Because, of course, the school wants to reach out and get services for that boy who's throwing things and picking up his chair or eloping. But the little girl who's sitting in the back and is the best reader in the class and the teacher's pet because she never does anything wrong, it makes it much more difficult to get services and supports.
Yeah. Here's a question from Teresa Davis. I'm a parent of a young man with ASD and we are Black Americans. What is being done to include the concerns and experiences of Black people with ASD in academia and research?
So thank you for that question. I wonder how much research there actually is into autism in Black communities. I suspect far too little. And historically, there may well have been a bias towards, white autistic people. I think as part of kind of changing who is included in research, we should not just be thinking about gender diversity, but also ethnic diversity, cultural diversity.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I just have to agree with what I think is behind the question, which is that we need to increase the amount of research into autism in Black people, children and adults.
There was I mentioned this, there was a paper in PNAS, Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, came out in December 2020. Title was The Social Patterning of Autism Diagnoses Reversed in California Between 1992 and 2018. Alex Winter, Christine Fountain, Keeley, Cheslek Postava, and Peter Bierman at Columbia. And basically it was saying that diagnosed incidence rates did not rise uniformly across socio-demographic groups. By 2018, children of Black and Asian mothers were diagnosed at higher rates than children of non-Hispanic white mothers. There are several categories in here. So in other words, my point was, I can't go into the whole paper, that this is being looked at, obviously, now.
It is starting. Yeah, and we published a paper just this year using something called the National Pupil Database, which is millions of school kids in England. Again, finding higher rates of autism now in the Black community than historically, probably because that community was being overlooked. But I think this is just the beginning. We need a lot more research into cultural differences in autism.
And here's a question on something that we all are concerned about. Anonymous attendee, is there any research on autistic romantic relationships? My husband and I are both autistic. We'd be very interested in that research. Most of what I've heard implies that autistic adults are either unable to have those relationships or that their autistic behaviors are inherently abusive, neither of which appears to be the case in our relationship or in the relationship of other couples that we know. So again, there's stories out there. Do you have any wisdom to add to that?
I have to say, I just finished watching the TV series called Love on the Spectrum. It's on Netflix, and I recommend it. It came out of Australia, and it's about autistic people dating. Obviously, that's not research. That's just that's television. But I think it's really good about in terms of raising awareness that autistic people want relationships. They want intimate relationships. They have the same emotions as anyone else, but they may struggle with it. There's research from UCLA by Liz Lorgeson, who is looking at has developed different approaches to social skills teaching, including dating for teenagers and for adults, because some of the complexity of intimate relationships may be quite challenging for autistic people, and they may need a bit of support. But I'm not aware of much research into romantic relationships in autistic people. And again, it's a real world. We need more research.
Yeah. So the stage we're at now, we're coming close to closing here. So I was thinking back the other day about, you remember Sir Ken Robinson, of course, the great speaker who sadly died recently, wrote a book called The Element, How Finding Your Passion Changes Everything. And he had a story in there about this little girl called Gillian. You recall this, Simon? And she was 8 years old. Schoolwork was disaster. She was just all over the place, turned in assignments late. Handwriting was terrible, tested poorly, disruption to the entire class, fidgeting, staring out the window, forcing the teacher to stop the class to pull her attention back, and the next doing something to disturb the other children around there. So eventually the school got in touch with the parents and said, look, you have to you have to do something about this. She must have a learning disorder of some sort. It must be ADHD. This was back in the 30s. So that actually wasn't an available disorder, as Ken used to put it then. So Gillian's parents get a letter from the school, the mother puts the daughter into her best shoes, tied her hair in ponytails, and took her to a psychologist for assessment. So the psychologist sits there. It's a large room with leather couches and bookcases. He listens to Gillian. He puts Gillian at the end of the room, listens to everybody, talks to her for a while, asks the mother about the difficulties. And eventually, Gillian's mother and the psychologist stopped talking. Man rose from his desk, walked to the sofa, sat next to the next little girl. He said, Gillian, you've been very patient. Your mother and I are just going to go outside. We'll be back shortly. 2 adults then leave. The psychologist takes the mother out of the room, and he says to the mother, as he's going out, he switches on the radio. He says to the mother, let's go out. And as they get out and close the door, they look in through a window to see what's going on. And Gillian is dancing, beautifully dancing. The radio is left on. There is music playing. She's dancing. And at last, the psychologist turns to Gillian's mother and said, Mrs. Lynn, Gillian isn't sick. She's a dancer. Take her to a dance school. And that was Gillian Lynn, who later worked with Andrew Lloyd Webber and did Cats, Phantom of the Opera, all those sorts of things. Wonderful story, I thought, that Ken used to tell about this sort of stuff. And it seems to me that we're sort of at that stage now, getting more facility in dealing with these things. I mean, Becca's points are extraordinarily well taken, and Michelle's points. But is there a little light at the end of the tunnel here?
Yeah. First of all, Roger, you're a great storyteller. So thank you for your contributions today. But, I think the story you've just told is all about, look at each individual and look at their strengths. You can almost like ignore the diagnosis, whether it's ADHD or autism or whatever. You're presented with a child or an adult in front of you. Look for their strengths, because everybody has some strengths, and play to their strengths. If that kid could dance, who cares if they couldn't sit still in the classroom? Just find out what their passion is, find out what they enjoy, and tailor it to the individual. Because that's the way that you're going to end up with an individual who feels good about themselves, feels confident in their own abilities, instead of feeling like a failure, that they're in a system where they are not achieving. Let them follow what they're good at, and then let's look at their consequences for mental health and well-being.
Yeah, but I think it's important also to stress here that how much I actually want to thank you for the energy and the concern that you put into all of this, because it must not be great fun to get shot at some of the time. And I always find that you deal with this kind of wonderfully. But I think about the children all the time. But later I want to talk about aging in autism. We'll have a couple of people we can talk about on that thing as well, because we haven't really dealt with that very often. But I just think it's wonderful to explore the possibilities as you do in the book there. There's another story that Ken used to tell, and then I'll stop. He used to tell a story about an elementary class, little 6-year-olds, and there was a little girl sitting at the back, and she just never got involved in these classes. She was just not interested. But this day, the teacher has given them a prop, and she looks at the little girl at the back, and she's sitting there scribbling away, very, very engaged, very diligent. And so the teacher looks back and thinks, well, what's it doing? She usually doesn't give a damn about this. So eventually she goes over and says, well, and what are you doing? What have you found to do today? And the little girl doesn't look up. She says, I'm drawing a picture of God. And the teacher says, drawing a picture of God? He said, but nobody knows what God looks like. Little girl doesn't look up, and she says, they will in a minute. Which is one of my favorite stories about how much wisdom you can get from engaging the way that you do with the community. So I'm just enormously grateful to you for all you've done. Great to see you again.
You too.
10:30. And we're going to wave and get Jonathan Seabat to come and do next talk. So thank you. Thank you, Becca. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Simon.
Thank you.
All right, Jonathan, are you around?
Yeah. Hi, can you hear me?
All right. Well, it already says what I was going to say. There's the screen. There's the director of the Beister Center for Psychiatric Genomics, a colleague from UCSD. And rather than do this because everybody can see it, why don't I just ask you to say what you think? It's the Alice's questions. Who are you? What size do you want to be? What's your presentation of who you are? What's yourself? Just to add a little to the written bio stuff to give us a clue.
So I'm a geneticist who's studied autism since about 2005, and really. Again, this has been, I didn't start out as a psychiatric geneticist. I really just started out as a genome minor, but it was the nature of autism itself that really brought geneticists into the field. It wasn't like geneticists went looking for, some laboratory to study. And it was the nature of the disorder made it very clear that genetics was a big role. And that new technologies had a role to play in solving the puzzles, and that these technologies could potentially identify genes and pathways that could potentially be used to develop new therapies. And so that potential was really ultimately what drove people like myself and others and to really get into the field. And on top of that, really the genetics, although it gets it's very high profile, it gets a lot of media coverage. It's not the only thing going on in the field, right? There's actually an enormous amount of services research that's going on in the field that's devoted entirely to addressing the needs of patients and their families in the healthcare setting. It's just that services research and genomics research go at different paces, and because genomics research is so technology driven, the pace of discovery has been so fast, and the new information that's coming out on autism is so fast, and so as a result, the science that people like myself and others are doing has become more high profile and has gotten a lot more attention than the services research. But I would encourage people to really take a step back and look at what's being done to really directly address the needs of families and subjects on the autism spectrum. So
when we can get into we can extend that conversation that was started in the last session about the way the discussion of genetics is going on at this point. But your talk, rock and roll, sir. Off you go.
Okay, so I will go ahead and share my screen, which is going to be on this slide too. And genetics gets the attention because it's really been in the genetic studies that we have really learned the most about what at a biological level is actually contributing to social impairments and contributing to getting diagnosis of autism. Now, it's not a simple etiology. Autism is a complex trait with contributions from a variety of different genetic factors. There's no one gene that can cause autism in an individual. It's always a combination of factors. And because we now have access to whole genome sequencing, and we have computational tools that allow us to look at the combinations of factors, that's really been where my lab has been going in the last few years. And so what I'd like to kind of explain today is really our current understanding of how combinations of like rare gene mutations and then more complex common variant risk factors actually contribute to autism. It'll be a little bit data heavy, but I'm pretty good at making the data slides make sense. So I promise you won't get lost. So when we say that there are many different factors, the genetic factors that contribute to autism come in a variety of forms. So one is the so-called polygenic risk. This is what we call the genetic background. The many common variants that all of us carry and that were inherited from ancestors from many years ago. And it's really a genetic background that's what defines, when you say, the genetics that defines your personality traits, the genetics that defines your body mass index and your susceptibility to diabetes and your susceptibility to heart disease. A lot of your basic who you are comes from this polygenic background. And that's one aspect of the genetics. That's one aspect that's contributing to the etiology of autism, but it's not the only thing. When you sequence a genome, you can find a lot of stuff. And so some of the other factors that we're talking about are fairly recent mutations that really only go back a few generations that carry a larger amount of risk than what the genetic background was carrying. And then on top of that, there are very recent mutations. And you've probably heard a fair amount about this in the literature and in the media as well, because this is actually where most of what our knowledge of the causes of autism actually come from, these rare mutations that impact genes and carry a large amount of risk. And a lot of these are very recent mutations. In other words, they're not actually inherited from mom and dad. They're new mutations that arise in the offspring that weren't in the sperm or the egg. That's actually a big factor, but it's not the only factor. And even in an individual who has one of these new mutations, it's not the only factor. So we have to really look at all of the genetics to understand the etiology of autism. There are also mosaic mutations that can occur in the developing brain as well. We know that these are a very small contributor to risk, and they're harder to get a handle on. So I won't be talking about the mosaic mutations. I'll be talking about the first three. So the rare variants, these de novo mutations that I was telling you about, this is where most of our knowledge of the actual molecular basis of autism comes from. There have been over 120 genes identified, and these kind of coalesce into very broad neurodevelopmental pathways. These include the synapse, synaptic proteins that are involved in neurotransmission. That is one of the major categories. But another and major category that's actually more abundant than the synaptic proteins are the genetic switches. So a lot of the factors that really contribute to autism, at least that we know of so far, consist of certain types of genetic switches that play some role in the regulation of neurodevelopment. So the genetics is telling us very clearly that how the brain develops and the factors that regulate the development of the brain prenatally are big factors contributing to autism. Now, some of these other factors, for example, polygenic risk. This is the genetic background I was talking about. Just a very brief background that I think will be helpful in understanding the rest of the talk, and that is that you can come up with these things called polygenic scores. And there's a few different polygenic scores that have been linked to autism. So obviously, the polygenic score for autism is associated with autism, no surprise there. Some other polygenic scores that show an association with autism is that the polygenic score for schizophrenia also shows an association with autism and autism families, suggesting that there's some common etiology, there's some common biological pathways between autism and schizophrenia. Another really intriguing result, the polygenic score for educational attainment is associated with autism. This was a bit of a surprise, but basically, if you calculate the genetic score for educational attainment, make a genetic predictor of whether you're going to stop at high school or college or graduate school, the child with autism, on average, has the highest polygenic score for educational attainment. In other words, they're genetically predicted to be the most highly educated person in the family. So this was a really intriguing result, which will become relevant later in the talk, and it suggests that there's some biological correlates between the risk factors for autism and the genetic predictors of academic achievement. And this will become relevant later because we actually learn a little bit of useful information from looking at this polygenic score for educational attainment. So the way these polygenic scores are calculated, I think Simon showed an example of a genome-wide association study. Again, don't be overwhelmed by these dense data slides because they would overwhelm anyone, including a scientist. This is really just a symbolic image to show you all of the different SNPs in the genome that you can link to autism, and then you can also assign them some little effect size, and they all have really small effects. But what you can do now is you can take an individual's genome and you can look for all those little variants in the genome. You can find them all, and then you can actually sum up these many small effects into a final risk score, and which we call a polygenic risk score. And so this is a way of taking all of the small effects in the DNA, summing them up and coming up with an estimate of an individual's risk. And when you do this, sure enough, those polygenic scores show association with autism in the population. So it's a useful tool. And of course, now with our whole genome sequencing, we can look at all of these factors together, the rare mutations, the de novo mutations, and the polygenic scores. And we're doing this in samples that were recruited here in San Diego, including 1,100 individuals from San Diego, as well as combining with data from many other studies to look at a total of 37,000 genomes in this study. Now, I won't get into these dense details. The main point is that we can actually measure each of these factors. So we can measure the de novo mutations, we can measure the inherited risk, and we can measure the polygenic risk, and do it well across large numbers of samples. So first off, these are new data that were not used to find these factors in the first place. So we can actually ask how solid are these genetic associations to begin with? Well, they are very solid. All of the factors that we're looking at show reproducible confirmed associations in our study. The de novo mutations, as you can see here, the green are the rates of these mutations in the offspring that's on the autism spectrum, and the cream colored plots are their typically developing siblings. So when you're comparing a child that meets criteria for autism to their neurotypical siblings, you can see that clearly there's more of these mutations in cases than in the sibling controls. This is also true for inherited risk. So when mom and dad carry a rare variant and are transmitting it to their offspring, you can see that it's transmitted much more frequently to the offspring on the autism spectrum, and under transmitted to the neurotypical siblings. So there's actually less likely to be transmitted to the neurotypical siblings and more likely to be transmitted to the cases. And the same is true for the polygenic scores. If you actually measure the polygenic score of mom, dad, and child, you can see that the polygenic score for autism is significantly higher in the child than in both parents, meaning that they over-transmitted the polygenic risk. And when you do the same thing with neurotypical siblings, the polygenic score of the neurotypical siblings on average is lower than the polygenic scores of mom and dad. So there's under-transmission of risk to the neurotypical siblings and over-transmission of risk in families to the cases. So the genetic signal here is overwhelming, that you can quantify pretty nicely these different factors. You can also combine them into nice statistical models that allow you to sort of sum it all up into a genomic risk score, but I won't get too much into that. Now, there was this question about what is going on with this male bias of autism, and why is it? Well, there is it is, I think the question of, is there a biological basis to it, or is it just misdiagnosis? I think the answer is yes. So there's clearly a genetic basis to it, meaning that at least, but that genetic differences between girls and boys on the autism spectrum is probably driven by the ascertainment bias, right? So you're only able to pick up autism that's really severe and more likely to pick up severe cases of autism in girls than in boys. And we can see that in the genetics. So here are the rare variant factors, and you can see that on the left are the cases in the families, and the female cases have much more rare variant risk than the male cases themselves. And so there's clearly we're clearly looking at girls who are more genetically loaded than boys. So basically you're seeing that there's more genetic risk in girls than in boys. This is also true for polygenic risk. There's more polygenic risk in girls than in boys. And for polygenic risk, it's actually true for cases and neurotypical siblings. So girls that are neurotypical can also tolerate more genetic risk. So this is quite consistent. That's what you see here, that even the neurotypical siblings, girls have a little bit more genetic load than the boys. And this is overall consistent, and this is true for the overall genetic risk score. So this is consistent with girls in the population this is nothing to do with the X chromosome, by the way, right? This is just girls in the population can tolerate a higher genetic load of autism risk, and girls who meet criteria for autism have an even higher genetic load. So this is both, there is a genetic difference between girls and boys on the autism spectrum, but that genetic difference probably has to do with the fact that you're only diagnosing the more severe cases and that have higher genetic load. So I won't get too much into this dense data slide, only to say that we can clearly see that there's a genetic spectrum. And so this thing we call the autism spectrum is probably to some extent related to a genetic spectrum that we can see. And what I mean by that is that if you have genetic factor A, you're going to be heavily loaded for A, and you're going to have less of genetic factor B. It's just consistent with some liability threshold. So if you have more of one genetic factor, you have less of the other, and vice versa. So you see this negative correlation. So girls who have the rare mutations have less polygenic risk than girls who do not have rare mutations. And that's also true for boys. Boys that carry the rare mutations have less polygenic risk than boys who do not. So this is consistent with there being different etiologies, and that there's a different architecture in certain cases than others. And so this is consistent with there being a liability threshold, And that liability threshold, the threshold actually differs by sex, where boys probably have a lower threshold than girls. And that threshold also contributes to there being a spectrum of genetic risk factors. There's this inverse correlation of rare variant risk on the left and common variant risk on the right. So there really are different genetic etiologies across this broad spectrum. And if those different genetic factors actually have different traits associated with them, they would explain why the autism spectrum actually has such a broad phenotypic spectrum. So this genetic spectrum may actually be a basis for the broad phenotypic spectrum. So again, apologies for the dense data slides, but this is the phenotypic spectrum that we're talking about. So we're looking at how all the different genetic factors correlate with repetitive behavior, social communication, adaptive behavior, motor function, and we can look at both the neurotypical siblings, and we can look in the cases, and we can look at parents. We can look at the spectrum of phenotypes in the parents as well. And so what you can see here is that different genetic factors actually do have different traits associated with them. So importantly, and very, very encouragingly, the autism polygenic score, sure enough, is associated with social communication and social responsiveness. So this is consistent with, I'm glad to see that the autism polygenic score is picking up social traits, and it's varying in cases particularly, and that's also true for rare variants. So the de novo mutations and the polygenic scores are basically explaining variation in social traits in cases. So that's a good sign. But there are a variety of factors, and they're not all really having the same effects. So the polygenic score for educational attainment, for example, is actually really seem to be driving repetitive behavior in a way that some of the other genetic factors aren't. So that was interesting. We don't know why that is, but repetitive behavior seems to be more influenced by this polygenic score for educational attainment. Social behavior more explained by the de novo mutations and the polygenic score for autism. And in the parents, if you look at panel B on the bottom, you can see the factors that are being affected in parents. And you can see that parents are showing traits based on the genetic factors that they carry. So the polygenic score for autism in parents is correlating with social responsiveness scores. And it's correlating with the broad autism phenotype questionnaire in parents. So clearly parents that carry autism risk have subtle subclinical traits that you can see that correlate with the genetic factors that they carry. Interestingly, there's also factors that influence parental age, and I'll get to that in a second. But before we get into that, gene by sex interaction. So this question of this female protective effect. So can we actually see whether the genetic factors are having a different effect in boys versus girls? We can actually look at that in these data and ask the question, so do any of these genetic correlations show that this factor has a different effect in boys versus girls? And the answer to that is generally no, generally not. Most of the genetic factors have very similar effects in boys and girls. So it's not as if the biology is fundamentally different and that the genetic factors are doing something different. And it also suggests to us that girls that carry the genetic risk are actually showing traits. They actually are manifesting autistic features that are probably not getting picked up. So the genetics actually suggests that there is definitely probably traits that are just not getting diagnosed. So that's part of it. But there are some evidence for sex biases and some of the genetic effects, and that's how you see this little yellow and blue rings around these results indicate whether the genetic factor is showing a male bias or a female bias, the blue ones being male bias. So interestingly, yes, the polygenic score for autism is showing a male bias, meaning that it seems to be affecting social responsiveness a little bit more strongly in boys than in girls. But there are other factors that are actually female biased. So the educational attainment score is actually affecting girls more strongly than boys. So it goes both ways. So it's not as if the male brain is simply responding more strongly to genetic factors than the female brain. It's more complex than that. And again, the one trait that was really the most dramatic example of sex bias was parental age. So everybody knows that parental age has some association with autism risk in offspring, right? Well, these genetic factors actually have a very sex-biased effect on parental age. So de novo mutations have a much stronger correlation with dad's age, and that's not surprising. Our group and others have known this for years and shown this, that dad's age is correlated with the rates of these rare mutations in their offspring. So that's not surprising. But interestingly, there are some maternally biased effects. So again, the educational attainment polygenic score is really more strongly associated with mom's age. So again, this link between genetic risk factors and mother's age and father's age is very intriguing. We're starting to gain an understanding of the etiology of the paternal age effect and parental age effect. And we can see that it is a very sex-biased thing. So the de novo mutations are on the left, and the blue you can see here is the effect size of the de novo mutation. So de novo mutations correlate with dad's age, not mom's age. So if you think that increasing mom's age is going to somehow produce more mutations in your offspring, you're wrong. It's dad's age. Dad's age correlates with mutations in offspring, unless you're talking about Down syndrome or other types of chromosome abnormalities. So it's generally dad's age is the factor for that risk factor. But there are other risk factors as well. For example, risk that's carried by the parents are actually, so the de novo mutations are associated with older fathers, but if dad actually carries the risk, dad actually has children earlier on average. So when dad actually carries the risk, it's actually associated with early paternal age. And so that's another interesting genetic factor with fathers. And then of course, the polygenic score for educational attainment is really strongly associated with mother's age. So the higher predicted educational attainment you have in mom, the later she has children. So again, paternal bias of some factors and maternal bias of other factors. And now we actually are starting to get an understanding of how the genetic factors explain the parental age effect. I think we understand it fairly well now. So there are multiple factors that contribute to why older parents have a higher risk of autism, and they look like so. So it has to do with, to some extent, the effect of, so we remember how polygenic score for educational attainment is a risk factor for autism. Yes, it is, and it has but it's actually, so if you look at the educational attainment score, it's actually the highest risk factor for parental age as well. So clearly, to some extent, there's educational attainment seems to be a factor, but that may not be the only factor. So what if it's really not that? Maybe it's social responsiveness. So maybe social phenotypes in the parents might actually explain why mothers are older, fathers are older. So we looked at that question and asked whether the effect of the mutation on mom or dad's social behavior could explain it. And actually those go in the opposite direction. So actually the stronger the risk factor the stronger effect the risk factor has on social behavior in mothers and fathers, actually the younger they are. So it's not a social trait in parents that's contributing to older parental age. In fact, when you exhibit more social impairments as parents, you actually have children earlier, not later. Probably, and so this looks like it's not really a social deficit related trait. It really probably has more to do with how genetic factors contribute to learning and education in parents. So that the parental age effect is to some extent linked with the level of education of their parents, and the fact that parents with advanced educations are more likely to have children later in life. So I'm getting close to the end, and I have a few more minutes to kind of dive into the biology here. So first of all, we talked about the polygenic risk and the rare variants. These things actually differ in terms of what types of genes they hit and how these genes affect development of the brain. And so this different genetic spectrum is also related to different biology. So the rare variants, as you can see, are these purple plots, are more enriched in expression in fetal brain. And then when you look at the timing of expression, they're expressed earlier compared to other risk factors for polygenic risk. So the green is the polygenic risk factor, which are expressed prenatally are enriched compared to the average gene, but it's really the rare mutations that are most strongly enriched in fetal brain, showing that the rare variants are really hitting on the brain genes. And if you look at this at the level of neuronal cells and figure out where are these genes expressed in excitatory neurons, inhibitory neurons, oligodendrocytes, progenitor cells, microglia, and ask, where are the autism genes being expressed? Clearly, it's not enriched in microglia. It's not enriched in radial glia. The risk factors are strongly enriched in excitatory and inhibitory neurons and progenitor cells, and to some extent oligodendrocytes. So the rare variants are enriched in individual cell types, and it's really neurons where the cell types are where the genes are strongly enriched. Interestingly, polygenic genes, the common variants, are not strongly enriched at a cell type level. And previously we showed that they're not really dramatically enriched in the brain compared to rare variants. So this is really kind of highlighting something we've learned about the genetics, which is that the rare mutations are identifying genes that play major roles in neurodevelopment. So on the top, I'm kind of giving you an example of why is it that the rare variants are really hitting on genes that are very brain specific. It's because these are genes that have a very important role, and the reason why they carry so much risk is probably because these genes have a strong impact on development and probably a strong impact on regulatory networks. The polygenic risk is much more heterogeneous. It's coming from many different genes of many different shapes and sizes and flavors. And while it's contributing a lot of risk, it's not really doing it in a very directed fashion towards a specific pathway or a specific cognitive process or brain region or cell type. So the polygenic risk is really coming from many different directions, and it's very broadly distributed across genetic networks. So to summarize, I'm now at the end of my 30 minutes. Basically, I also have some more slides if anybody cares to talk about things like genetic therapies. I've kept them for discussion. But basically, we see this inverse correlation of genetic loadings, which is telling us that there's a genetic spectrum that to some extent underlies the phenotype spectrum. All of the genetic factors that we look at correlate with different sets of traits. So this genetic spectrum does explain variation in the autism spectrum, and that gene by sex interactions occur, but they go both ways, and they're not explaining dramatic differences in how boys respond to genetic factors versus girls. So it's really boys and girls generally respond in a similar way, and so probably ascertainment bias is probably a big factor explaining the differences between boys and girls. And then, of course, on the parental age effect, we can't ignore, because this is actually highlighting an important aspect of the etiology that we've learned. There are different genetic factors, and they have different effects on parental age. The rare variants actually contribute to younger fathers, whereas some of the other, like de novo mutations or polygenic scores for autism or educational attainment, are actually associated with older mothers and older fathers. So we actually have this U-shaped relationship of genetic factors to parental age, where if you combine them together, you actually end up with this kind of an effect. So you have some factors that actually are more likely to be associated with young fathers, and some more associated with older fathers. So that kind of brings me to the end. It's also consistent with previous reports that there's actually a U-shaped relationship of parental age with autism. It's not only associated with older parents, it's actually associated with younger parents. So special thanks to all the people who worked on this, and to the Simons Foundation for funding this particular study I'm showing here, and the NIMH. Cheers.
Okay, thank you so much. Wonderful, full of information, which we will discuss at the end in the Q&A. But before switching to Liz Torres, let me just ask you the two very simple Q&As that have come up. We might as well deal with them now. One of them is, can you do a polygenic score in utero?
You can, but any geneticist who knows what they're talking about will tell you it's of zero clinical use. The genetic scores are not predictive enough to where they would strongly determine whether or not your child has autism or not, right? So if you can assign a polygenic score, and you can pick an embryo, you could do, let's imagine we did pre-implantation genetic diagnosis where we screened embryos for polygenic scores. your high polygenic score embryo is really not going to be extremely more likely than the others. Also, remember that there's a lot of other things that are going along with the polygenic score. Remember, so educational attainment, for example, if you chose the lowest autism polygenic score, on average, you would have kids with lower educational attainment.
So we have
independent of their autism diagnosis.
Right. We can go into more of this.
So you would never want to use a polygenic score for embryo selection, and no geneticist would ever tell you to do that.
Right. But this gets into this whole GWAS, Genome-Wide Association Studies area. And the last one before we switch to Liz, because it's, I think, fairly simple. Are non-speaking autistic individuals included in this research?
Yeah. So one of the difficulties that we have is that a lot of research cohorts are very biased towards the high end of the spectrum, and there's actually a lot of the strongest genetic signal is on the low end of the spectrum, and so we really try to be as broad in our recruitment as possible. But of course, we rely heavily on other studies that have recruited large samples. So we can't, because we rely so heavily on existing data, we can't avoid this bias towards high functioning autism. There's a bias against the low functioning autism, despite the fact that the low functioning autism has very strong genetic factors.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Wonderful. Obviously stay around because we'll have a conversation a little bit later on. Liz Torres will be up next. Elizabeth Torres is a great friend of mine. She lived in the office next to me at SALT for about a year. She was born in Havana, Cuba. She's a professor of psychology at Rutgers, does a massive amount of, it's all there. So we don't need to worry about that. And the papers that she's written recently, she was a very short notice and has spoken at these ATPF things before, but a very short notice filled in for Alison, and I'm enormously grateful to her for doing that. But I happen to have, I've been looking at some of your papers anyway, more recent ones. You know, Rutgers researchers find links to genetic disorders in walking patterns. Aging with autism departs greatly from typical aging. But here's the one that you just published, Precision Autism, which I assume is a reference to precision medicine. Genomic stratification of disorders making up the broad spectrum may demystify its epidemic rates. So could you unpack that for us, Elizabeth Torres, please?
So should I share the presentation or?
Yes.
Okay, so let's share the screen. And then, can you see my presentation?
Yes.
In presentation mode?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so
don't ask me. I'm absolutely useless at this sort of thing. So
yeah, I'm hoping that this is the right.
I think it's there.
Yeah. Okay, so this is kind of like a storytelling. I'm going to tell you kind of a little bit of the trajectory. So bear with me. So it's 2020, and by chance I come across a paper that is called Rethinking Autism. By Anne Donnellan, and I was at the time having a hard time publishing the research that the results I had found, excessive noise and randomness in the motor code. And I flew to San Diego. She was the provost of the University of San Diego at the time, and gave me an appointment from her busy schedule, and we met. And I proposed that we do a research topic in the Frontiers platform on taking autism from a different perspective, from the movement perspective. And we gathered, she agreed to that. So we gathered 90 authors, and then we launched the topic. And I think that was not actually chance, because today we have well over 500,000 viewers and people interested all over the world. So I think that we did the right thing, and there was something there cooking that at the time was just a nascent thing, but then it took off. And later in 2015, I'm still in this mode of like trying to publish and not being able to get the results across in the research field of autism, and trying to have them see the significance of what this means for behavior and for everything that you're measuring or trying to measure. And I came across this paper in Science on precision medicine, proposing that we're at an inflection point in medicine where the incumbent curve it's all about data collection and description within disciplines, and the nascent curve taking off. We're poised to this very fast, rapid takeoff. For precision medicine, meaning personalized medicine that combines all these layers of knowledge in the knowledge network and comes up with some kind of personalized profile of the person. It's been successful in cancer targeted treatment. So I thought, why don't I recast the problem of autism in the context of precision medicine? And perhaps people will see the importance of what I'm trying to do here. And so the idea is to take behaviors, which is the layer that poses the main barrier for me to do quantitative science, because it's all observational, or it was all observational at the time, and shift from a one-size-fits-all umbrella kind of blanket term, which is very heterogeneous and really hard to handle, and utilize the genomic information that we have and come up with a stratified autism that then enables us to do a precision model of autism with like a sort of fingerprint describing all these features at a precision level and the signatures of the person in terms of the behavior. But doing that not under the current deficit model that we have, which is just a laundry list of things that are wrong with the system, but rather do it in a way that gives us a chance to get at the readiness potential of the individual and harness really the capabilities and the predispositions of the nervous system that ultimately is combining all of this information and producing purposeful behavior, so that we completely come into a paradigm shift of what we're doing. And to do so, I wanted to leverage three contemporary revolutions: the neuroscience revolution, the genomics revolution, and the wearables biosensor revolution, which is severely subutilized in autism. And I come from a different field altogether, which very successfully is being used in the wearables to basically digitize behavior. So to do that, I came up with this kind of branding idea of let's reformulate behavioral analysis into intelligent behavioral analysis and shift from this vantage point of an external observer that is guessing and theorizing and sort of trying to infer what's happening in the brain and the mind and the body of that person by combining it with wearables sensors that actually read out the internal information in the nervous system, in the brain, and can get us to the mind, the mental spaces and the physical spaces. And so I decided that the time was right to actually combine this external observer with the internal observer using off-the-shelf technology that then would enable us to launch this at a scale and digitize behavior. Then the other thing to do was to come up with a compact set of tasks that would enable us to move these to the home environment, to the schools, and to the places where life happens naturally. And so I took this old biomechanic pointing task that is very rich nonetheless and very difficult to model in robotics to get information about the voluntary states and the spontaneous states of the system along a taxonomy that I designed to study all the states, but in particular these two, because in a simple task like this, when you move forward to the target, you learn based on error correction, but then there is an incidental motion when you retract the hand very, very much beneath awareness that we could utilize to retrain the nervous system with minimal intervention, meaning not upsetting or stressing the system that would get upset otherwise by prompting and so on. And in addition to that, we could get this paradigm converted to a cognitive driven paradigm and establish different levels of cognitive loads and decision making and bring it to a completely different realm of cognition. And so there we would be bridging movement and cognition, movement and its sensations with cognition. And then we got this on the road and went to this is at a school nearby the campus where they train children with this applied behavior analysis paradigm, but they do it in a way that really robs the child from its autonomy, from its agency. So I said, let's do it with support first, but move towards a completely autonomous way of doing things and banking instead of external rewards, banking on the intrinsic rewards that the nervous system gets from being autonomous, from owning the action, from owning the consequences of the action and understanding that it is me doing this and I own this action. It is me in control here. And so the children got their intrinsic reward. They became, we gamified these activities and so forth. And in the meantime, we're digitizing everything that they're doing. So I realized that the handful of people that were using biosensors were following a rather old approach, which was assume a priori a theoretical distribution, take epochs of the signals that you're collecting with these biosensors, average them, and then come up with an assumed theoretical mean and standard deviation moments and so forth, but then losing all this gross data that for me was precious because that was like where the information most likely lied. So at the time that I was thinking about these things, I was doing a lot of computational neuroscience models and working with cortical spikes to which are basically digital spikes, and you do some transformation, get them into some kind of analogous continuous signal, and I was working in that field of spikes and so forth, and I thought, why don't we take the continuous stream of behavior and invert this model? And we start out with this continuous analog signal, turn it into a point process and come up with a digital spike. So we go the opposite direction. And in this way, we can study behavior naturally, but not just constrained to what the naked eye can capture, but go beyond the confines of the naked eye. So I did that, and then the same behavior then became a continuous stream that I would then transform into this thing that I call micro movement spikes. And instead of assuming a priori a theoretical distribution, I empirically estimated the family of distributions that most likely characterize all of the behaviors of this person and turn it into a kind of fingerprint or stochastic signature that let me look into the dynamics of that nervous system as the person developed over time. And then we launched a series of studies to actually test this paradigm. This was one of them in which by Dee Wu, who is now at Apple, and she connected all these levels of spikes. These dots here are the spikes, the peaks of the movements as we move to a target and then retract our motions. And what we found was that there was an elevated noise and randomness in non-speaking individuals that began to acquire some pattern and periodicity all the way to the neurotypical speaking individuals. So we could actually model this and borrow all the computational neuroscience methodology to now study behavior in a completely different way. So this was a paradigm shift to the study of human behavior, of natural human behavior, and combined with the observation of behavior. So looking at the inside of the child, and indeed, the autistic system, this is the typical profile of the autistic system. I'm plotting here, superimposing the speed profiles of the forward motion, the touch on the screen, and then the backwards automated spontaneous retraction of the hand, which happens incidentally, and it doesn't really have an external goal or anything. But then you can see that both in the frequency and this temporal domain, there is a lot of noise, and that randomness impedes the creation of a predictive code by the system, because also this information serves as a reafferent feedback to the brain, and that's what the brain is receiving, and we characterized it statistically. It turns out this memory, this random distribution appear ubiquitously in all the biorhythms of the autistic individual. So they cannot feel at ease in this kind of uncertainty. So our job is to actually find ways to build accommodations to actually dampen this noise and help them understand the world better. So we did some math. We figure out essentially how to get targets for treatment and how to track the non-stationary nature of this code, and to study all sorts of behavior and digitize all sorts of clinical tests, including the ADOS, adapting other tests from other fields, and studying the sort of the progression, the maturation of the system. And so we did cross-sectional studies, we did longitudinal studies. This is an example of a cross-sectional study from ranging from 3 to college age, and seeing the transition in probability space of the different types of states that the body, how the body moves purposefully, and how this doesn't happen in autism, where again, we're looking for a target for treatment and published this in the Journal of Neurocomputation. And they did find that this maturation doesn't occur in ASD, but it is possible to shift it to this part of the space. So we found a noise to signal ratio as a target for treatment that we could shift, particularly utilizing the spontaneous variations in the movement and avoiding the prompting. And this gave us a way to begin to think of autism differently, defining a maturation path, defining a target for treatment, and revealing an age-dependent probability space that we could track across the lifespan. And then we decided, okay, so let's leverage the genomics layer. Now we kind of solved the behaviors layer. Let's find the genomics layer and start looking at this signature, and in a way connecting it to behavior through this taxonomy of the states of mental states and bodily states that ultimately depend on these three fundamental types of muscles: the cardiac for autonomic control, the smooth for involuntary, and the muscle skeletal for voluntary, which would give us the chance to connect to the proteins and the genes that produce those proteins in a systemic way, and study not just the brain, but study the entire system as it produces behavior. So we leveraged all these different databases of human genotype, tissue expression, of the SFARI database, and of the DISGENET, Disease Association to network, and OMIM, and came up with 20,923 genes from different diseases associated to different disorders, including neuropsychiatric and neurological and non-neurological, non-brain related disorders like the cancers and the autoimmune and so forth, and studied these 54 tissues and the expression of these genes on the tissues to begin to identify some of the tissue candidates that are most likely or highly, these genes highly expressed in autism, and that therefore might be most likely relevant to our quest. And so we use this parsimonious way of doing things, just looking at the gene expression, counting and binning, and studying in the context of a probability space using similarity metrics that would tell us the distance across these different disorders based on the expression in these 54 tissues, and then characterize autism and other disorders that go on and have a high intersection and perhaps go on to receive the diagnosis of autism or not, but also understanding the intersections, the shared space in the gene space for these 20,000 plus genes. And we realized that schizophrenia, ADHD, and Parkinson's disease as the three top genes shared, and also an autoimmune disease like lupus also has a high shared space. And then we also uncover genes and maximal expression in different areas that are shared across all these different neuropsychiatric and neurological disorders. And then went on and looked at this in a normalized distance metric space scale, and realized that indeed there is a continuum along the neuropsychiatric and neurological disorders, and then they're very different. And the difference here, the higher the difference, the more yellow or orange range of this color scale, with disorders like diabetes or cancers or autoimmune and so forth. And then zoomed in and realized that there is a continuum from neuropsychiatric disorders in the DSM and neurological disorders that are diagnosed by neurologists. And autism is right there in the middle, sharing a lot of these genes. So then it was important to look at the tissues most with the highest expression in these gene pool. And turns out the cerebellum and cerebral cortex are the highest expressed, followed by the frontal cortex and pituitary gland, and then regions that are fundamental for motor coordination, motor control, adaptation, self-regulation, and emotion. And so this gave us a sense of, like, now we know a little bit about stratifying autism based on these different overlapping disorders that share a common genetic pool. And so how do we detect this the earliest possible time? This turns out that neonates, there's a standard test, auditory brainstem evoke response test, that is quite early, within hours of being born. They give this test, and then they longitudinally track it for weeks later. And then we received a set from the New York State of data where we could look at these latencies in the different regions where this test is tracked. So they give clicks and bursts, and then there's a wave that propagates all the way to the primary auditory cortex, and it's standardized how they do this and how they look at this information. And so I thought, okay, there is a literature out there. Let's have a look at how what's happening here. And so with this in mind, we looked at about 70 babies, and 2/3 of them went on to receive a diagnosis of autism at around 3 years of age. So this is happening a few hours after birth. And already you can tell that the babies that went on to receive the diagnosis of autism along this pathway have a shift in their latency, so there's a delay. And not only that, there is a very narrow bandwidth of information that they are receiving, and this is cumulative, going through all this pathway of the 8th cranial nerve all the way to the primary auditory cortex, and inviting to think really seriously this as a fundamental basic block of everything else that happens with sensory processing, integration, and sensory motor transformations, because this delay and this narrow bandwidth is telling us that the system is not integrating the information in a way conducive of experiencing a percept the same way that somebody else is experiencing out there in the world. And so this would impede the type of social interactions, because it speaks to the sense of simultaneity that one needs to develop in order to align all the different temporal scales from different sensory modalities, ranging from microsecond to millisecond to second time scale. And if you don't have this at the basic sound level, where everything is sound, including motion is also sound, so we can't really communicate with the world. So importantly, all these biosensors at this very early age enables us to follow these taxonomy that I'm proposing with all these different muscle types, these 3 fundamentally different muscle types, cardiac, smooth, and skeletal, to track the levels of autonomy of the nervous system from the get-go. And and frankly, we can do this at home and begin to understand how the system evolves from reflex to intent, to cognitive, intentional acts, and how the system self-discovers intentionality, and bring this, bridge the motor to the cognitive level, and do this in a way that is comfortable to do it at home, and more recently in the lab, so we can detect it very early, and more recently in the lab, even empower the parents and work with the families, give them an app that then enables us to track the babies and essentially use the micro movements approach combined with the ABR that they get anyways to understand the nervous system of that baby from an early stage. And so this is precision autism. It's leveraging the three major revolutions. And in essence, what I'm proposing now is go to the next frontier, and I call it the human kindness revolution, at an inflection point that I feel is happening with the community that is bringing us from autism awareness. This would be our incumbent curve, to the nascent curve of actually having this autism acceptance and shift the paradigm to have a research-based, community-driven approach that builds accommodations and support for the autistic individual, and doesn't see the autistic individual from an observant vantage point, but rather as a part of the human spectrum. So we should be redefining autism in the human spectrum, and this is what my research has been working toward. And I thank my lab and my many collaborators, and this is the end of my talk. So let me stop sharing there. And
wow, so a lot to follow there. How much time? I know that you, because we put you in an emergency. How much time do you have to stay with us now?
Until noon.
Till noon. Okay, so
I could answer some questions if you want before I jump off.
If Brian Mosley doesn't mind, we'll just keep you here for a few minutes extra and get your questions. Some questions for at this point. Jonathan, can I ask you something? Are you feeling like this was this is all a match in the way the kind of field is going at this field? I mean, the way in which people's lives are being explored and assisted and engaged with at this point. Yeah.
So
how does that sort of mingle with your work and so on?
So, I mean, it's all heading towards, to some extent, potential for personalized evaluation and treatment, right? So at the genetic level, you can clearly see personalized factors that are unique to this subset of cases, or unique to this individual. And those point specifically to things that could be treated, particularly if you have genetic therapies that might specifically target that factor. And again, the same is, so if you're looking at phenotypic or neuroimaging traits in these individuals, you may be able to combine that information with the genetic data to get a better personalized assessment. So I would say that both in terms of neuroscience and genetics, that's where things are headed.
Yeah. So Liz, what kind of response have you got from, because you work with the community out there in New
Yeah,
Jersey.
so I work with the community, and this is what the community wants. They want basically a paradigm shift where science looks at them as collaborators, where the individual is not seen as something broken that needs to be fixed or brought back to normalcy, but rather as someone who can flourish when given the support like everybody else. And so that's sort of the philosophy that I'm following in my research program. And I work with the families hand in hand. This is all informed by what they want. And so, you know, with COVID, it's been a challenge because all behavioral research virtually stopped. We couldn't go to the labs, the sensors, you know, we had to pivot and reinvent the whole thing. And the silver lining was that we were able to leverage off-the-shelf biosensors and send them home, and simple Apple Watches, cameras, and things that people can use at home. And so this empowered the families and made them into collaborators. So basically the families that collaborate with my lab and my center of excellence are my collaborators, like any other researcher. So they tell us what they need. And this is pretty much the philosophy in other fields, like in Parkinson, we work with the caregivers, in ALS, in the ataxias. It's really a different approach than what I've seen in autism as a field. So it's really where we're going with this.
Yeah, you actually mentioned to me, you sent me a paper and mentioned that a book was coming out by Alicia Broderick and Robin Roschino, is it?
Yeah.
Is it correctly? And the paper itself was called Autism Inc., the INC, the Autism Industrial Complex, which is raising some of the points that came up earlier in the discussions, which you're obviously very alert to. Could you speak to this a little bit, just to...
Yes. So I in my role of this statewide center of excellence, and you can imagine a state where the prevalence of autism is at its highest in the U.S. All the problems that we have, the families, what they inform us is of these. They have been turned into a commodity, and there are several. It's an industry. Autism became an industry. It was branded according to Alicia and Rossignol, our Broderick and Rossignol, as hope. First, there was the aspect of giving hope to the parents for a child that was normal, that we can bring your child to normalcy. And then here's the science that proves it. So trust us, we're doing the scientific thing. And what I found when I came to autism from the field of computational neuroscience was that the science was really weak. There was no real rigor on any of it. It was not reproducible. It was driven by a model that is not really peer review like it is in our field. A lot of conflicts of interest. The journals were a handful of journals that would not critique their own work. So it was a very different model than what we use in science. We criticize each other. We're open to criticism. It's open access. We talk to each other. We respect each other. I published that. Here's the caveats. This is what I'm telling you, but here's the caveats. So we need to look at the caveats. This doesn't exist in the behaviorism world. It's really a very different type, and there's no waveform. It's all done by hands. And so this is what they call the science, and this is what they sell the families. And it's a multi-billion-dollar industry per year. And so the families caught up with it. It took a long time for them to, catch up with this, because it's not like, the way I look at it is like, if you're in engineering, right, and you build a bridge and you lie, the bridge, falls down and kills a lot of people. And immediately, this is a problem. So you can't lie. You can't afford to lie. But in this case, the lie and the misconception and the misdirection and the deception and so forth took a long time, because it took generations of people receiving these kinds of therapies to realize, oh my God, this is inhumane. This is conversion therapy, gay conversion therapy adapted to children. It's a shame. This is a Skinnerism. And the thing is that we're kind of experiencing in social media a little bit with all these fast reward and the social media, stealing all our data and doing with it all kinds of things that are, not unethical and so on. And so this is going on in autism. It's going on behind the scenes. The researchers don't really know about it, because the researchers are actually impacted by this whole Autism Inc. As well, but they just don't know about it. We're just going with the flow. The only reason why I came across it, because I started working with the community doing public service. And the community then told me, okay, this is what's going on. And so now I'm onto it for a number of years now. and working with people in economics and other areas, not necessarily neuroscience or genetics or anything like that, who can come up with a better model, a more humane model that actually helps us help the families as part of our human spectrum, not as something, different from us.
Good, good. Jonathan, a comment on that? You finding the same thing?
So when we work with families, we find that so the concerns of the autism community that it's just a transaction that happens and then we all go about our lives and it's not, and there's no real focus on helping people. I can see where that comes from, because the way it's working right now is that we can really make a conclusion about an individual's autism genetics in a small fraction of cases. Can we say with high confidence that you have this disorder and that we can start exploring potential treatments? And so probably when in our interactions with families and in our communication with families, I think it would be, we could do a much better job of really explaining what is happening in those personalized medicine cases, which is where the focus is right now. So it's true that participation in a genetic study for probably 90% of individuals who enrolled in our study was a transaction that it began and ended in one day. And that was the end of it for most people. But that's simply a matter, it simply has to do with our knowledge and our ability to actually draw conclusions from the genome. So maybe it was only 10% of families where we could return it. So let me actually back up. In at least 10%, it might be closer to 15% of research subjects in our study, we returned a genetic result to those families directly, right? So we designed the study from the very outset to initiate that kind of an interaction with the family and with the primary care physician, and that we could initiate genetic counseling and then potential discussions regarding genetic therapies. But of course, the therapies themselves are really still basic science research that's going on. And so at this point, it's still very preliminary. So but still, that's probably not evident. It's not visible to the broader community. I think they really just see the initial transaction, and that's it.
Brian Mosley, if you're there, we haven't had a chance to introduce you yet. You're the next speaker, but because Liz has to go early and has filled in for us here, and just as you can see, having a little bit of a Q&A questions before she has to go. Do you have, you mean from Neurocrine's perspective, her thoughts on precision autism? Do you have anything, a conversation that you want to engage in with here before she has to leave?
I would just say, unfortunately, I because of other commitments, I wasn't able to attend your entire talk, so I really apologize about that. But we certainly at Neurocrine are very interested in partnering with the autism community. We are currently studying a drug for continuous spike wave and slow wave sleep, or CSWS, which I'll be talking about in a bit, that can certainly have overlay with autism. And certainly as a company that's very devoted to the rare disease space and to patients with unmet needs, are certainly very interested in learning more about the work that you've done and about the patient community. And so I just want to thank you for taking part. And if you need a little bit more time for the Q&A, I'm certainly able to extend my time a little bit. So if there are additional questions for you, I'm certainly more than happy to hold on the line for a little bit longer before we begin my talk.
Thank you. Very kind of you.
There was a question came in. I don't know if any of the three of you want to play with this one. Put in terms of a little case study, parents with very high educational attainment history and high IQ scores had a son in their 20s. The son has a severe autism expressed with motor difficulties, speech difficulties, severe attention deficit. As a high-level guesstimate, which factors would be most likely to be in play? Now, that's the kind of thing that you get presented with on a daily basis, Liz or Jonathan. I mean, what
Yeah, you really wouldn't know until you actually sequence the genome, right? So it's not as if you can predict it in advance. But if you were to just try to say what the trends were, you know, in a family, just because a family is young does not mean that they, I mean, you know, an older father has a higher risk of having a new de novo mutation, but you still have almost, you know, so it's like 1.2, 1.4 fold increased rate in the older fathers. You still have a pretty significant rate in young fathers as well. So the etiology doesn't have to be fundamentally different. So there could still be de novo mutations, and undoubtedly there will also be polygenic risk. So you really wouldn't be able to predict based on limited information what is the etiology in a single case until you actually sequence the genome.
Thoughts, Liz?
Well, at my end, what I tend to do is get kind of a sense of what the life of this kid is like day to day, what needs. And this is a question really for the engineers, the people that do build things that can help build accommodations for the child and make the life more comfortable and achieve the full potential. Because once you get this, these supports, then it's easier. It's just like anybody else, it's just, and so a lot of the parents, that's what they're asking for. How do I get my child to do X in an easier way? And one of the things that is helping a lot is like the iPads, for communication. And so if we could develop, leverage the cognitive scientific revolution and develop ways to communicate better with support and so forth, that would be amazing for the school system. So this is sort of like my take on it. Not as much the part of genetic counseling or the genetic part, but more the practical day-to-day life that child. So there is like a disconnect. So we need to work together across multiple fields to kind of bring to them, okay, here's what they care about, and can we build it? And we have the conditions to do this. The technology and science has evolved to the point that we can do this.
Brian, could you speak to that from the sort of Neurocrine perspective about the Autism Inc. and the various things that Liz has been talking about? I'd be really interested to hear this.
Well, certainly as a former adult epilepsy specialist before I joined Neurocrine earlier this year, when I hear about developmental delay, certainly because of my training and my former expertise, I always want to know about the past, and particularly whether there's anything suggestive of seizures. For instance, in CSWS, the disorder that we have a drug in right now, can certainly ultimately present with behavioral difficulties that can approximate an autism spectrum disorder. But what you often see in those instances that can separate it from other causes of autism spectrum disorder is that these children will develop normally earlier on and then suddenly much later in childhood have a regression. And oftentimes, although not exclusively, but oftentimes in the case of CSWS, can also have comorbid seizures. So certainly hearing about the young man that you mentioned in this case, would certainly want to know more about the development leading up to that, and particularly about whether or not there was anything suggestive of seizures. One of the other disorders that I'll talk about in my talk that is sort of on a spectrum with CSWS is Landau-Kleffner syndrome, LKS, where the deficits involve predominantly expressive and receptive language. And certainly it sounds like from the case that you presented, that was a very large issue that the caregivers were dealing with. I think, though, to go back to Dr. Torres's point, though, about this patient, what it brings out, especially if this patient has been suffering from autism for years and years, is just the absolute imperative need for early intervention and for these avenues for treatment to be available through schools and through other avenues, because the earlier, just like with epilepsy, the earlier that you can treat with anti-seizure medications, the earlier that you can intervene with behavioral interventions, the better. And so I would just stress once again, particularly for this young man, if these symptoms were present earlier on, is just a fault of the system if this unfortunate man did not have interventions earlier that could have made a significant headway.
So do you, with the new discussions that are going on, the kind of things that we talked about earlier, do you find any of you feel yourself in an awkward situation about how you navigate between being an imposing savior, as it were, or a collaborator?
Well, I think it's, certainly we would like to view ourselves as collaborators with physicians. And certainly when it comes to the studies that we're doing, for instance, in CSWS, we can't do that without close collaboration, not only with the investigators and the physicians that are treating these patients, but with the patients themselves and with their caregivers. And we certainly understand that. And at Neurocrine, we've, try not to look at ourselves as savers or anything, but look as partners in this journey together. And really looking at children who have this condition where they have a high unmet need, where with CSWS that can result in autism-like behavior, there is no approved treatments, no approved treatment strategies, really partnering with caregivers, with families, and with the investigators that are taking care of them to see whether, for instance, our medication can make a benefit, but also really having an interaction with patient advocacy groups. And that's something that I've just been so pleased about with Neurocrine when I've joined, is just that they have such tight connections with patient advocacy groups, not only for CSWS, but for other conditions that we're currently studying, and that we have medications that are under trials right now, where we really have tried to not view ourselves as separate, but as equal, and working together as a team to bring these, potentially groundbreaking therapies ultimately to patients. Yeah.
Liz, a couple of last things before you have to vanish. Did you notice anything? One of the questions I've asked for the panel for later on in the day is what effect the pandemonium has had, in the sense that the whole notion of facial recognition of emotions, you're wearing a mask, everything changes. Solitude, is solitude good? Is solitude bad? Is that what something on the spectrum wants to do or doesn't want to do? Why are they playing more Minecraft? Minecraft is helping children with autism make new friends, according to reports and so on. Very interesting and completely surprising in some areas. What's been your experience of the?
Yeah, some of the surprises are that some of the kids are very comfortable at home, creating an online presence and having friends online, somehow sheltered from bullying and other situations at the school. So we launched a survey and found this out. And one of the things we did at the center was create a horticulture program online that they would do planting and things like that, learn about seeds and plants and what have you. And this created social situations, very interesting social situations online. And so the pandemic actually wasn't as bad for the people that we were interacting with as it was for other people. But I don't know the whole answer to that. I mean, obviously we would have to have a very broad statewide poll to know. But in the cases that the families we've been interacting with, they actually feel comfortable at home, because there's a layer of bullying and rejection and imposition of certain therapies they don't want, that they don't have to do this at home. So it's a different type of interaction.
Okay. Well, look, I think what we should do, it's wonderful that we're able to have a little exchange amongst the three of you there. I'm very grateful for that. But now, Liz, you are free to go.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was wonderful. Look forward to talking to you some more when we find out how far this is going and where it's going, which direction. So let's go to our final speaker. Generously has worked with the changes in scheduling here. Thank you, Brian. But there were some good questions there that would have been great for you to talk to about, Liz, anyway. So I'm very grateful about that. Medical Director, Clinical Development of Neurocrine Biosciences, and say more if you wish about yourself before you start.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. So my name is Brian Mosley. As was mentioned, I'm a medical director of clinical development at Neurocrine. I've been with Neurocrine now since March. Prior to joining Neurocrine, I was an adult epilepsy specialist at the University of Cincinnati, and I'm so extremely honored to be here today to talk to you about the connections between autism and epilepsy. And so now I will go ahead and share my screen. All right. I think I have to switch things around if I recall correctly. All right. I'm assuming everybody can see the full screen, correct?
Correct. Thank you.
All right. Wonderful. Well, as mentioned, I am a full-time paid employee at Neurocrine Biosciences, and in the past, I worked as an adult epilepsy specialist at the University of Cincinnati. Also, prior to joining Neurocrine, I do need to disclose that I served on speakers bureaus and advisory boards for 3 companies, Asai, LivaNova, and UCB. In addition, in the past, prior to joining Neurocrine, I have received research support from the pharmaceutical company Xenon Pharmaceuticals. Being able to give this talk is certainly something I very much look forward to, because I very much look forward to the chance to talking about Neurocrine. It's a company that has been around now for 3 decades and has a legacy of delivering on hope. As the name implies, it's a neuroscience-based biopharmaceutical company that has particular expertise and products within the neurology and endocrinology sphere. However, we're also expanding to look at medications that may also have psychiatric indications. What is really impressive about this company, and the reason why I joined back in March, is that they have a focus on discovering novel treatments, but not just for diseases that lots of people have, but where there is a true significant unmet clinical need. And that includes looking at therapies that may deliver hope for patients and caregivers for diseases that are very rare, to the point where these individuals feel invisible, unheard, and potentially even marginalized. When it comes to our company, we have 4 products that are commercially available right now. We're most known for Ingrezza, or valbenazine, which is a medication that is approved for tardive dyskinesia. We also have a medication, Agentis, that is approved for Parkinson's disease. As the CRIN in Neurocrine implies, we also have 2 medications that have endocrinology uses. We have a medication for endometriosis, as well as one for uterine fibroids. On the endocrinology side of things, we are not satisfied with just those 2 indications. We have products that we're looking at in both congenital adrenal hyperplasia in adults and children, as well as polycystic ovarian syndrome. As I hinted on in the last slide, we have medications that we're looking at in the psychiatric sphere, specifically one looking at cognitive impairment associated with schizophrenia, and other ones looking at anhedonia and depression and the treatment of major depressive disorder. What's most dear to my heart as an adult epilepsy specialist is we have multiple medications in the neurology sphere. We continue to look at valbenazine and look at additional indications, including chorea and Huntington's disease. We have molecules that we're looking at in essential tremor, and we're also studying various epilepsies. In addition to focal onset seizures in adults and a rare pediatric epilepsy called SCN8A, developmental and epileptic encephalopathy, we have a T-type calcium channel blocker that we're exploring in CSWS. I will explore that in quite a bit more detail because of the potential connections with autism in a bit. To sort of preface our talk on the connections between epilepsy and autism, I think it's good to take a step back for some of you in the audience and really get a deep dive into what seizures and epilepsy actually are. A seizure is the manifestation of a sudden surge of uncontrolled electrical activity in the brain that can cause temporary changes in movement, behavior, sensation, or even the level of consciousness. Depending on where seizures evolve in the brain, they can have different symptoms and have different terminology assigned to them as well. For seizures that are confined or begin in one part of the brain, the term that we use now is focal onset. We used to call those partial onset seizures. Based on where in the brain these focal onset seizures start, the symptoms that may manifest can include things like a brief lapse of attention, involuntary movement of a part of the body, or some combination thereof. Seizures can also be generalized in onset, where if you're recording with EEGs or electrodes on the scalp, you can see the electrical activity all over. When those types of seizures are brief and involve brief lapses of attention, we often refer to them as absent seizures. In addition, both focal onset and generalized seizures, if they spread to involve enough networks, can go into prolonged convulsions of the entire body. We call those generalized tonic-clonic seizures, or sometimes they're also referred to as grand mal seizures. Now, seizures and epilepsy are not necessarily the same thing. To have a diagnosis of epilepsy, you either have to have 2 or more unprovoked seizures, meaning seizures that are not provoked by something like drug use, etc., that are at least 24 hours apart. However, you can also carry a diagnosis of epilepsy even after a single unprovoked seizure. However, to get the diagnosis of epilepsy after only 1 seizure, you have to have some enduring predisposition of the brain to future seizures uncovered on testing. For instance, if after your first seizure you had an MRI or a scan of the brain that showed a lesion that's very much associated with the risk of seizures, you could be diagnosed with epilepsy. When taken in total, we're talking about a disorder with a huge global impact. It is thought to affect over 65 million people worldwide. If you look just here in the United States, there's also a large burden of disease. Slightly over 1% of the US population is thought to have active epilepsy. That means that they're either receiving 1 or more seizure drugs currently, either they've had a seizure or more in the past year, or some combination of those 2 factors. This accounts for roughly 3.4 million people in the United States. That can be divided into roughly 3 million adults and 470,000 children. Even in just the state of California alone, if you look at CDC data back from 2015, it was estimated that over 427,000 individuals had active epilepsy. That number has unfortunately likely grown since those numbers came out in 2015. Now, when it comes to the connections that exist between autism spectrum disorder and epilepsy, this is something that we've actually known about for quite some time. It even dates back to the 1940s and some of the first case studies in autism spectrum disorder that were published by child psychiatrist Leo Kanner. When looking at his 1943 case study that involved a total of 11 children, 8 boys and 3 girls, he noted one that had characteristics that were very clearly epilepsy. If you look at children and adults who have autism spectrum disorder and you look at the prevalence of epilepsy, it can vary widely depending on the particular study that you read. If you look at clinic-based studies, you can actually see some rates that are as high as 50%. However, to be honest with you, those are likely very overrepresented in that particular tertiary referral type center. What may be better and avoids that bias is to actually look at population-based studies. If you do so and you look at meta-analysis, the pooled prevalence of epilepsy and autism spectrum disorder is still high. It very much has an impact or is impacted by whether the person also has intellectual disability. If you take someone with autism spectrum disorder who has comorbid intellectual disability, you can see that roughly a quarter of those individuals will have comorbid epilepsy. However, even individuals with autism spectrum disorder and who lack intellectual disability still have a higher rate of epilepsy than the general population, based on meta-analysis of population-based studies that's estimated to be around 8 to slightly less than 9%. In addition, when looking at the prevalence of epilepsy and autism spectrum disorder, age definitely plays an influence. If you look at younger children, for instance, those who are less than 13 years of age, you can see that the prevalence of comorbid epilepsy is around 10% or less. However, if you look at the graph on the right-hand side, what you can see as time goes on is that prevalence continues to increase. And by the time you get to adolescence in patients with autism spectrum disorder, the prevalence of comorbid epilepsy can be upwards of over a quarter, or 26.2%. As before, having comorbid epilepsy increases the risk of having comorbid cognitive deficits. In addition, when EEG studies are done, when we look for electrical activity and look for abnormal electrical activity in the brain, we see a predilection for that abnormal electrical activity over the bilateral frontal lobes. However, once again, as I emphasized on the last slide, even in children and adults with autism spectrum disorder who have normal intellect, there still exists an increased risk of epilepsy versus people who do not have ASD. Now, if you flip it around and you ask, well, what is the prevalence of autism spectrum disorder in people with epilepsy, we not shockingly find a similar association. For instance, in this population-based cohort of over 64,000 people of epilepsy, what they found is that the odds of having ASD versus the general population was upwards of slightly over 22 times. That accounts for about 4 to 5% of children with epilepsy who have a comorbid autism spectrum disorder. Having seizure onset at an earlier or younger age is associated with a higher risk not only of ASD, but the risk of developing cognitive impairment, just like it was when you had ASD. Now, one of the tests that we use to look for potential for epileptic seizures to work up our patients is an EEG, a test where we actually put stickers or electrodes on the scalp for a brief period of time to look at the underlying brain waves. And what we're specifically looking for there as epilepsy specialists are these split-second discharges called epileptiform discharges, which you can think of as abnormal electricity that isn't necessarily a seizure itself, but can potentially suggest a predisposition of the brain to seizures. If you were to take all children, all comers, who didn't have any disease, who didn't have any suggestion of epilepsy, who didn't have any suggestion of autism spectrum disorder, and you were to randomly do EEGs on them, what you would see is that a very, very small percentage, less than a percentage, only 0.5%, would actually have these abnormal interictal spikes or epileptiform activity on their EEG. However, if you do those same EEGs in children who have autism spectrum disorder, what you see is that the majority, up to 60%, actually have abnormal interictal spikes at some point during their recorded EEG. In addition, not all of these patients have a history, a definitive clinical history of accompanied seizures as well. As I mentioned in one of the previous slides, when we do EEGs in children with autism spectrum disorder and we see these discharges, they seem to have a particular predilection for affecting the frontal lobes. Now, you're probably asking yourself, why is it that these two disease entities have such a connection with each other? Well, the reason is because both entities share this altered excitatory inhibitory balance. When it comes to epileptic seizures, the reason why people have epileptic seizures is because they have excessively synchronous and sustained firing of neurons. But this same imbalance between excitation and inhibition that underlies the development of seizures may also influence the development of autism spectrum disorder. This has been suggested by early life studies in rodents, where those rodents are actually treated with medications that cause seizures at postnatal days 5 to 14. What we notice when you cause seizures in those rodents early in their life is that you have this persistent increase in neocortical excitation that occurs, but you also have this decrease in GABA currents, which are a key inhibitory current that exists in the brain. And when you have this imbalance where you have too much excitation and you have too little inhibition, what you get is an increase in something called short-term plasticity at a place in the brain called the mesial prefrontal cortex. You could think of short-term plasticity as this synaptic efficacy that changes over time in a way that actually reflects the history of activity that's been occurring presynaptically. And what happens is when you have that increased short-term plasticity as a result of the imbalance between excitation and inhibition, is you have an increase in something called coherence that results in overconnectivity. This is shown by the fact that if you look at these rats with early life seizures, you see these highly coherent waveforms that appear in the dorsal hippocampus, the ventral hippocampus, and the prefrontal cortex. What that results in, though, in these rodents is things like impaired sociability and behavioral inflexibility, behaviors that you may also see in people who have autism spectrum disorder. And this helps to link them together, suggesting that enhanced coherences across a broad span of frequencies may actually be what is resulting in this risk of behavior that approximate autism spectrum disorder. Now, when it comes to patients, human patients who have both autism spectrum disorder and epilepsy, I would be remiss if I didn't spend some time talking about tuberous sclerosis complex, or TSC for short. This is a very key epilepsy syndrome with a very high rate of comorbid autism spectrum disorders. It's actually a genetic disorder, an autosomal dominant disorder, where the majority of cases are characterized by mutations in one of two genes, either the TSC1 gene, which codes for Hamerton, or the TSC2 gene, which codes for tuberin. What happens when you have a mutation in these genes is you actually have the development of what are called hamartomas, or these tumor-like lesions. You can see these in multiple organ systems. These include not only the brain, but also other organ systems like the skin, the kidneys, the heart, the eyes, and the lungs. The problem is that these proteins inhibit something naturally, they should, something called the serine-threonine protein kinase mammalian target of rapamycin, or what is abbreviated as mTOR for short. This mTOR kinase complex is something that is a central component of the cell growth pathway. It responds to changes in nutrients, energy balances, and extracellular signals to control normal cellular processes. What happens normally is that Hamerton and tuberin, if they're present, should form a functional complex that actually inhibits mTOR. But when you have the loss of function of either TSC1 or TSC2, What you get is you get this protein complex that results in deregulated and constitutively active mTOR complex, and you get this constant cell growth that results in the tumor formation. The problem is, though, there's also protein synthesis that is regulated by this mTOR signaling pathway. And those proteins play a key role in learning-associated synaptic changes. And so what happens in TSC is you have this increased local availability of proteins because of one of these two mutations that may lead to stability of the plasticity at synapses that would not normally undergo synaptic consolidation. And what you see as a net result of that is to actually increase the signal-to-noise ratio and to degrade the specificity of synaptic modifications that occur during normal learning. As a consequence of this, what we see in patients is a very high risk of intractable epilepsy. This can present very early in life and can even present with things like infantile spasms. In addition, you have a definite risk in these patients of seeing cognitive disabilities. These can range from mild to severe, but you can also see behavioral disturbances. Roughly 40% of patients who have a diagnosis of tuberous sclerosis complex are also subsequently diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. And probably not interesting after hearing the first portion of this talk, those who have early seizure onset are associated with a higher risk of subsequently developing an autism spectrum disorder. Interestingly, too, the risk of developing an autism spectrum disorder in patients with TSC may actually be reduced with early successful treatment of seizures. We can see this both in animal models as well as human beings. If you take the TSC2 knockout mice for tuberous sclerosis complex and you use an mTOR inhibitor like rapamycin, what you see is that you get not only a reversal of the normal synaptic consolidation that occurs in this disorder, but you actually have a restoration of learning deficits. In humans, there was also a very interesting study that was done looking at an anti-seizure medicine called vigabatrin. That is an anti-seizure drug which happens to be quite helpful in treating seizures that are associated with tuberous sclerosis complex in a lot of patients. They looked at children who were either treated early with vigabatrin after they developed seizures or much later on with vigabatrin after they initially developed seizures that were uncontrolled. What they saw is that if you treated children early with vigabatrin, only 9% went on to develop autism spectrum disorder. That contrasts to the children who were treated much later, where over half, or 52%, actually went on to develop autism spectrum disorder. Another entity, just like tuberous sclerosis complex, that's associated with a high concurrent risk of both epilepsy and autism is Fragile X syndrome. This is actually the most common inherited form of intellectual disability in males. It occurs in roughly 1 out of every 4,000 males. It's linked to mutations in the FMR gene that codes for this particular protein, it's called Fragile X mental retardation 1 protein, or FMRP for short. This protein, kind of like the others that we saw before with tuberous sclerosis complex, is very much important in the regulation of the production of other proteins, but also in the development of synapses as well. And what we see in not only human beings, but also FMRP knockout mice, is a very high incidence of both epilepsy and autism spectrum disorder. They have impaired synaptic plasticity, they have alterations in the morphology of their dendrites, and they have neurocognitive deficits that lead to behavior that is very reminiscent of what we see in autism. Now, shifting gears a little bit, I want to talk about another epilepsy disorder that can be associated with cognitive regression, behavioral changes, and a phenotype that can approximate autism, and that's EECSWS, or epileptic encephalopathy with continuous spike wave during sleep. This is a very rare pediatric epilepsy disorder. In studies that have been performed, it's actually thought to only account for about 0.5% to 1.5% of children who have epilepsy. That accounts for maybe 1 to 2 per 100,000 children. It actually is a very unique disease entity where, as children begin to develop symptoms like seizures as well as cognitive regression, if you perform an overnight EEG, you see a continuous pattern called electrical status epilepticus of sleep. I'll actually show you what that looks like on the next slide. Although it can begin in children anywhere between the ages of 2 to 12, it seems to have a predilection to having symptoms present typically by the ages of 4 to 5 years. As I promised, on the left-hand side of the screen, you can actually see an example from a patient taken at nighttime. So what happens when these patients go to sleep is that you see sudden activation, a remarkable increase in what are called spike wave discharges, where they become almost continuous for a time during sleep. For a lot of these patients, during certain stages of sleep, like the non-rapid eye movement or non-REM stage of sleep, you see this EEG pattern for at least half, if not sometimes 80 or more % of the time. The problem is when you see this EEG pattern, it typically goes along with things like cognitive stagnation and even regression. That can lead to changes in learning, behavior, and brain development. It can lead to lower level of functioning or halted progress at school, and rarely can also be associated with things that look like late onset autistic regression. When it comes to why patients with EECSWS develop this EEG pattern and the resulting cognitive deficits that go along with it, a lot of thought revolves around the thalamic oscillatory circuit that you see pictured on the screen in front of you. This is a network of neurons that connect three very distinct parts of the brain: the reticular thalamic nucleus, the thalamus, and the cortex. You can think of the thalamus as sort of this direct connectivity to many parts of the brain that acts as a gatekeeper or a relay station for information processing. Importantly, the thalamic oscillatory circuit is felt to be very important in the formation of normal sleep. When it comes to the thalamic oscillatory circuit, one of the things that is most critical to maintaining it as well as neuronal function is the ion calcium. And this helps to regulate all of the neurons that you see within this particular circuit. Now, T-type calcium channel proteins are the ones that are expressed widely in the cell membranes of the neurons that are part of this particular circuitry. They're foundational in creating the electrical signals that these particular neurons use to communicate with one another. There are three different types of T-type calcium channels that you see in the thalamic oscillatory circuit. They're the CAV 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3 channels. Any subtle modification in these types of channels can affect how the neurons within this oscillatory circuit work and are thought to actually play a role in the development of a different seizure type known as absence seizures. With these, patients will develop these brief episodes where they will lose consciousness, will be noted to stare, and then may have other very subtle signs like eye blinking before they come to, but have no memory of what has just preceded it during the seizure. If you record an EEG during absence seizures, what you'll see is those same spike and wave complexes, like what I showed you in the previous EEG that was replete throughout the night of somebody with EECSWS. You just see them during wakefulness and for much shorter periods of time, say 3 to 10 or so seconds. In addition to CSWS, there is a related condition that I hinted at earlier called Landau-Kleffner syndrome, or LKS. They're very similar. In fact, some consider them to actually be part of a continuous spectrum of childhood epilepsies and epileptic encephalopathies. This one has a similar age of onset. It's thought to develop between the ages of 2 to 8, although it seems to have a particular predilection for the age ranges of 5 to 7 years. However, what this one is uniquely characterized by is a progressive loss of language abilities. This is both expressive and receptive. In addition, it has a behavioral phenotype that may very well overlap with what you typically see with autistic regression. You see attention deficit disorders in roughly 80% of patients with LKS. You see other types of seizures like focal motor seizures, absence seizures, atypical absence, and atonic seizures in roughly 75%. And once again, just like with CSWS, when you look at the overnight EEG in these patients, you see epileptiform activity, particularly over the posterior temporal head regions, that can become much more widespread, intense, and almost continuous during non-REM sleep. When we discuss EECSWS and LKS, if I impress upon anything upon you, it's that delayed diagnosis unfortunately results in worse outcomes. The problem with this disorder is because the symptoms can be so subtle, and because not all patients with this disorder develop obvious clinical seizures like grand mal or generalized tonic-clonic seizures, the developmental and cognitive symptoms can sometimes be so subtle in the beginning that, and maybe the only sign, that they can go undetected. To make the actual diagnosis of EECSWS and LKS, you typically need the assistance of either a pediatric neurologist or a pediatric epilepsy specialist, because you have to perform an EEG that captures sleep, and enough sleep where you can see a clear activation of these discharges during particular stages of sleep, like non-REM sleep. As I alluded to at the top of this slide, delaying the diagnosis and having inadequate treatment and continuation of these spike wave discharges may very well lead to worse cognitive outcomes that, unfortunately, if they persist beyond a certain amount of time, may persist into adulthood and be permanent. In addition, this is definitely a disease entity where an unmet need exists. There are currently no guidelines for treatments and no FDA-approved treatments for this particular condition. When it comes to the treatment paradigms that clinicians are using right now, those are mostly based on uncontrolled studies and case studies. The goal of therapy at the moment is to suppress those abnormal EEG signals during sleep that I showed you earlier, improve controls of seizures if they're also present, things like the focal motor seizures, the tonic, the atonic, etc. And with the improvement in the EEG abnormalities, hopefully subsequently improve cognitive function. Although, as I mentioned, we have no approved treatments, the treatments that are used by and large for this condition include seizure medications that are approved for other seizure types, particularly high-dose benzodiazepines. High-dose corticosteroids are also utilized, as is IVIG. Rarely, focal lesions, for instance, in the thalamus, may be present that may be amenable to surgical intervention. In addition, like with many of our intractable epilepsies, we do have non-pharmacological therapies like the ketogenic diet that can be helpful. However, there is a great number of patients, unfortunately, who continue to have symptoms despite these available treatments, and that just stresses the need to evaluate further treatments and develop formal treatment guidelines. And with that, that's where Neurocrine has really come into play, because we have a molecule, NBI-827-104, that we're studying in this particular disorder. NBI-827-104 is an investigational, novel, orally available, selective T-type calcium channel inhibitor. It effectively crosses the blood-brain barrier, so it reaches the neurons that are within that thalamic oscillatory circuit that we believe underlies CSWS. And it targets all three types of those T-type calcium channel blockers, the CAV1 or 3.1, 2, and 3 that I discussed earlier, that are thought to be involved with this particular disorder. We feel that this drug may reduce or block the abnormal brain activity that's typical in patients with this particular disorder, and the potential to be used in combination with anti-seizure medicines that are currently available to treat the underlying disorder. So right now we are studying this in children aged 4 to 12 years of age. They have to be receiving stable doses of 1 to 3 other anti-seizure medicines to be eligible and have no other relevant neurologic disorders. Our trial consists of a 13-week study period where subjects are randomly assigned to either receive treatment, active drug, or placebo. And what we're looking at as our primary efficacy outcome is looking at the changes in this electrical status epilepticus and sleep pattern during the first hour of non-REM sleep. We're also looking at other measures of cognition and global impression of change as exploratory endpoints, but the EEG is the one that we're focusing on for this particular program. If you're curious in learning more about this program, you can actually learn a little bit more on the web. It is known as the Stillwater Program, and you just type in stillwaterprogram.com to learn more about it. And with that, I have reached the end of my talk, and I believe we have now reached the Q&A session.
We have indeed. That was a wonderful presentation. All of these last three, very, very rich, very detailed, wonderful resource, I think. So I'm so glad that UCTV is filming these things so that people can then, a couple of questions have said, will this be recorded so that we can go back and look at these slides at our own pace? And indeed, that's what's happening. So that's great. I had a quick question for you, which was there was somebody asked CSWS, well, of course, you've dealt with that extensively. mTOR rapamycin. When I think about that, I think about all the time I spent with people working longevity and aging and lifespan extension and so on. Does this mingle in any way with lifespan in this population?
Well, certainly in trying to find additional treatments for this particular population, there is some interest in inhibition of mTOR, not only in animal models, but in humans as well. And certainly it has extensive shown in genetic models of this. And so it's something that we're certainly exploring quite a bit in this particular disease entity, just because, as was mentioned, early treatment in this disease entity, whether it be in mice, particularly with rapamycin, or even with anti-seizure drugs like vigabatrin, when you can suppress seizures in this, when you can restore some semblance to that excitatory inhibitory balance, you really have dividends long term, and that it includes not only seizures, but it includes the development of subjects subsequently. And so I would say that investigators are exploring multiple different avenues as to things that can potentially be a treatment for these different conditions that are associated with epilepsy and with tuberous sclerosis, and rapamycin is definitely one of them.
Yeah, so some connection with people like Brian Kennedy might help happen, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Jonathan, did you have any commentary on this?
I was taken by the when you look at pharmacological treatments for rare disease and autism, you see a lot of parallels between the approaches in pharmacological therapies and in genetic therapies. So in this case, we have a calcium channel blocker that is essentially going to presumably help to reduce the spike waveform activity and improve epilepsy. It's not going to change someone's personality, right? Like this idea that genetics or pharmacology is trying to change who you are or fundamentally, or that's just not how it works, right? When you're really targeting a very specific type of neurological activity or behavior, and it's ultimately the hope is that it's beneficial, and the same would be true for a genetic therapy as well, right? So it's just that the tool is not a small molecule. The tool would be an oligonucleotide or something to that effect. So I think that overall, getting better education of the actual mechanisms that are being treated in this disorder, I think it is really important for us to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree with that.
So are any of the other folks, I can't see you. Is Becca still with us, or? No.
Yes, we are.
Oh, okay. Well, do you have any questions for these gentlemen who did all this elaborate work?
I don't want to take any space from any of those who are in the Q&A, but thank you so much, both of you. I've learned so much, and a lot of it, I think, went over my head. So I took a lot of notes, but thank you so much. This has been incredible. And like you said, Roger, I'm glad that we have this recorded so we can go back and go over it again. Yeah.
Have you found, both of you, have you found any shift in the attitudes with the populations you deal with over the last pandemic? Over the last time period, and also based on what was said earlier in the meeting about the ableism movements.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think, certainly when I was still practicing during the pandemic before I left to go to Neurocrine, I mean, other than a shifting of attitudes, I think one of the things that was most devastating to me was just to see a much higher difficulty at people living with epilepsy, living with autism, or both, with getting the services that they need, just because, especially with a patient community that may suffer from intellectual disability, trying to get therapy through Zoom, for instance, is just not practical. And so I think that, one of the things that we're going to learn for children of all sorts, particularly those who suffer from developmental and epileptic encephalopathies, who suffer from autism, has just been the detriment of the pandemic at allowing in-person therapies and making it so much more difficult when it was already difficult to begin with to access that. So I think more so even than a change in perceptions, it really just has been the difficulty at accessing care. And so it's really wonderful to be working for a company now that has made it their mission to make sure to get molecules like this to the patients that need it, and patients who really have rare diseases, and not just to look out for the one that has the highest number of patients, but ones where the need really exists.
Yeah. Jonathan, any thoughts on that?
I would say that during the pandemic, I didn't notice as much of a change in attitudes of individuals and in context of research studies. But one thing you do notice that's very obvious is the way the double-edged sword that our online existence is having. The benefits of this online existence is that 108 people can come and listen to a symposium like this and actually get good science information and health information at their disposal. The downside of our online existence is that certain platforms are very good at putting people into silos where they get a lot of health misinformation. And the autism world is a great example of a place where health misinformation has thrived in history. So I think that this is a double-edged sword. So inside of the autism world, it's the same thing, that people are more informed in general, but the nature of the online platforms is to put people into little, silos where they can be delivered information and ads that basically that speak to them and that support their worldviews. So I would say that at the risk of sounding a little controversial, I could say that I can see in some subtle ways how this is affecting the neurodiversity movement. For example, the neurodiversity movement is really fantastic at advocating for the interests and the needs of the autism community. But at the same time, I can see the neurodiversity movement getting a little bit siloed. I noticed that it is very much caters to the high functioning ASD, where absolutely if in cases that don't have epilepsy or intellectual disability or really severe motor problems, one could totally understand why that end of the autism spectrum would be totally happy without the interventions of a medical professional. I think we could understand that, or just basic interventions of basic mental health interventions, nothing drastic. And I think that's totally understandable. But again, that's not the whole spectrum. The spectrum is very, very broad. And I would say that the neurodiversity movement has been a little siloed, and that there's this other aspect, this other segment of the spectrum is not well represented. So I would say that that our online, and that has everything to do with the fact that every one of us right now, our reality is based on where we go online.
So subject to all the same problems that everybody else has been talking about, the fake news, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So
this, I would say that a symposium like this needs to be made much more widely available to everyone in the neurodiversity movement. This video should show up in a neurodiversity Twitter page or a Facebook page. I would say that would do a lot to A, educating the public about what science is really doing, and B, initiating a dialogue. But honestly, the journalists who represent the neurodiversity movement and write books and get online, they don't respond to us on Twitter. Right? They I can't remember the fellow's name from Siena. They write their book. They go online and they get all of their friends to like their pages, but they don't actually engage a scientist in public dialogue. Yeah. Right? So I would say that it has everything to do with the way we communicate now, and the pandemic has really exacerbated that a lot. Right. So the way we communicate has to change, and it has to be more open.
Yes, one of the things I used to say at those beyond belief meetings that I did a long time ago with Neil Tyson, Richard Dawkins, and all of those people, about the certitude that is demonstrated sometimes actually excessively by scientists, is that one has to remember, I always think, that scientists are not in the belief business, they're in the doubt business. What, does this work? Does this work? So with that doubting note, or we have to break for lunch at this point, it's 12:30, back at 1. Thank you both very much for your wonderful contributions. It was great to see you. Thanks a lot.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
No, it was just wonderful. Thank you very much. And we will go to lunch. Welcome back. Welcome back. As it happens, our next speaker, Constance, is going to be introduced by Bradley Schlager, who's President and CEO of Kennedy Krieger Institute, Professor of Neurology and Pediatrics at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, but also going back, just to throw this in for a second, that he was at the Salk Institute in Dennis O'Leary's lab back in the 90s. So we intersected then a little bit. You were, and I noticed also, I'm sure people will allow me to say this, but if I look at your neuro tree, it looks like one of your grandparents is John Ullman at Caltech. And I was actually in John's lab at roughly at that time. So it's lovely to see you around and see you in this particular place, which is wonderful to have somebody like you in there. But you are going to, we'll talk a little bit later on, but you're going to introduce Constance.
Thanks, Roger. Yes, and it's great to see you again. And I'm glad to be part of this Autism Tree program. Thank you. I'm delighted to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Constance Connie Smith-Hicks, who is my colleague at Kennedy Krieger. But before I introduce her, I was asked by Dana and Roger to say a few words about the truly remarkable and unique place that is Kennedy Krieger Institute. So sorry, Connie, just a little bit of background on the Institute. So the mission of Kennedy Krieger is to transform the lives of children and young adults with disorders of the developing nervous system through clinical care, through research, through special education, community programs and partnerships, advocacy, and through training. We have an inpatient pediatric rehabilitation hospital that has highly specialized services that take on the rare and the common. We have a neurobehavioral unit that functions essentially as an intensive care unit for children coming from throughout the US and internationally with the most severe, self-injurious, and other seemingly intractable behaviors that we can address in that unit. We have over 85 outpatient clinical programs. We see 25,000 unique patients each year, getting close to 300,000 visits a year. Our mission-driven research institute investigates neurodevelopmental disorders from bench to bedside to public health. We have 4 schools serving just shy of 600 public school students who have intellectual and developmental disabilities and behavioral challenges, and often with medical complexity. And they come from throughout the state of Maryland, referred to us, placed with us when the local school systems can't meet their needs. We have a number of community programs and partnerships. I'll highlight just a couple. A therapeutic nursery that's embedded within a homeless shelter in Baltimore City. It's a homeless shelter for families. We have a daycare and preschool for medically fragile infants and toddlers. This is a rather unusual setting that makes it possible for parents of those children to work outside the home. A major focus for us is in advocacy. We house Maryland's Center for Developmental Disabilities. That's the state of Maryland's University Center of Excellence for Developmental Disabilities. And we train the next generation of providers with nearly 1,000 clinical trainees that come through our doors each year. So I know of no place that really wraps its arms around neurodevelopmental disability so comprehensively, which was why I was delighted to join the Institute 3 years ago. So with that background, I'd like to introduce somebody who truly exemplifies what makes Kennedy Krieger a special place, and that's Dr. Smith-Hicks. She's a physician scientist, a child neurologist, and neurogeneticist. She obtained her undergraduate degree at the City College of New York, and staying in New York, got her MD and PhD at Columbia University School of Medicine. She, still in New York, did her pediatric residency at Albert Einstein, and then came to Baltimore to do her child neurology training at Johns Hopkins, and did after neurology training, did a postdoctoral fellowship in Dr. Paul Worley's lab in the Department of Neuroscience at Hopkins. And she trained in cellular, molecular, and behavioral neurosciences. And this confluence of her clinical and research training led to the development of her special and long-standing interest in neurodevelopmental disabilities, specifically autism, epilepsy, and intellectual disability. She joined the Institute and has been a significant figure there. She's the medical director at the Center for Autism and Related Disorders, and she is the founder and the director of her Center for Synaptic Disorders, which incorporates the Rett syndrome and SYNGAP programs. So Connie is a quadruple threat. She's a superb physician, scientist, educator, and leader. And it's a great privilege to introduce you, Connie. So please take it away.
Thank you, Brad. That was a very warm introduction. Can you guys see my slides?
Not yet.
Okay. I guess you can now.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
See what happens when you share.
It's always a good thing. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me to participate in this tremendous conference. Today, I'll be talking about sensory systems in autism, and my primary focus is going to be on the somatosensory systems. I'll first provide a brief overview of the sensory challenges that are seen in autistic individuals, and then I'll briefly discuss the development of the sensory systems and their roles in child development. I'll next focus on the somatosensory system and provide some evidence to support a causal role for tactile dysfunction in the core features of autism. And then finally, I'll discuss current treatments and gaps in our knowledge. Now, although sensory differences have long been recognized to be common in autism and was first noted in the descriptions by Leo Kanner and Hans Asperger's, it was not until 2013 that it was formally recognized in the DSM-5 as one of the core features of autism, where individuals are described as either being hypo or hyper reactive to sensory input, or they may have unusual interest in the sensory aspects of the environment. It is estimated that about 69 to 93% of children and adults with autism have sensory differences. Some of the common complaints that I have heard are sound hurts my ears or light hurts my eyes. It's not uncommon that parents report that their child doesn't notice pain. And I've heard parents say, I didn't notice that he fractured his arm because he never cried and he never attempted to protect it. Other parents share that their child engages in self-interest behaviors such as poking at their eyes, banging their heads, or they're punching their forearms, and this can lead to significant trauma. Unusual sensory exploration may take many forms. Some are noted to closely inspect objects. Others may look at objects out of the corner of their eyes, and others have an aversion to typical everyday sounds, or they may lick non-food objects. The age at which sensory symptoms emerge and their developmental trajectory has become a focus of many debates, and there is notable heterogeneity in the severity of the sensory behaviors, the age of onset, and their stability over time. And some parents report that one behavior replaces another. Now, in the study of 332 children and adults with ASD, Tillman and colleagues parsed them into three groups. You have those who have low, moderate, and high severity of sensory differences. You can see that those with auditory filtering or abnormalities in auditory filtering rather are present in all three groups, while abnormalities in movement and sensitivity is only present in those who are moderately or severely impacted. It's the severity of these sensory symptoms that are thought to be tightly associated with poor adaptive skills and behavioral challenges. And it's for this and other reasons why the study of our senses have been the focus of research for quite some time. In the 17th century, René Descartes is reported to have posited that our senses are fallible and our perception is based on inference. And then about a century later, Immanuel Kant is noted to have said that all knowledge begins with the senses, proceed then to the understanding, and ends with reason. There is nothing higher than reason. So questions regarding the role of senses in the maturation of the individual has been the major focus of research, and the relationship between sensory differences and social and behavioral challenges have been a focus of research in the last 2 decades. A major challenge, however, has been our understanding of the cause and effect relationship between sensory challenges and higher cognitive and behavioral function. To begin that conversation, I want us to think a little bit about how our senses develop. The anatomical structures of our senses develop in utero, first starting with our sense of touch. It's followed by taste and smell, auditory, and finally vision continues to, the anatomical structures for vision continue to be formed in the postnatal period, so after birth. Interestingly, as the anatomy is laid down, its functional response begins to emerge, and touch is the earliest to develop. So somatosensory responses can be detected as early as 8 weeks in utero. And movements in the fetal, preterm, and newborn period has been shown to be modifiable by sensory inputs. In fact, both preterm and term infants are known to move to tactile stimuli. Now at birth, the infant is exposed to a variety of new sensory information, which places a demand on them that they need to both perceive and adapt to this new information. And the new sensory information is critical for them to be able to learn how to interact with their physical environment. Touch is a primary mode of communication between babies and caregivers, and it's utilized even prior to the development of verbal language. A prime example here is the rooting reflex, when the neonate turns to a perioral tactile stimulus and initiates the sucking reflex, which you'll see in this little video clip. Infants also in the first month of life, they use their fingers to explore novel sensory stimulus that is placed in their hands. And this ability develops even before visual attention and reaching skills come online. So as development progresses, refinement of the individual senses occur, and this later is followed by the emergence of multisensory neurons that develop the capacity to integrate information from different sensory modalities. And this ability becomes very useful when we are in environments that are very sensory stimulating. In the introduction, Brad told you that I spent quite a lot of time in New York City, so it wouldn't be surprising to you that I'm using an example from time spent in New York. So if you were to walk through the subway station in New York, you'd be bombarded with a variety of sensory information, all coming at you from numerous external sources. These are processed through different sensory systems. And despite the complexity of the sensory information, our brains are able to determine which pieces of sensory information originated from the same source, and is able to integrate this into a complete coherent representation. The example I'd like to use is that of the train horn, the headlights, and breeze coming from the tunnel. This tells us that the train is entering the station, thus allowing us to respond optimally by moving away from the edge of the platform. Now, similarly, we'd be able to dissociate sensory information originating from different sensory sources, thus segregating them into different constructs. It is this ability to synthesize diverse sensory information that is known as multisensory integration, and it relies on exposure to a diverse array of sensory stimuli. Several studies suggest that when children are confronted with different sources of sensory information. They utilize this process called unisensory dominance, whereby they make judgments based on only one of their senses, and usually it's the most dominant sense. And the process of integration of the senses occur over time and is refined and is thought to reach maturity in late adolescence. Now, multisensory integration depends on alignment of sensory information. And there are different perceptual and behavioral domains that can be impacted when there is misalignment. For example, we can think about speech development. So our ability to understand and develop language is enhanced when the sound is paired with congruent facial expressions. And the combined use of information from multiple senses have been shown to enhance object identification, recognition, and recall, suggesting then that multisensory integration can serve as a scaffold for the development of higher order skills. This concept is supported by a growing body of evidence of impairments in audiovisual, audiotactile, and visuohaptic integration in individuals with autism, neurodevelopmental disabilities, and other neurogenic conditions. We also see atypical features that have been linked to atypical sensory features, rather, that have been linked to both repetitive, restricted behaviors, anxiety, behavioral problems, social communication deficits, sleep difficulties, and adaptive functioning. So, how do we get from the atypical sensory processing to problems of higher brain level function? I'd like to take us back to touch. Remember, it's the first of our senses to functionally respond to stimuli. And I particularly like this quote from Vladimir Nabokov, and he says, "It is strange that the tactile sense, which is so infinitely less precious to men than sight, becomes at critical moments or main, if not only handle to reality." And this statement reminds me that touch is central to who we are. We can lose sight and hearing, and we could still navigate our environments. But this becomes significantly more difficult if we were to lose our ability to experience or respond to tactile stimulus. Our sense of touch endows us with the ability to navigate and develop constructs of our environment. And studies in human and non-human primates have shown that early maternal touch is important for prosocial development, and that maternal touch communicates a series of emotions, including love, care, sympathy, empathy, and security, among others. In a study of 39 mothers and their 4 to 6-year-old children, Reese and colleagues showed that children were more likely to attend to social information if they were touched, while maternal vocalization had no effect on their attention to social information. We also know from children in Romanian institutions that deprivation of early touch in humans have been linked to later cognitive and neurodevelopmental delays. And in the study from Wade et al., they showed that children reared in Romanian institutions had more social deficits compared to those who were removed from the institutions and placed in foster care within the first 2 years of life. And overall, children who spent time in an institution had more social and communication difficulties when compared to those who were never institutionalized. So together, these data points to the centrality of touch and begs the question, what happens if we are exposed to touch but have difficulty processing it? Now, this is evident in individuals with autism and other NDDs where disruption in somatosensory processing is observed. Early biographical accounts from Temple Grandin and Gerland indicates that hugs and light touch can be overwhelming. Temple describes small itches and scratches that other people ignore to be torture. And Gerland said that being lightly touched made her feel as if her nerve endings were curling up. She used the term, "I simply died," or "that's what it felt like." So we process touch through both our peripheral and central nervous system, and it begins with activation of a diverse group of highly specialized neurons in the skin. The information then goes to the spinal synapses, to the thalamus, and then to the somatosensory cortex in the brain. The somatosensory cortex has strong connections to multiple brain regions that are crucial for social, emotional, and cognitive processes. And clinical and preclinical research in ASD have historically focused on the brain. However, work from David Ginty's group showed a compelling argument using 4 rodent models of autism that autism-related challenges can be causally linked to dysfunction in the peripheral nervous system. They use a texture-specific novel object recognition task, and their team probed for differences in touch sensitivity between both wild-type mice and models of autism. And they found that tactile discrimination and hypersensitivity to gentle tactile stimulus was present in all 4 strains of mice carrying mutations in either FMR1, MECP2, SHANK3, or GABRB3 genes. They also showed that deletion of MECP2 from the spinal cord or the dorsal root ganglia was sufficient to cause abnormal touch, deficits in social engagement, and anxiety. However, deletions in the forebrain only did not exhibit any of these deficits. These findings in the rodent models are pretty consistent with the results of somatosensory ERP studies that show both brain and spinal cord impairments in girls with Rett syndrome. And the findings of a typical somatosensory processing is also seen in the mouse model of SYNGAP1, which is another genetic cause of autism, ID, and epilepsy. Now, work from Gavin Rumbaugh's group show that haploinsufficiency of SYNGAP1 leads to early functional maturation of excitatory synapses in the neocortex, and that the early maturation influences the duration of the critical period, which they map to postnatal day 7 through 21. They also showed that SYNGAP1 mice have deficits in tactile sensory processing in the somatosensory cortex, which is due to limitations in the ability to encode information related to touch. In addition to its role in the brain, SYNGAP1 is also shown to play important roles in the perception of pain in the peripheral nervous system, where it regulates capsaicin-induced sensitization. SYNGAP1 is a newly characterized genetic disorder. We think that there are approximately 600 individuals diagnosed worldwide, and the pathogenic variance in SYNGAP1 is estimated to account for 2 to 8% of sporadic ID and about 1% of epileptic encephalopathy. About 50% of individuals with SYNGAP1 have been diagnosed with autism, and about 70% have been diagnosed or reported rather to exhibit severe behavioral problems or high pain threshold. We also note that there is delays both in language and fine and gross motor skills, which are common in individuals with SYNGAP1. They generally develop first words on average by 3 years old. They may walk on average by 20 months old, and fine motor skills are generally acquired after 3 years old. Epilepsy is also a common feature and is an indicator of circuit level dysfunction and the hyperexcitable state, and that's consistent with findings from Gavin Rumbaugh's group. Now, given the high pain tolerance, we sought to examine the sensory profile of children with SYNGAP1 And we showed that as a group, their sensory profile is more exaggerated when compared to typical developed peers. So all individuals had a high sensory threshold and were slow to register sensory stimuli, while some had a mixed sensory profile that included seeking, avoidance, and sensitive patterns of response. More than 50% had an atypical response to touch, movement, and body positions, which are all part of the somatosensory systems. Now, since children with SYNGAP1 often have behavioral problems, we hypothesized that these behavioral problems were correlated with their sensory profile. So we set out to characterize the problem behaviors and then look for correlates with their sensory profile. And we used a functional analysis approach where we asked, what is the behavior and why do they occur? So what is the function of the behavior? We were able to elicit several problem behaviors, with the more common ones being elopement, self-interest behavior, and repetitive restricted behaviors. Some problem behaviors had more than one function, but in general, they were maintained by automatic reinforcement in most individuals, and then about 60% of participants had attention to and access to tangibles as their primary function for their maladaptive behaviors. We next looked at the sensory profile of the three most common problem behaviors. And at first glance, we see that the sensory profile for each cohort is very different, and that the sensory profile for the SIB cohort is more dysregulated when compared to those who engage in repetitive behaviors or elopement. We also see that there's a strong positive correlation between seeking behaviors and touch, and as compared to the repetitive and the elopement group. And there is also a typical response to movement and visual sensory systems in those who elope, but atypical response to auditory and visual systems to those who engage in repetitive behaviors. Now, these findings are essentially consistent with the idea that individuals who are more sensorily dysregulated have more behavioral and adaptive challenges. So in summary, I've shown you that atypical sensory response is common in ASD and other NDDs. It occurs across all sensory domains. I've shown you that tactile sense is the first to develop and is important for pro-social development, and that the tactile sense is thought to be a scaffold for the development of multisensory integration, whose function is strongly linked to cognition, language, communication, and social behavior. I've also shown you that alterations in somatosensory circuits leads to ASD phenotype in genetic models of ASD, and that similar tactile phenotypes are noted in humans with corresponding genetic disorders. We see that the peripheral nervous system plays a role in not only the somatosensory dysfunction, but also some of the behavioral phenotypes that we attribute to autism. And so we can now expand the functional locus to include both our sensory nervous system and a peripheral nervous system. And then finally, I showed you that there is strong correlation between abnormal processing of tactile stimuli and seeking behaviors in individuals with SIB, and that those who engage in SIB are more dysregulated across all sensory domains. So where do we go from here? How do we use this information? What are some of the current treatments and how effective are they? Sensory integration and sensory processing treatments are commonly used to target challenges, and protocols are designed to enhance sensory experience with the goal of subsequently improving behavioral outcomes. Now, although these treatments are commonly used both in private practice and in school-based systems, there is limited but emerging evidence to support their effectiveness. And there's been several case reports and small studies that show varied response to sensory integration or sensory processing treatments. And there have been limited randomized control trials. Some that show improvement in the targeted system within 6 months of treatment without any benefit to language and social skills. And in a review of about 25 studies, 3 were found to be beneficial, 8 had mixed results, and 14 showed no benefits. Now, it's thought that the mixed picture results from either a small sample size or the approach to the study. Now, naturalistic developmental behavioral interventions, NDBI, is another approach to treat behavioral challenges. However, it primarily targets behaviors without directly targeting sensory differences. It has a strong evidence base with moderate to large effect size for improving ASD symptoms. And some have suggested that there might be some utility in using behavioral framework to examine sensory integration or sensory processing treatments. So where does multisensory integration fit into all of this? Several groups have developed effective measures for characterizing multisensory integration, both in preclinical and clinical research. And some of these studies have focused on children with autism, but we have yet to see how they are translated to the clinic and whether or not they could be used to predict outcomes. But to do that, we would need to have standardized norm reference measures of multisensory processing that are not time or cost prohibitive and that can be used in young and in those with cognitive and communication challenges. Now, despite the strong conceptual link between sensory processing and multisensory integration, there's been no systematic studies looking at the effect of sensory-based treatments on multisensory integration. So in the last 2 slides, I just want to touch a little bit on this treatment implication from some of the preclinical work from David Ginty's group, where they show that they were able to attenuate tactile overreactivity when they acutely administered peripherally restricted GABA-A receptor agonist. And in the MECP2 or SHANK3 rodent models, when they chronically administered this agent beginning in the neonatal period, they found improvements in anxiety and social behaviors. So this suggests that targeting the peripheral somatosensory system may improve social and behavioral phenotypes in ASD, and brings me to my final slide, which is that I can envision a future where evidence-based treatments not only target the central nervous system, but also the peripheral nervous system, and incorporates sensory integration and multisensory processes. So with that, I'd like to stop here and acknowledge members of my team. The functional analysis work were done by Griffin Rooker and Michael Krennick.
Thank you. Bradley, would you care to sort of comment on that wonderful presentation and the information? I have a question about touch, particularly. Let me just throw that in to begin with. One of the meetings I did for the center I have here at UCSD called the Collaboratory was we did a meeting in a live auditorium, and it was on loneliness. And we talked about solitude, and I was arguing that we have lost touch. People don't, even general audit, just don't touch anymore. There's just something very strange about the distancing that was happening. I noticed it. I walk every day, and I noticed it, but people just keeping their distance. Then people have said, yes, we all feel lonely. Let's get together and have some loneliness dinners. And then 10 days later, the pandemic hit, and boom. So there we go. But that sense of could you tell me more about the whole notion of touch in a neurodiverse population? I mean, is there a range of responses? Do people on that in the spectrum tend to want to keep distance? Just for a general population here who don't know this, what's the response in terms of touch?
Yeah, so I think that there is a range of responses that is seen not just in the autism or NDD population, but also in the quote unquote typical developed population. Even if we were to focus primarily on the NDD and autism population, there are some who desire pressure and others who cringe when you touch them lightly or you administer pressure. So I think that there is a variability and heterogeneity in touch, similar to the degree of variability and heterogeneity that we see in other symptoms or features of ASD, whether it be social abilities or sensitivities to other modalities.
Yeah, it's interesting. Before I come to you, Bradley, there was both of you, in fact, there was a question that Rich Horner sent in at 12:29, just as we were breaking for lunch. So I suppose it was referring to the first three speakers this morning. However, it does seem not inappropriate to raise it at this point as well, especially with the institute you're running and so on. Rich said, with this kind of data that's available, why do you think there's such a disconnect with our healthcare model on the linkages between autism, seizures, and other neurological challenges? Seems like the treatment process approach is decades behind where it should be. I mean, this is something you must deal with as well. Or
Connie, I'll just comment really quickly. I think that I agree with the basis of the question, and one of the reasons why we I think at Kennedy Krieger feel like we are bridging that gap is that we take a truly multidisciplinary approach to care, so that we're not passing along a patient from one specialist to another. We are converging, so that there isn't a disconnect between the management of behavior and epilepsy and learning disability and so on. But I do think that the question brings up a real problem that we have with disconnect that comes from sort of intellectual silos. And I would link it also to a comment I'd like to just make about Connie's presentation, which I think we heard a fair amount in the earlier presentations as well, to not be yoked to a given level of investigation, that to be able to think in an integrative fashion across levels of investigation, to go from molecular to systems to behavior to systems of care, to be able to think along those axes, not just within a domain, I think it's really important for making progress in a complex problem like autism and intellectual and developmental disabilities per se. Connie.
Yes, I would certainly agree with that, Brad. One of the focus of our clinics at the Institute, whether it's in our Center for Autism or in our Center for Synaptic Disorders, is to really have a multidisciplinary focus to care. Within our synaptopathies group, our patients are seen on the same day by neurologists, genetic counselor, behavioral psychologists, and neuropsychologists. And we sort of pool those together because we've seen that behavioral challenging phenotypes are present in that group of individuals. And so we wanted to have those rich dialogues so we can think about what medication are we using to manage their seizures and how might that impact their behavior or mood. And so when in caring for patients, I often think, if I'm going to give them a seizure medication, am I going to use one that can worsen their behaviors? So if they have behavioral phenotype, then I would certainly stay away from that. And if they have a behavioral phenotype, I would then think of an anticonvulsant that has value in managing behaviors as well. So I think it's really critical that we think about the patient as a whole. So they have behavioral, they have epilepsy, they have sleep, they have feeding. What else do they have? And how do we think about all of those systems and how they impact each other? So that is definitely the way forward.
I guess the problem, I mean, although most places would agree with you about integrated medicine and so on and so forth, it's I assume it's just more expensive and more difficult. I mean, you know.
Yeah. That is it.
You run an institute that does this. I mean,
it is, and I think it is an unusual circumstance that it's related to the way we basically structure our care and our billing. But thankfully, we are recognized as delivering, and so payers pay, and we're able to basically take on a multidisciplinary approach across rare and common conditions. And I think while it seems to be expensive on the front end, in the way that Roger, that you're suggesting, I think the yield very likely has significant savings in the long haul, which is what we're shooting for.
Yeah. So, how do you see this field developing? I mean, you're sitting right in the middle of it. You have tentacles everywhere. You can direct. You can come up with a direction. What do you think are the most pressing issues that need to be dealt with at this point, when considering social and medical aspects of autism?
So I think that certainly the medical aspects of autism are always front and center, right? So whether we have issues with sleep or we have issues with GI, those are going to impact behavior. So I like to put the medical piece in the center and then ask what else are some of the most challenging features for the parent and family to deal with, and what is the impact of those on the structure of the family or the stress that the parents are experiencing. And often in my experience, that is the behaviors, right? And that, outside of the medical piece, I think we need to get a handle on the maladaptive behaviors that subsequently occur.
You feel the same way? I mean,
yeah, I would support Connie's take as well.
Yeah. So I can't quite tell from here whether we've got people online. John Hickey, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am here.
Do you have any questions? I'm trying to engage more people. We don't have access to as many. I mean, because you've talked to me a lot about the importance of, in terms of your own son, the use of gaming and stuff like that. I mean, this is a completely new area, completely new field. But what I was trying to get at with Brad here was that the pandemic A and B social media seem to have changed possible methodologies and useful technologies in quite extraordinary ways. And you've witnessed part of this, haven't you?
Well, yeah, I've witnessed with my son, who's 22-year-old, high functioning, that was a part of Dr. Leanne Klukowski's Pong studies from 9 through 18, And then at 18, he asked Leanne if he could become part of her team. And he has done so for the last 4 years. And from his perspective, he really enjoyed being, in his words, going from a subject to a part of the team, and like looking at it from both sides, as you know, from the child aspect and then from the research side of it. And now he's on the design team with Leanne. And when I spoke with him, Roger and I spoke the other day about that, and I asked my son about his thoughts on socialization.
Yeah.
And he said that the pandemic really helped him become more social because he and his circle of friends didn't have to travel, didn't have to worry about getting where they're going or any of the social shortcomings that they may have. It was just, hey, let's jump online and play a game and get to know each other.
Yeah. So, I mean, given that sort of thing, where I was going with this was to come back to Brad and Connie and say, do you see, or do you already utilize this kind of technology that's become part of their lives within your treatment program? Do you see a way of doing that where institutions do that sensibly? Rather than just...
It's a really provocative question. I do not believe that I have I don't think that I've seen it applied in a systematic fashion. I'm thinking right now about the dimensions of severity and the heterogeneity of responses to life in the pandemic, for example. I mentioned the schools, the students that we have that come to our schools who really need significant behavioral supports. Being connected up online did not sufficiently address their needs. We saw regression.
Yeah.
Other students, because of the decreased need for a certain kind of social behavior in a mainstream school, for example, less manifestations of social anxiety, thrive, as we were just hearing about, thrive in this climate. So the heterogeneity and the spectrum of significant the differences in the way people respond to those different settings, I think it's hard to come up with a general statement about the applicability of such approaches, but as part of an armamentarium, a set of tools, I think it's a really interesting, provocative idea.
You know, I ask crazy questions, but I was just forgive me if it's just ludicrous, but whether one goes and where you imagine somebody going at some point to the Kennedy Krieger Center and the first thing is to say, okay, well, let's go to the gaming room and do some analysis here. I mean, is that out of the
It's not, and other gamification of other forms of therapy, we use quite a bit. Thinking about Liz Torres's talk, we see similar things in physical rehabilitation using those tools. Game, interaction, agency. I think there's real value in exploring these methods, but also understanding who those approaches would benefit and who it would be a glancing blow.
Yeah. And one other question I have for you is about the whether you have a kind of a therapeutic recipe for the way in which the science of autism conducts itself at this point. I mean, we've heard, I mean, we know that it's been pretty difficult at some point. In fact, even in the communication of science, you know, something that I do know something about, there's been this extraordinary shift. It began with that great thing, the public understanding of science, said the House of Lords in England. And what that basically meant was that the public was stupid, scientists were very smart, and we'll take a little bit of our time to explain what we do, and we hope you will understand it. Well, that didn't work so well. Because there's kind of, we're not done. And that's why we now have this massive collection of populations of communicators, people who all over the social media, LinkedIn, so on, masses more female scientists doing this sort of stuff and so on and so forth, which is great. But the point is that it's not, we will give a benediction of information to you. It's, can we talk to you? Can we discuss? We know a few things. That's certainly true. That's what we've got qualifications for, but we can learn along the way. I mean, that sounds to me like the kind of thing that you think now, even though you came out of a very rigorous Salk and otherwise background.
Well, I can only agree, Roger. I think this has been a journey. I mean, I would love to hear Connie's take on this as well. We have similar roots, that kind of the traditional upbringing academically, but being now immersed in a setting that really takes seriously the collaborative relationship with the people who we serve. Connie, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that therapeutic relationship or alliance is critical, where we need to hear from parents in order to be able to be better informed in the decisions that we make for each patient. And we know that each patient is different. I mean, we have said and we have heard time and time again, you see one individual who's autistic, you've only seen one, and their needs are different. So to the question, is there any clear directives as to what you will do for an individual with autism? I think that the clear directive in my mind is that it needs to be precise and tuned for that particular individual. And it requires, interaction with the other physicians and clinicians who are engaged in that child's care, but also with the family to support them in that regard. To the question of whether or not we can introduce gaming technology or internet-based media to support individuals with autism, I can see that working, even though it's not something we have done. But I can see that working certainly for individuals who are higher function, but I agree with Brad that it needs to be targeted based on the challenges of the individual. So for example, if we have a kiddo who loves to play video games and is hyper-focused on video games, an opportunity to play video games for therapeutic benefit might be more challenging than if we had someone who enjoys it, but is not hyper-fixated on it. So, we will certainly need to think about the individual as we design the treatment approach.
Yeah, I have a question for you. It's actually from Doris Trauner, who's the next speaker. Any potential for pharmacological intervention to reduce some of the problematic sensory issues?
Mm-hmm. That's a great question. And that's something that we have struggled with in our clinic. How do we treat sensory processing challenges? And to be honest, there is nothing that we are doing currently. So no current pharmacological agent that we have available to us that we have found to be beneficial. However, the report from the David Ginty's group seems to be promising. And so, we, at this point in time, we won't be able to use that agent, but it might be an opportunity for us to begin to think, are there other similar agents that are either already available that could be used in select individuals who their biology indicates that there is peripheral nervous system involvement. So those are some of the things that I imagine will come down the pipeline, but not readily available at this time.
There's a question here also that probably is one of our, pretty much the last question. It starts off, have you observed about, I think it means what have you observed about aversion to hearing speech in people with autism?
Hearing speech. So what I have noticed, so generally the individual will cover their ears to sound, but what I've noticed as it relates to speech is that often the child may begin to make noises or engage in disruptive behaviors when their parents are talking about them. So I don't think it's speech in general, but when the conversation is about the child in the child's presence without engaging the child. And that's what I've observed. What motivates it? Not entirely sure. But that's the extent of my observation as it relates to speech in individuals with ASD.
Yeah. What's your sense of how this entire situation, how it will look in, say, 10 years?
You know, I think we've certainly made a lot of progress over time, both clinically in diagnosis and recognizing the spectrum, and the phenotype in girls may be a little different from the phenotype in boys, and there's been a lot of progress in at the bench and in clinical research. I think what we need to do at this point in time is to integrate that information, but at the same time sort of parse it, right? So we have identified many different genes that play causal role or put individuals at risk for ASD and ASD-like phenotypes. So what are some of the similarities that we see in those genetic disorders in terms of the molecular mechanisms, but also the clinical phenotype? And can we use interventions, whether it's pharmacological interventions or behavioral interventions, so across a number of disorders, a number of genetic etiologies, as opposed to are being primarily focused on treating one disease at a time. So I think in the coming years, it's my hope, and one of the things that I'm really interested in doing is to begin to ask, how can we leverage information from one disorder to other genetic etiologies? And I imagine that that is something that we can look forward to in the near future.
So, I mean, it's really quite rapid recently what's been going on. I mean, as you showed in your slide there, the history of this, we go back to 1943, which isn't really all that long ago for Leo Kanner, and here we are with all this extraordinary stuff going on. Have you, one final question, just to find out whether any of the same attitudes are applying here. The nature piece that I read out when Simon Baron-Cohen was speaking this morning about his high-profile autism genetics project paused amid backlash. Is there any of that kind of sensitivity in your daily dealings at Krieger?
No, I have not experienced that. But one of the things that we have experienced is that there are patients who are, or parents rather, who are motivated and desiring of identifying a genetic cause. And that's often individuals who want to know the why, right? And then there is a subcategory who, depending on where they are in the diagnostic journey, so if their child is recently diagnosed, they're not really interested in the why at the moment, because they want to know, how do I support my child in this moment in time? Right. They are interested in things that will have immediate consequences of improving daily function. And that's their primary focus. And then with time, they get to the place where they are more open to exploring the possibility that there might be a way to identify the why. So that's really been our experience here. Not a lot of pushback as it relates to genetic testing.
Okay. All right. Well, it was great to hear from you both. It was wonderful. Thank you very much. Great to see you. And we'll move on now to Doris Chowner. Thanks.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Doris is an old friend, obviously, here in San Diego, and presenter at these conferences many times. So she's Distinguished Professor Emerita of Neurosciences and Research Professor at UCSD School of Medicine, and attending physician at Rady. Children's Hospital. She's been doing a lot of work recently on, which I thought possibly she was going to talk about, the effect of cannabidiol, CBD, on problematic behaviors in children with severe autism. But today, she's raising the question that I've talked about a couple of times, which I find very interesting. What is the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on severe autism? And I would love to hear this. So, Doris, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you, Roger. Let me just get my slides up if I can. Okay, hopefully everybody can see that. So, yes. So I'm going to talk about something a little bit different today. But given the pandemic, it seems pretty appropriate. So the COVID pandemic has really resulted in an unprecedented change in our routine. And the repercussions of the global lifestyle changes that have been induced by the COVID-19 pandemic on the autism population are really largely unknown. Individuals with autism spectrum disorders often have increasing behavioral symptoms with changes in routine. So this is a major change in routine. And the question is, what effect has the pandemic had on children with moderate to severe autism in particular? During disasters and pandemics, it's well known that vulnerable populations are overly influenced and negatively impacted by these occurrences, but really little is known about what happens with children with autism. Pandemics really differ from other types of disasters in that they prevent victims from getting together. Instead, it's the opposite. There's separation, isolation, and quarantine. And this ends up with interference in the normal routines and rituals that generally protect us all and protect family functioning during crises. And this is especially relevant to the autism population, where repetitive behaviors and interests are a defining feature of the condition. And people with autism tend to like to adhere to relatively rigid daily rituals and schedules. The World Health Organization declared the COVID-19 outbreak caused by SARS-CoV-2 a pandemic in March of 2020. And shortly after that, the United States declared the pandemic a national emergency. Since then, there have been several fairly significant societal changes, including children having to stay home from schools as institutions around the country were closed. In California, this began in March of 2020, and many of the children that we see didn't really return to school in person until August or September of 2021. So well over a year when they did not have the physical, social interaction and educational interaction that they were used to. Staying at home and in most cases not attending school, that is not attending school in person, can create a relatively unique, stressful situation for children with autism and their families. Carefully developed routines get disrupted, support networks have in many cases disintegrated or at least gone down quite a lot. And parents have been asked to do a job that trained teachers find challenging. And the parents haven't had any particular training in most cases in teaching their children the way a teacher would. These challenges happened abruptly, and the consequences could be particularly profound in the autism community. It's important, and we felt it was important to ask how COVID-19 was affecting the health of children and their families and what might be done in the future should a similar event arise. Now, there have been a number of reports in the medical literature over the past 18 months about the impact of COVID-19 on children and adults with autism and their caregivers. What has been found and reported is that there, as might be expected, and there's been an increase in demands on caregivers of autistic children and youth around the pandemic globally. And there have been reports from all around the world about this. One or both parents may have had to stay home in order to care for their children who would otherwise have been in school. And the studies have reported that parents have experienced an increase in stress and mental health related symptoms during lockdown measures. In a study from Qatar, 58 caregivers, a large number reported a significant increase in their care burden. Interestingly, 2/3 of those reported that the individuals they were caring for had either unchanged or improved behavior during social restrictions, not worsening behavior as one might have expected. But despite the fact that their behavior in many cases was improved, the caregivers had a marked increase in care burden and a tremendous amount of stress related to that. They also found that individuals with autism had reduced levels of aggression during the pandemic, which again is interesting in that one might have thought that might be the opposite with a change in routine. In another study in northern Italy, 94% of families had a challenging time with increased difficulties in managing daily activities. And in that study, children had more intense and more frequent behavioral problems in a fairly large percentage of cases. And a history of prior behavior problems predicted worsening behavior during the pandemic. So we see conflicting results in different studies about behavior of the children, certainly not conflicting about the stress and burden on the parents or caregivers, though. Another study in Portugal showed that there were changes in behavior in children with autism that included increased anxiety in both the children and the families compared to a control group of families without autistic children. A study in Michigan showed high increases in levels of stress in caregivers of younger children and in older individuals with autism spectrum disorder. So again, hitting both caregivers and individuals with autism. And then finally, another study from Turkey was quite detailed and showed that the majority of individuals with autism had problems understanding, these are more severely impaired individuals, had problems understanding what COVID-19 was and the measures that it required, such as mask wearing. They had challenges in implementing social distancing and hygiene-related regulations. The majority stopped receiving special education services. And the authors noted a pattern of increased stereotypies, aggression, hypersensitivity, behavior problems, and sleep and appetite changes. So across the board, worsening problems in all of those areas. They found that the children had a significantly fewer number of hours of sleep at night during the pandemic. And the anxiety levels of caregivers were high and correlated with the current behavior problems of the children and not the previous behavior problems. So in March of 2020, we were poised to start entering participants into a study of a clinical trial of the use of cannabidiol to treat problem behaviors in children with severe autism. That was right when the pandemic hit and everything closed down, so we did not actually begin entering participants until June of 2020, but realized that we really needed to find out what the effect of the pandemic was having on the children that we were including in the study, because this might alter the results of the study. And so we added a behavioral questionnaire called a Health Impact Survey, adapted for autism and related neurodevelopmental disorders. And parents were asked to complete the questionnaire at the beginning of the study. What I'm going to present to you is unpublished data yet. We are putting together a paper on this now, based on 40 children, and these are all boys, ages 7 to 14 years, who had very frequent daily behavior problems, including aggressive and self-injurious behaviors, frequent, repetitive, and pervasive stereotypies, and extreme hyperactivity. Their baseline educational status before the pandemic, 31 were in elementary school, 7 were in middle or high school, and 2 were homeschooled. 23 of the 40 were in a special ed classroom in a public school district, 7 in special ed in a non-public school, 8 in a general education program with support services, excuse me, and 2 were homeschooled. Their baseline communication skills were varied. 9 were nonverbal, 9 used single words only to request things that they wanted. 12 were able to use short phrases, 3-word phrases at least, to request some of the things they wanted. And 10 were able to use longer phrases or sentences, and to, in some instances, relate something that had happened. But what happened with COVID was that, excuse me, 90% of the children moved to homeschool. So almost all of them were no longer in their classrooms, they were in homeschool. 63% had their schoolwork using telehealth or teleeducation on Zoom, Skype, or phone conversations. 17% only received their educational materials through emails sent or mail sent to their homes. 14% received educational services through in-person appointments outside of the home, but not at school, but with another tutor or some other person. And 6% received services by a teacher or behavioralist or therapist going to their home. And of the 40 families, only 4 said that education and services had not been impacted due to COVID-19. And those were mostly, 2 were homeschooled already, and 2 had services set up so that the children were continuing to receive services during the pandemic. 2/3 of the children also lost access to additional educational and support services, including speech therapy, occupational therapy, and ABA. And when services were not lost, they were often modified to online interventions using Zoom or similar methods, and not in person. And parents reported that this was very difficult. That the children really did not want to, children were not able to pay attention and do the therapy as they had when they were doing it in person. A small number of children had more difficulty adjusting to changes in daily routines during the pandemic than before. Only a few adjusted to daily routines and before and during the pandemic. That didn't change. But those who occasionally adjusted to routines before the pandemic before the pandemic, this is at Blue, did not do as well during the pandemic and moved over to rarely or not at all being able to adjust to daily routine. So there was a small percentage of children who did have difficulty with adjusting to routines. Some of the interesting things were that a third of the children spent more time watching TV and digital media such as YouTube during the pandemic. Almost none of the children had spent time on social media before the pandemic, and this didn't change. And half the children did not play video games at all prior to the pandemic. During the pandemic, 2 of those children began playing video games, and 4 others increased their time spent on those games. Sleep was affected less so than I actually thought it would be. But 28% had more difficulty getting to sleep during the pandemic. A very small percentage, 19%, slept fewer hours during the pandemic than they had before, unlike one of the previous reports that had shown a lot of sleep problems and getting fewer hours of sleep. And once asleep, the children were slightly less likely to awaken during the night. So 20% had less nighttime awakening, whereas 15% had more, and the rest, no change. So that wasn't terribly, sleep didn't seem to be terribly impacted, except for difficulty getting to sleep in about 28%. Self-injurious behaviors did increase during the pandemic. The percent of children with self-injurious behaviors before the pandemic was about 42%, and that jumped 10 percentage points to 52% with children who had not had self-injurious behaviors before developing them during the pandemic. There was no indication that we found of any changes in adjusting to routines, to changes in routines, level of hyperactivity, anxiety, or aggressive behaviors, or amount of and frequency of stereotypies or repetitive behaviors. And we did not find any effect of language ability or IQ on any of the variables that we examined. So what did we learn from this? Well, it appears that the vast majority of boys with moderate to severe autism in our study were negatively affected by the pandemic in some way. Their inability to attend school with peers and have in-person learning was certainly impacted at 90%. They lost ancillary services, and there was a loss of social interaction with their peers and other people outside the immediate family. Behavioral issues were more prominent during the pandemic, including self-injurious behaviors, and to a lesser extent, difficulty adjusting to changes in routine and difficulty getting to sleep. The change in routine led to more time spent on digital media, but little to no time in peer social interactions. The limitations of doing something like this there are a number of them. Some of the questions were a little ambiguous, and parental responses may have differed because of that. The questionnaire was administered during the pandemic, and it asked questions about what the child was like pre-pandemic, 3 months before, as well as what they had been like in the last 4 weeks. But that relied on parental memory of what the child was like 3 months before. And certainly with kids changing all the time anyway, that could have skewed the results some. And the questions were addressing a number of areas, but might not have been focused enough to identify specific problems. Some of the parents' comments from the questionnaires, many of them commented that their child was unable to sit and focus for Zoom teaching, and a parent had to sit with a child in order for them to attend at all. So that a parent found themselves spending a large part of the day sitting with the child on at the computer or iPad, going just to keep them paying attention to the teacher, or helping them to do their homework or their schoolwork when it was sent home. And that certainly negatively impacted quality of life for everybody. Some of the examples of parents' comments, concern I have is that since the structure and environment changed academically, my child might fall even further behind in school. No social stability or access to extracurricular activities with peers. He loves school and misses his teachers. And these were very common threads. What's the long-term impact? Well, we don't know what the long-term impact is, but the comments as well as our data raise the question that there might be a long-term impact. While the short-term changes of behavior appeared relatively mild based on the questionnaire data, the long-term impact is more difficult to ascertain. The loss of school, therapy, and routine activities might have a longer-term impact on behavior, socialization, and learning, not reflected in the relatively short-term data presented. As we come out of this period and children are back in school, it's going to be really important to monitor them carefully for any indication of long-term effects. And these could include changes in their interest in school, changes in their interest in other activities, their willingness or ability to participate in social interactions with their peers and others outside the family, and the emergence or worsening of aggressive, self-injurious, or other problematic behaviors. And it might be important for schools, therapists, and parents to monitor for behavior changes and address and report those as they become apparent, so that issues can be addressed in a proactive manner if they are beginning to occur. And finally, parents need a well-deserved break for being teacher, therapist, and playmate, and go back to what they do best, being a parent. The pandemic has really made it clear that there's a need for public health and educational groups to plan for possible future pandemics and other kinds of disasters, with protocols for rapidly mobilizing additional resources to support caregivers. And this would hopefully enable them to look after themselves and their dependents with autism. Training of parents and caregivers in parent-administered home-based therapy for children with autism might be considered, especially to tide them over in the event of similar unexpected adverse scenarios. And proactive programs could be developed to teach adaptive coping skills to caregivers in the event of such an unexpected change happening in the future. Hopefully, we're not going to go through anything similar again, but if we do, we really need to be better prepared. I'm going to thank all of the families who participated in the study and who continue to participate in our study, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Troner. I think Roger stepped away for a second.
Yeah, I was looking for
No,
questions.
I hadn't. I just forgot to put on.
I don't see any questions.
I just forgot to put on the.
I encourage everyone to use the Q&A function for any questions that you have for Dr. Troner.
Yes, I had simply switched something off by mistake. Am I there now? You could hear me?
Yes, you are.
All right. So my let me say it again then, which was that the fascinating stuff, but why therefore does it seem to be at odds with some of the sources that I've been quoting? Perhaps they're different, perhaps they're limited, but the one I mentioned this morning and talked to earlier today and talked to John Hickey about as well, you get video games that online appear to be antisocial, but there's a community called the Autcraft community, which uses Minecraft, the game, which says that it's helping children with autism learn social skills and build relationships. So did you have any sense of the possibility that some of the social media or game playing might indeed be, never mind social media, but game playing might indeed be a useful technique?
Not in our population, no. And I think Dr. Smith-Hicks addressed that earlier when she said that it depends on what you're using the games for. If you're using it because it's fun and you want to share it with somebody, then it can be a social interaction. But if you're doing it as a fixation and an obsession, and it's only that and nothing else, and nobody else is involved in it, then it's not helping with social interactions. And our kids, remember, our kids that are in our study are on the more severe end of the spectrum, and for the most part are not using these kinds of games for any kind of social interaction. They don't play with other kids, they don't talk about it, they are really more fixated on it. Now, there are exceptions, but and I think as she said earlier, people who are higher functioning may be able to use it for that purpose, but I didn't see that in our population.
Connie, did you have any thoughts on what you just heard from Doris? I'd be curious to know.
So we have seen similar challenges in our patients' population as a consequence of the pandemic. Certainly, the worsening behaviors is really common, not only across those who have intellectual challenges in addition to their autism, but those who were considered higher functioning, but also have mood disorders or anxiety that were previously relatively well medicated. And so the changes that came upon them as a consequence of the pandemic really did impact their behaviors. And several individuals needed urgent or emergent care as a consequence. So the pandemic has really been challenging for many. There were a few whose parents found that the opportunity to spend time with their child was very beneficial because they were able to see how their child learns, and they'll be able to support them. And those are things that they didn't really have insight in. So I think there's been some pros and cons depending on the families. There have been some that had benefit from the experience and others that was really challenging. Another thing that we have experienced as a consequence of the pandemic is the challenge of making autism diagnosis in the young kids who were born during that period of the pandemic. And so, it's a child who lives with just mom and dad. There are no other kids, right? And mom and dad might have been working and the child is there and trying to play, but their level of social engagement is not there. So that has created a new challenge for us as to how do we think about autism in that population. And many of the times what we have done is to say, we need to provide opportunities for social stimulation, and then we can revisit the question. But that's been one of the challenges that we have also seen.
Yeah, for both of you, I'm interested in going back to that comment I made early this morning when I read a little piece from Simon Baron-Cohen's book on the pattern seekers. And to see whether anything was learned during the pandemic, which obviously is a time of great focus, even if it might be an unpleasant focus, that could be prompted any thoughts that might shift the way in which education is conducted. I mean, he specifically is talking about how can we bring hyper systematizing into education, and he's talking about imagining an educational system that offered two streams, a broad curriculum and a one for specialists, the hypersystematizers. Is there anything in the behaviors that you noticed emerging, and Doris, that you talked about in your proposal there, that you think would be useful data, information to think about schooling, about education? I mean, I know you had some slides at the end there, but can you just elaborate on that a little bit? How you both think about teaching and whether something you learned from this ghastly business?
These are just observations at this point, but I think these are things that we already know, though, that children with autism do well in a structured setting, structured school setting, and one of the problems with excuse me, doing homeschooling is that it's not always able to be structured as well. And I think that, that this just reminds us that that there needs to be a lot of structure, and maybe that goes along with hyper systematizing. But other than that, I have not seen anything that really would help with answering your question. In this study, I'm really focused on the study, not talking about any other studies or clinical work.
Yeah. Any thoughts, Connie, on that one? Or?
Yeah. So we certainly see a lot of children with autism who exhibit pattern-seeking behaviors and are considered hyper-systematizers. I think that the pattern seeker approach to learning might be something that will be useful to implement in, say, the middle or high school years, where we're beginning to think about the transition phase. How do kids transition out of school into work? And how can we build on their strengths to help them in that endeavor? You know, I've seen many kids in clinic, and I remember one kid in particular, she drew this detailed dragon. You know, and she did it in a matter of 30 minutes. There's no way I could do anything like that. Now, how can we capitalize on that skill set, right?
Where was the last time she saw a dragon or something?
I think she saw it in a book or something. Or maybe maybe it was maybe that movie, How to Train Your Dragon. I don't know, but you know, there was no dragon in the clinic, no representation of a dragon in the clinic. So she was pulling it from her memory as she was drawing it, and she did it in a brief period of time. So I think, and one of the things I often tell the parents of my patients is that let's look at what they're good at, what are their strengths, and let's build on that to help them as we think about what happens when they, you know, when school is done, what do they do next? And I think that's probably where we can really incorporate that pattern seeking ability. And it's going to vary with each child because, you know, like we said, they're all very different. And so everything needs to be tailored.
Yeah. There's a question, Doris, from Garrett Hoff. If Dr. Trauner's data was primarily through parental accounts, how do you think parental mediation of an autistic person's experience affects the data you collected? Is there any area that you would like to see your findings confirmed through different methodology? And if so, what would that methodology be?
These are observational questions. So this is what the parents are observing. They're not what the child is feeling, and it's not intended to suggest that this is what the child is feeling. Because most of these children are very limited in their either willingness or ability to communicate this kind of information to us. We have to rely at this point on observation and other people's observations and our own. I can certainly. There are other things that could be done to try to get at what the children are feeling more directly, or how they're responding to the pandemic more directly. And this would be something that would be wonderful to do. It's not included in our research, but what I would do if I could is one of the many things I would do is to have them draw pictures of what's going on now, draw pictures of school, draw pictures of home, draw pictures of COVID, because they've all heard about COVID. And, you know, we can get some feeling for how they're responding to it that way. And also by doing some other nonverbal types of tasks that would be a more direct way of finding that out, Garrett. And I think you're absolutely right. I mean, we are limited in what we are able to do within the confines of the study that I'm doing. But in more general terms, there are other ways that we could go about finding out more about how the pandemic is affecting these children.
Yeah. This doesn't immediately flow, but it's something that I've been thinking about quite a bit, because we've been talking about lost touch in the other talks and connectivity and so on and so forth. And you're talking about how people feel when they're remote, and there's more imposition of solitude and so on and so forth. Do either of you have any comments on how music fits into this? And let me context that a little bit. One of the things that we have talked about before and have some interest in is the way in which Kelly Hunter uses Shakespeare, as you will recall, to teach kids on the spectrum and so on, largely because it brings a wonderful rhythm to their operation, because it's all iambic pentameter, de-dum, de-dum, de-dum. And there's also a lot of papers I've been looking at recently which talk about the impact of music on getting a whole audience's heartbeats in an orchestral setting in sync. This whole capacity to sync the heart, or to sync systems using music, seems immensely important. Is there anything that either of you have come across and worked with that speaks to this? It's not specifically on your point of your talk, but it just fascinates the heck out of me.
Well, I can say that that almost all the children that I see with on the spectrum love to listen to music, and it does seem to have a calming effect, and they have very specific likes and dislikes about what music they like and what music seems to calm them. And then on the other hand, there are some of the children who if they hear a certain song, will become very agitated. So they have very specific likes and dislikes that, and it's all different. It's not the same music for everybody either. How we could harness that, not.
Well, let me ask another question, which is my sneaky way of getting to one of these questions from Sandy. Is there any research on sensitivity to sound, which shows that it's not the sound that's painful, but the memory that the sound is associated with that triggers painful memory?
Connie, I think that's for you.
Somehow I was hoping you would answer it. Anyway, not that I'm aware of, that it's the memory of
They can't be taken apart. Obviously, there's always
yeah.
It's a system, so that when you hear a sound, a memory is evoked, and your entire adaptive representational networks are firing. And
right, right. I'm not aware of any studies, but I can envision a way that one could probably do that by using representation of the sound, right? I imagine that even though there's no research that I'm aware of, I imagine that is indeed possible, because sounds, as Doris was alluding to, evoke emotions from us. Yes. And if the emotion is a negative one, right, then I imagine that it could channel responses, behavioral responses that signify that, the sound is aversive, or the memory of the sound is aversive. But I'm not aware of any research along those lines. I wanted to, however, tackle that question of music in individuals with autism. And I too see a similar pattern as Doris was reporting, that many children enjoy music and have their preferred music. Some of my patients, I can think of many of them who are musicians. They play an instrument. Yes. And I was reflecting on that as I was thinking about this whole concept of touch, and we can think that you experience music through vibrations, which is part of our tactile processing system. And so while I am not aware of data that supports effectiveness of music intervention therapies, I think that might be a reasonable thing to explore. Yeah. But it would need to be done, certainly in with scientific rigor. But that's, I remember a parent telling me that her child would use words when you sing to them. So, they're able to sing the happy birthday song or the whatever, but they otherwise wouldn't say happy birthday. And we that concept is not new, because we see it in patients with other focal neurodeficits, as opposed to the more global brain challenges that we see with autism.
Yeah, and where all this is going in terms of virtual reality and augmented reality, wearing those things, a metaverse, and so on and so forth, I really don't know. It may be generational that I wince at some of these ideas, and still like the idea of touch, and still like the idea of music, but we'll see. I find it hard to imagine those things kind of going out of fashion somehow, but who knows? And that was wonderful to have you both. Thanks for joining in, Connie. Thank you, Doris, for the work. Garrett, by the way, in response to your question, said thought you were wonderful and said hi as well. So thank you both very much. Thank you all very much. And we're going to shift now to the Autism at Work panel. I hope. Yes. Exactly how we do that is unclear to me. But there is the answer. Okay, Brad, you're coming back again for a second shot, obviously, and wonderful. Are you all online yet? Because I can't see.
Yes, they're all here.
That's amazing.
Panelists, we would love to see your faces. Feel free to unmute yourself and turn on your cameras.
Yeah, thank you very much. At least they're there, right. Were any of you here this morning? Panelists?
Yep.
Okay, all right. So rather than my introducing you, I prefer that it's like the Alice in the Caterpillar's questions. Who are you and what size do you want to be? Would you mind introducing yourselves rather than mine just reading something from a chart? Just say something about yourselves that will possibly elaborate slightly on the written word here. I'd be most grateful. In whatever order you like to go. Kelly?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. My name is Kelly Piacenti. I'm with Mass Mutual Insurance Company, and I head up a very special program called Special Care, which is a program that we help educate advisors across the country to work with special needs families. 86% of the people that work in this program and our financial advisors are special needs parents and or caregivers like myself, or they have maybe a sibling, but there's a reason that they want to work with families that are caring for someone with special needs. In addition to having over really close to 600 advisors, we have a couple that are on the spectrum and that have a job just like all the rest of us, and they're part of the program as well. So what I do is I make sure that the advisors are properly educated, they know what's going on in the special needs community, and they know how to deal with a family like mine, and they help plan for the future of an individual with a disability so that we don't forget them. Like years ago, we didn't plan for them. We didn't have a future for them. People live independently, and we want to make sure that when families are looking to take care of someone or make sure that they're okay for the rest of their life, we give them that information.
Yeah, and what just one little additional question, what moved you to do this? What was the primary stimulus for it?
Say it again. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What moved you to do this? What was the primary stimulus?
Well, you know what, I'm with Mass Mutual, but I came from MetLife Insurance Company. And as a person at an insurance company, we were advising people on how to get insurance. And anytime anyone had a special needs child, it was disinherit them or don't think about them, leave the money to somebody else. So a group of advisors that were special needs parents got together to the CEO and said, we have to think of a better way. We have to educate these families that these individuals are taken care of, and maybe even better than the other individuals, because they're going to need it more for the rest of their life. So when I started probably about 20 years ago, it was because I was a special needs mom who was thrown into it. And I wanted to make sure that, and I'm not a salesperson, and I wanted to make sure that anyone that spoke to me or came to my family could understand what my family was going through. My son was nonverbal, and all he could do was smile, and we knew that he would need care for the rest of his life. So we wanted to ensure, and I wanted to ensure at my own company, that these individuals that were working with families like mine knew what we needed to do, knew about government benefits, knew about different therapies, knew about treatments, just knew about the family's life. So it started over 20 years ago. And then 5 years ago, we merged our division with Mass Mutual, and I head up Mass Mutual's program for the same thing, helping families with special needs dependents.
Okay, that's wonderful. Perry, do you want to go next?
Sure, great. Thanks so much for having me. My name is Dr. Perry LaRock. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, perfect. So I am the founder and president of Mansfield Hall. Mansfield Hall is a residential college support program for students who are on the spectrum or students who just need additional services with social communication challenges, independent living skills, academics, vocational skills. We have 3 locations currently. We're in Burlington, Vermont. We're in Madison, Wisconsin, and Eugene, Oregon, all great college towns. I came to the work as a special education teacher and then as a special education professor, and just saw this huge need, this huge gap in services between what colleges were able to provide our students and what options students had post-secondary. So have enjoyed the work, and we've been around for about 10 years now and serve about 120 students, and we have about 70 employees now.
Okay, so I want to come back a couple of minutes, because that connects very much with the stuff that I was talking with Simon Baron-Cohen about this morning, about the whole pedagogical environment in which, yeah, okay, so we can come back to that. So Paolo Andrade and Carolina Yoshida, and I think Carolina's going to be the active voice apparently. So, but greetings to both of you.
Thank you. It's a really honor to be here, invited by Dr. Allison. So I'm Carolina. This is Paolo. We are founding a company that we call Altitude here in Brazil. And I'm a psychologist, and Paolo, he is father of a child with autism. So we met in the clinical environment, so I helped his son. And then we started to think about how the world outside of the clinic is receiving this kid and this families outside. And we really think about these children in 10 and 15 years ahead. And we started to connect companies with these people with autism to work a better place. So to help the companies to understand that these people have special needs and they have like a life outside of their home. And also as a project with Dr. Allison, we're studying on neurodiversity to help people with autism to work in the universities, bringing their point of view to resolve a problem. So this is our main goal, to connect people and companies with people with autism.
Okay, wonderful. I don't suppose you've been in touch with him since he came back for the Allison, right? He's in Brazil now.
Yeah. Paulo sent a message to Willa. Yeah, he sent a message to Willa. So.
Good. Thank you very much. Bradley, do you want to say another hello?
Hi again, everybody. Yeah, so at Kennedy Krieger, I said earlier what our mission is, but it's really a lifespan mission. The whole motivation of taking excellent care from a medical standpoint, from a behavioral standpoint, from an educational standpoint, is not just to have the day after today, but an entire life of satisfying existence that includes the dignity of work. So our major thrust for the Institute is a set of post-secondary programs to prepare individuals with neurodiverse conditions to be ready to join the workforce, and in tandem to help prepare the employers to understand what it does and doesn't take to receive individuals with neurodiverse diagnoses. So we see it as a bidirectional role for us, both for preparing individuals as well as preparing employers, and see it as part and parcel of a lifespan philosophy to the mission of an institute that's focused on developmental disabilities.
So can anybody give me a kind of an overview of the shift, if there has been, which I assume there must have been, over time in the way in which the possibility of neurodiversity is incorporated into the workplace and so on. I mean, I obviously see now the LinkedIn quotes that Richard Branson puts up about his company and so on and so forth, and so on and so forth. But this all seems immensely recent. Is that right?
I think that my understanding is the origins go back about 25 years. One narrative is the origins go back about 25 years to Project Search, an idea that came out of University of Cincinnati and Cincinnati Children's Hospital, a mechanism to basically have a transition to work program post-secondary for individuals with autism and other neurodiverse diagnoses. And it started out locally, and I think it has spread virtually across the country. More than, I think, 45 states have Project Search programs, 400 plus such programs around the country. We have one as well. I think it may feel relatively recent, but the origins of the recognition, I think, go back a generation. If others have similar
and please don't necessarily, I mean, if you please imagine this as a conversation as if you were talking to each other as well. But please don't necessarily wait for questions from me. Just pitch in on whatever you've got. So Kelly, you are nodding your head, so you've got something to say. Right?
Absolutely. I'm just trying to unmute myself. But I mean, from 20 years ago to now, even within our employers, we're seeing just a big difference when it comes to interviewing a person with IDD. I mean, the interview process that they had didn't fit for everyone. So they had to look at their interviewing skills and see that, you know, not everybody's going to be able to answer these questions. Not everybody's going to be able to sit here for an hour and come up with some of the answers that you're looking for. So they asked us and different people, you know, what questions should we ask? How can a person with a disability come in here and have the same opportunity as everyone else? So I'm seeing it across the country. I'm involved with a lot of nonprofits. I sit on nonprofit boards, and the biggest struggle we're having as parents is, you know, employment. What happens next? The years of going to places that really didn't help the skills of these individuals is being put aside. We have things in the state of New Jersey that if you have a person that loves animals, we have a lot of farms that are looking for people to really train them, not to just feed an animal, but really be the caregiver, take care of them, go to some of the shows with them. So really we're looking at what fits for the person, and employers are looking more closely that, you know what, we've got to look out of the box. If you don't answer the question correctly, that shouldn't take you out of the running. We should look at the way we're asking the question. So I do see a change. I've seen that over the last couple of years, but it's coming. It's just coming really slow for some of us parents, and we're hoping to see it move more quickly.
Yeah, how do you prepare for somebody to at a company to be able to be an appropriate and welcoming employer? The reason I'm thinking about this is that there's a whole number of things that have happened that have changed the culture, not only in the Me Too movement and Black Lives Matter,
but there's quite a few major companies that have programs.
People are somewhat scared of saying something wrong sometimes. Do you know what I mean? So absolutely. But some of the bigger employers have a program that are for people with autism, and they bring them in and they have a training program, and then it doesn't end there. They want to get them into a job, but then they have mentors that make sure that they can be successful. Because what was happening is, yes, everybody could employ someone with a disability, but what happens when they get there and they don't fit in? They were kind of lost. So I think that many of the companies moved towards a type of program that you had a mentor that was going to help you, not just from day one, but maybe in day 2 or year 3 or year 4, and they continue to coach them and mentor them. We at my own company had, you know, a few individuals that we were coaching and we were trying to help as well, because it's not always easy, but just letting them come in is only one step. You really have to take it to a couple different levels to ensure that they're successful in that position.
I was hoping to jump in there actually, because I think Bradley said something that I thought was interesting, because I was thinking about what was I doing 25 years ago, and being a lifelong educator, I think the previous question you asked about why are we seeing this larger increase now, and I agree with Bradley that it has been gone from a trickle to a much bigger flow over the past 25 years. But if you look at 25 years ago in education, the first concepts of mainstreaming and inclusion really came out. I mean, I was actually doing my undergrad degree in the mid 90s. And that was a time when you learned about what it meant to be inclusive in a school, and you learned what the word mainstreaming meant. I remember being on quizzes, what is mainstreaming? Whereas we've just taken those for granted at this point. And so I think that part of the movement of the special education movement that I was a part of, I was trained at University of Wisconsin, was how do we consider this idea of inclusion, and how do we promote inclusion throughout someone's lifespan? And so I give a lot of credit actually to the education system of looking at individuals as learners and figuring out where they might best fit in the world. And I think one of the largest problems we're having right now serving students in college is the fact that students are being so well prepared in earlier schooling. I mean, we're starting to see students who are coming up to college who just have this expectation that they're going to be treated as an independent learner, and that they're going to be able to seek the employment and the classes and the coursework and the accommodations that they want. And so it's almost that excellent amount of preparation that's happening in K through 12, but they're coming into college having those same expectations, but it drops down a little bit. There's not the same level of support. There's not the same level of expectations around professors. And then we're even seeing a drop off of work even coming after that. So now we have students who say, I really can't be in at work today because I'm having a mental health crisis, where some employers are catching up to that and some employers are saying this isn't going to fit. So I see a lot of the inclusive nature of business and work stemming directly from this larger movement of making sure that people had self-determination or were able to sort of choose the paths that they wanted in life.
Anybody want to pick up that point?
I think we heard a comment earlier in the morning session about still not having people with disabilities as part of, when you think about DEI and inclusion efforts, it's still frustratingly the case that DEI initiatives, corporate, academic, you name it, do not have individuals with disabilities front of mind. So I think we've made a lot of progress, just as Perry's saying. We have a ways to go, that when you think about DEI per se, that disability is very much a part of it. Dr. Baron-Cohen mentioned 85% of people with autism and other IDD are unemployed. That's astonishing. That's a crisis, and it's especially a crisis at a time when we have workforce deficits. There's a disconnect here that is glaring, and there's a real opportunity for us to engage, helping people get prepared for work, helping employers recognize the great opportunity that's sitting right in front of them to employ people with neurodiverse conditions or disabilities at this moment. But there still seems to be a gap in the recognition and front of mind nature of for individuals with disabilities.
So the situation then, Carolina, Autitude, the situation in Brazil, and how does your company operate, and what does it facilitate, make easier? What's the basic plan here?
Well, hearing all this words, here in Brazil, we're in the beginning of this process. In the United States, you have like already numbers of how many people with neurodiversity is unemployed. Here in Brazil, we started last year to have numbers of how much people with neurodiversity or autism we have in Brazil. It's really dark, the scenario. So we are discovering everything. So we have a few companies that have this initiative to employ people with autism, especially in the technology area. So, but it's only one company that we heard more like in the social medias and making connections with these people, because I have a patient that he has 18 years old, going to the college, and he doesn't know he has autism, and he doesn't know where to find help with his disabilities. So our company is in a fresh start to make first the companies understand that we have autism, that we have neurodiversity, and make first, we had a panel that we call Your Client is Also a Person with Autism, because we understand here in Brazil, if you not even care about that people that can give you money to your company, how can you employ someone working with you? So it's amazing to hear that it works, your project in the United States. So we can start in Brazil because we don't have a lot of initiatives. So we're starting to connecting people to make the companies understand that they have to look to this person with disabilities and with and that then can be beneficial with the neurodiversity. So
yeah. So are there any numbers on the size of the neurodiverse population in Brazil? No. So I can see that might be pretty uphill, because I assume that people would say to you, why?
Yeah.
There's already plenty of people here who are not neurodiverse who need a job as well. So
yeah, and we need to explain that people with the neurodiversity will be very good at the job. So we need to let's hear about this. So they doesn't want to. It's really hard. We are like starting to open space to discuss about this in the companies here in Brazil.
Yeah. One of the things that I noticed at a conference I was listening to a couple of days ago was that they had some CEOs on, or certainly high-placed corporate executives who were also on the spectrum, discovered it later in life, and they were pretty forthright in saying what advantages they had brought in terms of fast decision making, quickly seeing connections, and so on. Some of the stuff that's underpinned there in Simon Baron-Cohen's book about systemic thinking and so on and so forth. But to get that across to an audience that doesn't necessarily understand it must be quite a task. So I wish you well. That sounds very difficult. Are you making progress?
Yes, we are starting to talk with some companies. We are starting with some restaurants here. They are more opening to this conversation. So we are starting with small business to then reach the big one.
Yeah. So Perry, do you want to just pick up on that point that I was just making about the fact that there are quite a number of well-placed executives who in fact discovered rather late that they were in fact somewhere on the spectrum, and were quite vocal and persuasive and quite clear about the fact that they brought certain capacities and skills to their corporations.
Yeah,
are those the sorts of things that you are therefore identifying and looking for and seeking to enhance in the schooling, in the pedagogical process?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I always get a little worried. I mean, someone who's a CEO, who is very successful, who you might not otherwise know is on the spectrum, that is now coming out and saying, you know, I think it's great for the community. I mean, I don't necessarily think it does us a lot of favors to assume that there's going to be other CEOs in the works that are going to have the same kind of characteristics that are going to make them capable of being a CEO someday. You know, for us, oftentimes it's trying to match a student's interest with what is actually could be a meaningful career. And I think that is the art in the work. You know, we might have a student who absolutely loves history, but has, you know, very poor social skills to become a professor, or doesn't have an interest in being in writing. And so how do you meet this need of someone's desire, you know, to be a historian, and match them with something where they can actually put food on the table? It gets a little trickier than that. And I see that with a lot of our students. You know, we're trying to take someone and saying, here's what you want in life, and what can we do to meet those desires, that self-determination piece of who you are, with what's actually out there. And one of the areas we run into, and I'm, you know, sitting between the world of business and you know, primary schooling, is really for us to try to figure out what is it that student wants to do that corporations are offering. I mean, it's great when we see different corporations saying, oh, I heard people with autism are really good at coding. We have coding jobs available. You know, of our students, we maybe have 25, 30% of them who are good coders, but they don't all want to code. You know, they don't want to work in banking. I mean, there is some, you know, as Temple Grandin said, if you've met someone with autism, you've met one person with autism. And I think that's where we struggle, just trying to figure out the reality of, we have these students with all these different wonderful characteristics that could make them great at a lot of different things. It doesn't mean that they're going to be a CEO someday, but trying to figure out how they can have a meaningful career with the things that they actually want. And just to back up a little bit to the project search piece, I feel like one area of discrimination that we've seen, and Bradley, I really appreciate bringing this up, is, you know, the discriminate 20% of students with disabilities who start college finish, which means 80% of students with disabilities who start college fail. And so there's huge amounts of discrimination in the post-secondary education. And in some ways, I think the thought back in the day was, well, let's go from high school to getting a job. Let's just get people trained. And that led to earlier sheltered workshops in the 70s and 80s. To how do we transition someone to, if they have a desire to go to college and have advanced training, how do we get them through a system who's actually trying to weed them out in many ways? And then also get them onto the career path that they want to be on. And so there's a lot of bumps in the road of trying to figure those pieces out. I mean, we're doing our best right now as an educational organization. You know, some work with Joe Riddle, with Autism at Work, and some other folks in the industry. We just started a program at Mansfield Hall with Herzing University to try to get students who are interested in the tech field to have that a more supported path to get there. But how we're actually taking those students who are from the educational side to finding them meaningful careers, not just places where they can cash a check.
Yeah, that's great. Sorry, I had to wander over there and put the light on. Apparently people said they couldn't see, which I thought was a huge advantage, but no, apparently not. So there's a question from Jeff Snyder here for about Brazil, Carolina. Jeff is a member of the ATPF community, by the way, those who don't know him, and writes a blog, all sorts of things, very, very active on LinkedIn as well. So his question was, Carolina Yoshida, does Brazil have vocational programs that neurodiverse individuals can go and learn, excuse me, job skills the same way as in the United States? Does Brazil have vocational programs that neurodiverse individuals can go and learn job skills, where they can go and learn job skills the same way as in the United States?
Yes, but they are private, so it's not a public service. So here in Brazil, since the child going to an intervention, early intervention, if they don't have money, they will have a lot of trouble and struggling to get a good follow-up of the development. So we have, I made contact with one company, one center that make this vocational job with this people with neurodiversity, but it's private, so it's just one that we heard, so we don't have a lot.
Wow. Okay. So this is Kelly. Any thoughts on this about vocational programs here? Obviously, not.
Right. I mean, I agree with all the panelists. They've come a long ways. Years ago, what we were training them for really wasn't very helpful. We had a lot of people that had a lot of talents that we didn't tap into. We have individuals, and I was listening to some of the sessions before that, you know, what does the person like to do? And to Perry's point, I mean, you can't all be CEOs, but maybe we can find positions that actually make them happy. I think that in the financial industry, we're seeing that people are great with numbers, but once again, you have to go out and you have to sit and you have to talk to people face to face. Maybe that's not their niche, but financially they're fantastic. And maybe there's another role that they can play. So I think that, you know, the employers are waking up to it. I agree. We talk about discrimination. We talk about groups that are not treated fairly. This particular group has not ever come to the top. So, I mean, there are so many positions available and there are so many people with disabilities that could fill those positions, but we don't have people willing to take a chance. So I think that the skills that they're receiving, the colleges, the universities, the programs, they're getting the skills. It's working with employers. For example, Walgreens is an employer that, you know, has gone completely towards hiring people with disabilities. They have a facility in Connecticut that every person with a disability that works in this facility, which is 90% of their employees, there are, you know, different ways to communicate with them. If they're not able to read, there's signs and there's pictures and there's things for them to do. So they try to find positions for people that make them happy. It's not just putting them on a line or making them put buttons in a bottle. Those days are long gone. So I think if we can get the employers, there's a lot of different employers out there signing on, saying, we're going to help people with disabilities. We're going to hire people with disabilities. I think that they need to have a program within their company because they can hire them, but they've got to retain them. And that's the problem. So, I mean, it's great to hear, you know, that Brazil is getting there, but it's sad. I mean, that, you know, there's not that many opportunities for people abroad. So we as the United States are setting the path, but on the other hand, we need to do better with our employers and we need to make them aware that just because you have a disability doesn't mean that you're not a good employer. What we find with people with disabilities are, they are the better employees. They show up, they don't complain, they do their job, they don't bother anybody. So that's, you know, as an employer, that's great that they just want to do their work. And, you know, when we have others that don't show up for all kinds of reasons, we have people that have IDD that never miss a day of work. So we've got to, you know, get that message out to these employers to consider hiring individuals with disabilities, because I don't think that they will be disappointed.
Yeah. So could you speak as well? I mean, there is these kind of almost quasi-academic points that are being raised all over the place right now. I was reading a piece yesterday. I don't have it in front of me, but it was talking about ableism as opposed to being disabled, and whether that is an appropriate word to use and so on. And I this was new to me. I hadn't read that kind of level of discourse on using this word ableism. I mean, you must be engaging with it, finding these things as you go into it now, or you must have to develop your own philosophical position on these sorts of things, I assume.
Well, it's every day. I mean, people first language is big. We have some that use it, some that don't. And there are different words that not even, families don't like it. They don't like when you say special needs or disability. I mean, it depends on the person, but they are going back and forth with certain words that are offensive in this community as well. And I'm sure that Perry and Bradley could talk to you about that as well, but we're seeing it every day. I approve all the communications for special needs for my company. And there are certain words that certain organizations don't want you to use. So we need to take it out of the literature, but that can change on a daily basis, to be honest with you.
The discrepancy in employment is essentially structural and institutional ableism. There's no other really good explanation for why individuals with disabilities. This is an autism focused conference, so we're talking about autism, but I'm broadening it to neurodiversity and disability. There's no good explanation other than sort of, I would say, structural and institutional ableism. Kelly, you made this point about non-disabled employees. We make this point all the time to employers who are wondering how all the accommodations they think they're going to have to make. And we say, just ask your HR professionals what they deal with just the, let's say, the garden variety employee and all that they have to go through. You'll be refreshed in your experience by broadening your hiring practice and embracing neurodiverse and disabled individuals into your workplace. It'll be refreshing. And those that have taken the steps down that journey come back and say, yes, that has been the experience. There are these even intangible consequences of creating a neurodiverse workforce that benefits the people that are there who haven't previously engaged in this way. And it's hard to quantify that, but that's valuable as well. So Kelly, the point just really resonated with me. That has been our experience as we've been making the case to employers.
Yeah, absolutely. And my employees that have a disability, I have to say, are the better employees. I would be dishonest if I wasn't saying that. They don't complain. They don't carry on about the same things. They move on. Maybe they need, some more guidance. Maybe they need you to speak to them a little differently or go over something once or twice. But I agree with you, Bradley. They think accommodations are, you're going to have to redo the building. You know what? You should be up on 80. You should have those accommodations anyways. We shouldn't be having to ask you for them. And we're not asking you to rebuild ramps or do anything. We're just asking you to take into consideration what they might need to be employed there. And, what I've seen is that most of them don't need accommodations. It's more, they need someone there to go to or ask those questions to, because they are the person that does show up every day.
I think that point about the, I knew right where you're going with that, Bradley, the systemic ableism. I think that we've got to get that out there because there's such a talk about systemic racism at the moment. I mean, if you look at universities, they are structurally ableist. I mean, that is the concept behind a university. I mean, they're actually rewarding ability. And so we face this problem daily. And there's an idea, and it's unfortunate, I think that pedagogically, people think that becoming smarter is about something becoming more vigorous and more rigorous. And I think that the problem is that oftentimes it means that you've enhanced or you've broadened someone's ability in college. And so oftentimes people think, well, if it's having something be that has more accommodations or allows people to express their ideas in multiple ways is easier rather than it's a way for people to be able to express themselves in a way that allows, for them to be understood. And when we have colleges who are, and I always think it's funny, if you look at the college rankings, right? they usually give about 3 different statistics about how they decided which colleges were ranked the highest. And one of those is the acceptance rate. And the crazy idea here is that the lower the acceptance rate you have for a college, meaning the more people you reject, the better of the college you are. And I think that just rethinking about what colleges are there for. I mean, should they be serving students who have a desire to learn, students who fit the curriculum that they're seeking, that have the kind of degree paths that they want? And then are we able to evaluate those students for their ability to contribute in that field rather than their skills that they've demonstrated thus far through assessments that are structurally ableist? And it just goes right down the chain all the way up into job placement. So I appreciated you bringing that up. We battle with that every step of the way, and I could give you a million different examples, right down to the number of credits you're taking per semester generally gives you priority to certain things in a college. So if you're taking 9 credits because you have a disability, that might mean that you are the last person to register for courses the next semester. All of those little pieces that are just hidden in there that greatly impact someone with a disability, are really damaging to their ability to be successful in college.
There does seem to be, I'd like to explore this point a little bit more. Bradley, because it intrigued me, not really having thought about it much in that sense. What does this word ableist mean to you?
It basically means that people with disabilities have are less. I think, as I think the Temple Grandin quote, I'm not less. But ableism basically is a way of projecting that individuals with disabilities are less. Ableism promotes the lack of disability as the natural and full human state. And if you have a disability, you are less than that. And that's a concept that, well, we should wholeheartedly and vigorously reject. When it surfaces, whether it's implicit or explicit, we need to draw attention to it as a concept that needs to be rejected. I think there is a great deal of implicit ableism, like many of the isms. To some extent, there is explicit. I think Perry laid out some examples where it's codified even in an academic setting, for example. But implicit ableism is, I think, a common part of the human experience for people with disabilities.
And how general do you think this is? Do you think this is the level of discourse in Europe as well, in UK? I mean, or is this just an American universities thing? That I'm not being funny. I'm just asking.
Oh, I know.
I just don't know.
I think that, just to be straightforward, I think that eugenics is a response, is a pro-ableist worldview. And the idea that there are people who are less than and those that are greater than, and based on a perceived ability. So I don't think it's a academic. It might be an academic construct in the sense that it's not as widely recognized as an ism as others like sexism and racism, but I don't think it's something that's culturally endemic to the United States. I think it's a pervasive part of the challenges in society. Not to be overly general, broad in the statement, but I think it is a pervasive issue.
So does this stuff that I talked about, Simon, earlier, which I think is just really important. It might be depressing for a moment or two, but I don't think so. As I said before, the quintessential go-to point at this moment is the genetic lottery, which is Catherine Page Harden's book, A New Moral Framework for Genetics, and which deals with eugenics, but moved forward to now and says, are we doing that? Are we doing eugenics, or might we want to? How might it be an idea to improve, you know, to have genies? You want your child to be a great musician, a wonderful poet, a novelist, a great athlete. We got the genes for you, honey. I mean, we can do genies on you there. So not necessarily a great idea, but it seems to be a dialogue that is now restarted. And please explain.
Well, it's interesting that you bring that up, because I think one of the most interesting, difficult questions right now is, should we cure Down syndrome?
Right.
We certainly, if you want to think about Down syndrome as one of the ongoing aspects of eugenics right now, it is one of the most screened for disabilities during early stages of pregnancy. We know that with some genetic work, we can actually probably eliminate Down syndrome. And there are people, you know, a huge part of our population who have Down syndrome, who are wonderful contributors to our society. And the question really becomes, if there's that many people out there with Down syndrome, is it really a quote unquote mutation, or is it just a natural part of our human being? And certainly, I think that goes back to sort of why the original phrase of cure autism went away, and we started, I believe they became Autism Speaks. Because are we out here to cure disabilities, or are we out here to make sure that disability is part of the world fabric? I'm adding world because Brazil is here, but part of the United States fabric of, you know, someone with a disability should be just as included and just as thought of and just as empowered as somebody without a disability. And how important is it for, I thought it was humorous. My nieces are much younger than I am. You know, I was asking them about autism and disability. And for them, they didn't grow up in a world where special education was a place. They grew up in a world where special education was a set of services, and those services happened in the classroom. And we're trying to now, you know, square that away with a world who expects somebody with a disability to still be hidden away, with a new generation of people coming up who have worked alongside and studied alongside and played alongside students with disabilities has become more of a part of their own fabric. And so how do we continue to welcome that rather than try to remedy it?
Right. There is a question here from Louisa Lurkes, which says, are there incentives offered to companies to train staff and hire more neurodiverse employees? Just a large question. Kelly, you would have the answer to that.
I don't think there's an incentive, a financial incentive. I think it's trying to get them to do the right thing. That's more so what I think it is, but I don't believe there's an incentive. There are organizations that are national organizations, Disability In and a few others, that are really going after CEOs and telling them, come on, get on board with this. We have people in our organization that are trying to place individuals with disabilities in jobs, and they want to work in companies. They don't want to work in sheltered workshops. Those are long gone. So the incentive is, it's the right thing to do. And if you research it, you will see that there are many large companies that are doing it. Walgreens does it, CVS does it, Google does it, Facebook does it. There are many companies that are hiring people with disabilities and have programs for them within the company. You're just not hearing a lot about it, but if you're in a particular state, there are many companies that have jumped on. Raytheon jumped on years ago. There are many companies that are trying to do it.
Yep.
Do they all hire everybody with disabilities? I don't know. I mean, that's the other question. They have the programs. I think, Perry's probably more involved in it, seeing, students that are graduating from his program, but I do know that there are programs out there with certain companies for sure.
So what's the typical outcome of the classes, Perry, at Mansfield? I mean, what do you follow them, follow up with them and see where they went, what happened?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I appreciate the question to brag a little bit. So right now we're seeing, we do our follow-up study. So most students only stay with us for about, on average, about 1.5 years, 2 years. And so our job is to become as least relevant in their life as possible, so that they're actually able to go on to college and access the services, which I think is really what we're trying to train them for. Colleges have great services. No one knows how to use them. I actually published a book last year called Taking Flight, where the whole point of the book was that try to demystify what a college looks like and how students with disabilities can succeed within it. The idea there is that colleges have a lot of different opportunities for students to be supported and successful. It's just that if you don't know how to ride that bike, you're not going to be able to get anywhere. And so how do you do that? So right now, like I said, that there's about 20% of students who start college with disabilities finish, which is just horrific. We're seeing about 70% of our students, when we do follow-up studies, either are close to or have finished an associate's degree or a bachelor's degree. And so we are seeing a large number of students with that additional level of support be able to get through college. A lot of it is around coaching. I mean, our model is one part academics. I mean, our model is we're a holistic program. We say we have learning, living, giving, and engaging. So we have the academic piece, but then we give independent living support. We give social support, and then we also give vocational support in the area of volunteering, providing internships, requiring all of our students to volunteer, and having goal setting in all those different areas. Rarely do we find a student who's struggling in a class is because of the content. It's generally because of everything else in their life is not allowing them to be present and focused in the class. I mean, we're seeing the exact same thing. I was having a conversation with some business owners recently where they were frustrated that some of the pieces they put into place, the low stimulation rooms or the different policies they put in place on a corporate side, aren't necessarily paying off to higher results for students with autism. Well, that's because getting to work, getting out of bed in the morning, being able to solve problems, not isolating, having a robust social life outside of work is as important to maintain what they're doing at work as the room that they can go to have some quiet space. So I see it going sort of twofold there.
So Brazil, tell me a little bit more about Brazil in terms of whether there's anything like this sort of thing. I'm talking about Carolina now. Anything like this here, or are you still quite away from being able to deal with this whole notion of the education system?
Answering the question that Kelly answered, here in Brazil, going back to, I was talking with Paulo because here in Brazil, we don't have the vocational center to help these people, but the government, they have like a discount in tax for the companies who hire people with deficiency, but they don't talk about deficiency. They only talk about, they only hire people with physical disabilities. They don't think about the neurodiversity. It's funny, but it's also sad because it doesn't work for everything. They only think about, oh, I want some discount, so I will hire someone who has. It's not like a really big disability. They like to shortcut to like, oh, you don't have like one finger, so you get in and you don't. I don't have to adapt anything in my company to bring you to work with me.
Is this because the sheer diagnostic process of something as complex as that would be too difficult?
They put everything, everybody who has a diagnosis like in one basket. So you don't have like to distinguish. Yeah, like yeah. Yeah, we have quotes. How can I say in English? Quotes to join the university as well. So they have this program, but they don't offer any help in like in a follow-up with psychologists or occupational therapists or speech therapists. They don't just throw in the university and you have to do everything by yourself. So you have this kind of initiative, but you don't have the follow-up. So you don't have anyone to help these people when they start the university or even in the kindergarten. I need to go to the school and explain to them too. So this is my client, this is my patient, and you need to work with him this way, that way, and everything.
So you really need to help people set up organizations, small organizations that at universities and other places and corporate that can actually take on this responsibility of being a bit more thoughtful and seeing further than just a tax refund.
Yeah. They start to modify the environment and everything just when they have the children with some disabilities. They don't think like before. They just think after. So Paulo had this trouble with his son. He got a lot of negatives to put his son in the school. So, oh, we have autism. Oh, sorry, we don't have like space for him, something like that. They make it an excuse for not accepting.
I asked you before. I think I asked you before, but I mean, you didn't know what the percentage, the proportion of neurodiverse population is in Brazil, do you?
Yeah, you have the disabilities, but like autism, we don't have like a right number. So you have like percentage, but you don't have much. It's starting now because all the moms and fathers are starting to say, we need to count these people. We need to know where they are. We need to know who they are and everything. So this is what we want to help with our project too. So help they understand that these people exist, the neurodiversity exists, and we need to know them and connect them.
Forgive me for not knowing this, but what's the total population of Brazil?
2,000 million of people. Yeah.
I could look it up, but it's one of the advantages of the internet. But it's
2012 million of people in the world.
Wow. Well, so it's worth giving thought to it then, isn't it? That's amazing. Oh my God.
212 million.
Yeah. And all right. Well, look, that's been very informative, at least for me. Thank you very much for all your information and comments and for your doing what you do. That's just wonderful. And we're going to go now to the 3:44. Yes, I've got to do this on time. We're going to go to the Living Autistically panel. So thank all of you. Good to see you again. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, are we online? Andrew and Albert are here.
Hello.
Andrew, I can't see you. Hang on, I have to mess with my screen here. Andrew Walden.
Yes, I'm here.
Right. Actually, didn't you go to Mansfield School with, or the school that Perry LaRoque was just talking about?
I'm involved with their program virtually, so.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. Who have we got? Are we all on board yet? Albert, hello.
Hello. Hello, Roger.
Has Becca vanished or she's, oh, there, no.
I'm here. Hello.
Oh, hello. Hello. Nice to see you again. Thank you very much. And Mark. Is Mark with us yet? Well, maybe he will come along. Why don't we just start anyway? Given what we've talked about, particularly this last panel as well, Becca, what do you think are the major issues that have to be dealt with in this session? What do you want to talk about?
Well, I think it'd be really interesting to talk about what the big issues are to the autism community, to autistics ourselves. You know, what are the things that we think we could do research on? What are the things that we think are priorities to the community? And just give our voice to, you know, what everybody has kind of heard the science of all day.
Guys, do you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. Who wants to start on that one? Do you want to let Becca go first, or do you already have a list in your head, Albert, or that you want?
Yeah, Becca can go.
Sure. Okay. As far as I think, and kind of, I run a couple of news groups on social media as well, and so sort of taking the temperature of our community, I think the things that we are concerned about the most are the things that impact our daily lives and the things that are impacting really our quality of life, right? So when we talk about our high unemployment rate, we talk about the high underemployment rate, and we talk about things like whether or not it's safe to disclose and things like that. So employment is a really big issue for our community. We mentioned really this morning, Simon mentioned our huge unemployment rate and our huge suicide rate that we have. And so the other component besides unemployment is our mental health and mental health care, as well as a component of access to care, right? So that piece of mental health care as well. And so I think those are the two big issues in the community right now, the things that are really affecting our well-being and whether or not we live a life that we enjoy or one that we barely survive.
So would you like to add to that, gentlemen?
Yes, like I couldn't agree more with her. Like it's like we just need more mental health funding. Like throughout the pandemic, like everyone's staying home and all that. Like, well, I can tell like everyone's has anxiety and depression. It's like for the past year, but that's because it's like there's not much to do. Like back in 2020, but I think there's more to do right now since we're all vaccinated. Like the point is, it's like we had to like tackle the problem for like depression, anxiety. I think the cause for all this is like getting like a little bit too comfortable and just like take a challenge. It's like think about it. Like it's going to a gym or something like that. It's like the more you like go like run faster on a treadmill for a short period of time until you hit your goal, then you feel good. It's like stepping stones. Like.
Yeah, but just go a little bit on the commentary there. I mean, you watched what Doris Trowner said, right? The survey that she'd done about people at home during the pandemic.
Yeah.
And
Say that again.
A lot of other stuff about the pandemic. I mean, what was your experience of that? Was there anything positive that you gained from the solitude?
Oh my God, like, yeah, this is probably like the biggest transformation like ever. It's like, I was diagnosed at 3 years old, like, and then like, I moved here like March 2020. I finally fulfilled like my parents' mission, like live independently by myself. And then 2 weeks later, the World Health Organization like, declares it COVID. I'm like, great, like, but
I did it.
Yeah. But then like as 2 months went by, like, don't get me wrong, I felt like a little scared, anxious and all that. and really cautious, but I just like, okay, like I gotta think about more other people more, like a little bit, and just get myself out there instead of like just like scrolling on my phone and screen all the time. Maybe like walk outside or play guitar. That's what I thought, like, and even garden, and that's made a huge difference.
You've been playing guitar and the gardening?
Yeah, basically doing anything that's like not sitting on the couch, like watching a screen, or just like ordering from Grubhub. Like,
yeah,
it's basically like getting yourself out there, like boosting like your happy chemicals, like endorphins, like serotonin, dopamine, and oxytocin.
Yeah, but do you I mean, the comment that she had in her survey about social media, and the suggestion clearly there was that was a very low, even though gaming, as I talked about, doing games seemed to have a positive impact in the neurodiverse community, given the way it was, if you found the right game and so on. That social media, on the other hand, was not something, according to Doris's thing.
Right, exactly. I completely agree with that. Like,
care about much, right?
Yeah, I think I know what you. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking.
Require a different amount of social, and I think that what we do on social media is different. Also, I think what's interesting to me and what I'm hearing a lot from my clients and the rest of the community is that for us, we really struggle with change. And when things get changed on us, or our routine is forced into change. And a lot of people were uncomfortable in the beginning of COVID because that's what happened to them, and their routine got taken away entirely, right? And not just the autistic community, but everybody, right? Our reality changed entirely. But I think also then we got used to it, and we're like, hey, now we're living a life that we've been asking for forever. Now everyone's home and we're all on our computers, and it's so much easier. And we started to really enjoy the less pressure of it. And now that we're back to returning, it's another change we're having to make again, another change back into another routine. And it's also, a time to question whether we want to give back everything that we took over COVID, right? We learned a lot of important things during COVID, and maybe returning to exactly the way things were isn't the best thing, right? I learned a lot about when the social pressure to be outside, or the social pressure to do a certain amount of things every day. When that was taken away, right, it was easier to just be me. And do I want to give that back? Do I want, right? But I think the biggest global change we saw is that remote working has been normalized. And that is something that the autism community has been asking for as an accommodation for a decade. Right? That's something that the disability community as a whole has been asking for longer than that. And when we look at the unemployment rate, and you think about the fact that transportation is often the thing that is keeping people from a good job, and we suddenly say it's okay to be remote, right? Or remote some of the time. We've removed the pressure, right? We've normalized this idea that people have been asking for a really long time, and that equals the playing field a little bit. Right. And so it's interesting that when forced upon corporate America, or corporate world, period, right, forced upon that they had to do remote in order to make money, there it was, no problem. But before that, it was an impossibility. Right.
What's the Waldman view on this?
Yeah, like here, I'll share my experience with the pandemic. So like the unique thing about me is that this like March 2020 was my senior year of high school. So pretty much like high school for me just ended abruptly, just everything went online. And like pretty much like all my senior activities just like got like really scaled down or canceled. And yeah, like it was like hard with my mental health, like pretty much with everyone. And then I went to college where like in Madison last year, pretty much like everything, like things like football, like in-person classes, like they had none of that. Like it was pretty much like sitting in my dorm, all online classes. And like, I definitely like dealt with some challenges, social, and including getting COVID having to quarantine in a hotel for 2 weeks. Yeah, and I like just like am like naturally socially challenged. And yeah, like this year, like it's kind of like hurt my mental health a little bit, like with everything open again, just like trying to like find things to do, like trying to like find like people like I can hang out with, 'cause like we're not all living together in the dorm anymore. Like I end up living alone. So yeah, just
how was that shift?
I mean, like I'm like it's like a big transition. It's a little difficult. Just like trying to like live alone, and yeah, like I think I'm managing like life skills okay, but I just like want to make, I just like want to like make sure like that I'm having a good time, and feel like just sometimes like it's not always like that. Yeah. So like, yeah, definitely like dealing like with the challenge of online school is pretty difficult also. Because like I was like trying to like people are trying to like force me to have relationships over with people over video conference, which is difficult. Yeah, so like I'm just trying right now, like I've been trying to like find ways to improve myself academically and socially, and just like to like just like keep facing my challenges, like and like hopefully like one day I'll overcome them.
Sure, but hey, to when you say thinking about ways to improve myself and challenges and so on, I mean, where's the feedback come from? Is it from where do you get sort of feedback to check the direction?
I like could like go for like advice and whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like one thing I'm trying to do is like kind of just be more open with my friends, like about like how I'm feeling, like what I'm dealing with. Yeah, like I feel like that's been helpful because like since they are college students, like they are willing to help me. So kind of just like need to like know that like there are people that care about me. Like doesn't always feel like that, but yeah. I'm just like, yeah, just like need to like put myself out there, just like be more vulnerable, be more relatable.
Right. But is that something that you would have done without the pandemic? Or is this pretty much a consequence of the pandemic? What would you say, Andrew?
Well, like kind of as well, yeah, like I think it relates to the pandemic because like this like we're coming out of it, and you're like like now like that's like everything's back. I like kind of just like want to make up for lost time, and yeah, and I just like want to like make sure I'm just doing well in school, and socially.
So, Albert, what's your technique for coming out of the wacky world?
Oh, that's a great question. Well, oh man, like, all right, when I first came here, like for this like life-changing situation, like I would have to say like logotherapy. Have you ever heard of Viktor Frankl?
Oh God.
Yeah, he's like the guy who wrote Man's Search for Meaning. Like,
oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it's like you had to like have 3 searches for me. It's like do what you love, like do what you love for work, and then like choose one attitude in any set of circumstance. I read that book, and then I just like did running during the winter earlier this year, believe it or not. So that was good. Well, and also I just decided to be like what Andrew did, is just be more vulnerable. I think that's the other thing like we need to talk about here is just like, it's like we can't wear a mask like all the time. Like, yeah, sure, it's like we have to like learn social norms, but I don't think it can get to the point like where we can't be ourselves, like, and to be domesticated. It's like being like your true authentic self for who you are. with like live by truth and love, as Don Miguel Ruiz said. And like, I think like that's what we got to focus on. It's just like get each neurodiverse person, like how to connect them like with each person, like from their full on heart. There's millions and billions of people across the world.
Did you find the wearing of the mask particularly odious? Odious.
Yeah, the mask has like, for a while, it's like when I had to watch what I say, like overthinking what I said, like even like sometimes right now, like it was exhausting for a while. But once this craziness, like, okay, I'm like, okay, like maybe it's time to do something different. It's like everyone's feeling the same way, so why not open up more or just be vulnerable?
So Becky, what did you change most in your life? Did you actually still go out and do the social distancing with the mask thing? Or
yeah, I did the social distancing. I only hang out with like close friends, like as it eased down. Like I never went out to big gatherings. Oh hell no, like that's too risky.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's just like people like that, like what I'm talking about. It's like family and all that.
Yeah. Becca?
Yeah. For me, not that much changed for me, actually. I have been working from home for quite some time now. I work for myself, and I actually live all the way up in the Rocky Mountains, not near very many people. So I sort of didn't have to change all that much about my life. But what I did notice was that a lot of the judgment lifted about the choices that I made. There was not quite so much judgment if my dogs were barking in the background, or if I was, talking to someone and I didn't feel like doing camera, or whatever it is, all the things that have sort of become normalized. I certainly was judged before COVID for, so that was a great relief. And then also, something that was interesting for me is that we all kind of started to think about the strange things that we do as a society that we've decided are the societal rules. And a lot of people began to think about whether or not those things were right for them anymore. And so for me, what I found was that a lot of people have sort of shifted over to my mindset about work rather than me being the odd man out, which is what it used to be.
So say a bit more about that. I'm not quite following.
So for me, like when I started doing remote work and I started working for myself, it was kind of thought of as very odd, an unusual choice, an unsafe choice, a whole lot of other things. But there was definitely certain things about working at home, certain limitations, and also some advantages that were poo-pooed by the mainstream society during meetings or whatever, that I wouldn't physically be there, but I would call in, right? Things like that. And then with COVID, because everyone had to call in, suddenly it wasn't weird to call in anymore. And suddenly working from home wasn't so weird anymore. And suddenly if my dogs were barking and you could hear them, it didn't make me less professional all of a sudden, right? And those are all, judgments that I was receiving as someone who was kind of against the mainstream when I started remote work and I started, self-employment. Now everyone just wants to jump on the self-employment bus and everyone wants to work from home, and everyone's asking for hybrid employment, with some be in person and some work from home, right? And that was an accommodation that I had been asking for since my diagnosis, and I was never allowed to have that. And because I was never allowed to have that hybrid opportunity, I had to take the risk of working on my own and creating that workspace for myself where I could be successful. And now that's sort of shifted. Now I would feel a lot more comfortable working for other people now that hybrid isn't so weird, right? And some of those more human needs that we have the mystery behind that has been taken away. We've sort of become more human, I think.
Huh. Interesting. Albert, you look like you were about to say something there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was my turn, but okay. Let's see. Yeah, what do you guys say? I think everyone like felt like COVID like changed everything. It's like, all right, you ever heard of Buddha? Like the story of the prince, Buddha. All right, he left the palace after he saw like a sick man or something like that. He's like, wow, like I didn't know that existed like outside the palace. So he decided like go like sit under a tree for a while, just like how we were like back in 2020, like staying in a house, like sitting in a tree like this, like. Well, anyways, like everyone's like, okay, do we like this like chair? Do we like what we eat? Do we like my wife, my husband, my boyfriend, girlfriend? Do we like my brothers, sisters, like, and how we get along? Do I like, is it worth like paying for this car? Like, should I change a career? Like, point is, it's like, I think it was like a reset button, like in a way, like just staying home. Like, it's just like, all right, do I like it where I am or go to a new direction? Because like, usually something like a shake or something like that is what causes change. And I think that's what like COVID has caused, even for like people in the autism community, like you said, like Roger, like video games has definitely like helped out. Like it brought happiness. I saw my brother personally, and he's so happy about it, especially Among Us and like in Halo.
So did you, I mean, here's a question that intrigues me a lot. I've been listening to a couple of programs recently, and in fact, I'm developing something about the whole notion of the self. How do we construct a self? Is there such a thing as a self? How many, or we like a walking repertory company that we do different selves depending upon who we're meeting for the audience, and what is your sense of, and one of the things that always comes out of this is the notion that philosophers will tell you, and the Buddha will tell you, about being authentic. Authenticity is just a huge topic, and it's a huge topic these days in all sorts of ways. You can find it anywhere. So, but I would have thought that most people who are in a neurodiverse community, that's precisely one of the things they do, is they do not put on very much in the way of masks and shifts. This is who I am. This is it.
It's like we reveal who we are. Like, right. It's like we were like there from the beginning. Like we were here from the beginning. We were three. Like we didn't wear a mask, but then we put a mask on. But then it's like once 2020 came, like we're like, no, we're just gonna be ourselves, like, because like as like Becca stated, like everyone's doing remote, like now they know how we feel. Like I think we're all starting to understand each other like better.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if more of this, what we were calling authenticity, came out of this enterprise. Andrew, what do you think about that?
Yeah, it's like, here's like how I feel about mask wearing. So yeah, I don't really like it, to be honest. Definitely. Yeah, but like I do wear them, like, because it's the law, it's a requirement, and like it's my public duty to do so. And yeah, like definitely during the first year, just like having to wear the mask like pretty much like anytime you went out, like in public. And yeah, like especially like at this university, like they're very strict with it. Like last year, if you like had to like walk into a campus building that was not your dorm room, you'd have to have your mask on. And
yeah,
it's still the case right now, like even with a 90% vaccination rate and cases going down, our school and cases going down. So yeah, like also, yeah, like even like talking about or like hearing about the pandemic, like it can trigger me, it can make me angry, kind of just like makes me upset by like how like the world like just like kind of just fell apart. like they just like all had to change and adapt. And it's just, and just like kind of like feel like I lost like a year of my life, and just like really like want it all back, really try and make it up. And like it's just like a difficult process and everything, like just like feel like it's never ending. And like,
how do you make it up, and what do you make up? Forgive me for not knowing this, but Carol is that your mother?
Yeah, Carol. Yeah, she
is. Can we hear from her as well, or is she there?
If she is, we can hear from her. Is she there?
Okay. Hi. Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely. But okay. So.
Okay, now I'm starting the video. Okay.
Okay. So how? I mean, what was your take on all of this shift and so on? Was it drama, or?
You mean the shift in the pandemic?
Yeah, or is it just quiet?
Oh my goodness. Well, Andrew, it was an interesting time. He had just finished his senior year of playing basketball. He just finished his college applications. He had a great amount of support from his public high school. And all of a sudden it hit in March, and it was very sad in many ways, but in many ways I was relieved that he had finished, some of these big projects of applying to colleges, his success in basketball.
2020.
2020.
Yeah.
And then, and then he ended up getting into University of Wisconsin, and, that going to that school that far away in a pandemic was nerve-wracking for us, as a family. He was excited to go. We live in San Diego. He's in Madison. And, but, we have the support of, Perry's from Mansfield Hall. They also have Virtual Hall, which is the program like.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah. That's.
Hang on a sec.
I clicked off. Can you hear me through the computer?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Okay. Well, we're just having Carol Waldman's just finishing talking for a while, so and then I'll come and say hello to you, if that's okay.
Okay. Yes, my camera's not working, but at least you can hear me.
Okay. All right. So let's just finish with Carol's conversation then.
And so Andrew, yes. So Andrew went to Wisconsin. He had the support of Virtual Hall. He did get COVID. He handled it with grace. He went to a hotel for 2 weeks. What a crazy time. But he did it, and he's back, and he's in an apartment, and he's trying to make friends and doing the best he can. And we're really proud of him, but it's got its challenges, and he gets his rewards too.
Okay. Mark, would you like?
Yes.
Would you like to sort of pitch in and tell us what you think about how your life's been for the last 2 years?
Yes, I would love to. I feel like I was basically reborn. I was born with autism. However, I wasn't diagnosed with autism in 2009 when I had to go get reevaluated. And so from there, I decided that I wanted to write my own memoir, my own book about growing up, on the spectrum, but I didn't know I was on the spectrum. Then I was diagnosed for like maybe brain damage, ADD should. I was given what all kids were given. I was given Ritalin, and I had a very tough time in life, going through adversity, going through trials and tribulations, growing up. Went to some doctors that were not very successful in helping me implement in my development and growth. They just couldn't figure out how to do it. So I went to this place in Philadelphia called the called a Help for Human Potential. with Achievements for Human Potential in Philadelphia, which is which was an institute that helped kids with brain damage develop mentally through different exercising, stimulating the blood to the brain to create new blood cells with creeping and crawling and patterning, breathing exercise, eye exercising, all these different techniques, which eventually I began to show improvements in my mental and intellectual development, and even improving in school. However, I did not start to learn to read till I was like 11 or 12. So it was a slow process growing up and learning, going through adversity in the home, adversity in the school, and so interacting socially with other kids and adults, and just being aware. I mean, I did not have a good social interaction. I did not know how to interact at all socially. So I would say between 19, within my 20s, I slowly started to develop and started to catch up, but still very slow and learning and doing things in that area. However, I did learn how to drive when I was 17. Got my first job when I was 17. Are you still there?
I am.
Okay, I don't see your, I thought I lost you. Started learning to drive and began to make friends and learn how to become socially apt instead of being socially inept, and just started progressing on a very, very, very gradual level, almost to the point, fast forward 20 years, to some kind of normalcy. So I was diagnosed with autism, but yet I beat all odds. The first doctors that I went to at Johns Hopkins said that I need to be institutionalized. However, my mother wouldn't hear of it, so she just kept pushing on to taking me to different doctors, and she wasn't going to give up until we reached that goal where I would start to develop and to have some kind of a normal life now. So I've had jobs. I went, I started working. I eventually got my own apartment, and just to the point where now I'm living on my own. So I decided to write a book called Living Life with Autism, The World Through My Eyes. Rebecca and Dana have one of all my accomplishments and all my achievements. And one thing led to it.
May I interrupt and ask a question? So how old were you when diagnosed?
I think it was like 51. I was diagnosed in 2009, and I wrote the book like in 2010. And so I was just getting up to the last 2 years from 2019. I have family in LA, so I'd go up and visit. I gave a speech, I gave a speech advocating or workshop, what you want to call, for people with and with intellectual disabilities, on what I've gone through, adversity, trials, and tribulations. In the last sentence in my book, I says, autism is not a roadblock. It's not a it's just a roadblock. Take a different path, and meet your success at the end of the rainbow. So I just spawned about what I had to go through, and in Florida it's called like workforce programs. This was like leaps and bounds. And also in Florida, there's another place equal to that, the Dan Marino Foundation, where these organizations teach kids with mental with intellectual disabilities, life learning skills, simple basics, how to clean a house, wash dishes, do laundry, wash themselves, take care of themselves, go out shopping, buy clothes, buy groceries, even managing a checkbook, and having relationships, learning how to drive, and just doing things that that anybody can do. And this is what I was saying in this place at Leaps and Bounds, that there are programs doing that. And I was there for like an hour and a half. And this lady that was one of the directors at Leaps and Bounds introduced me to this program where I'm at now at the Performing Arts Studio West for people who want to venture into the film industry. There's a huge need for people with disabilities to be in the film industry. And so I came and did an orientation and decided this is what I wanted to do. So one of my family members suggested to take an acting class down in Florida, which I did, and I decided this is what I wanted to do. And ever since I started this, I've been making different connections. Today, I'm writing another book. I'm doing songwriting, taking acting class. I have an agent to for acting roles in TV, theater, movies, commercials, and all that. And I'm just entrenched in everything having to do with acting in the entertainment business. Yeah.
So the acting thing is a fascinating story. The acting thing is particularly intriguing. When I mentioned authenticity, Becca, I noticed that you said you were interested in authenticity as well. The question is how much. I mean, I'm actually planning something which is not one of my usual science documentaries or anything like that. I actually like to do a play and do some acting with a theatre that talks about tomorrow's world and uses the wonderful Temple of Hercules pillars of Francis, and so on and so forth, and then do a series of sequences that go through history and key moments in history. But what's happening through that is that one is acting, and you know what an actor does. It acts. Well, is that you, or is this, as I said, one of the personas that you are capable of creating at any given moment? The whole notion of acting, I think, is such a fascinating topic that I personally would love to see it almost as a required class in schools. I think you ought to be able to spend a lot of time walking a mile in somebody else's neurons, thinking about it.
Yeah, definitely should be part of an academic, I think, for sure. For sure, it should be part of an academic to take an elective, for sure. I'm totally on board with this, and this gives the person a chance to open up and to expand their horizon big time. I'm totally on board with what you're offering with this, for sure. 100% on board with this. Yeah,
Albert, you
for
had
sure.
Yeah, I definitely approve of this. Like we need an elective, from a neurodiverse and a neurotypical. If a neurotypical just goes into this class to understand how our brains work, it would create a stronger connection. I think that would be a brilliant plan here. What you guys are saying, this could be onto something. It seems like.
Becca. Becca, hello. What are your thoughts on this? On presenting some form of facsimile of yourself?
I think that everybody does that. I think the reason that autistics learn to mask is because neurotypicals mask all the time. So I think that's, in order to kind of translate our autisticness into some kind of language that neurotypicals can understand, we end up really mimicking neurotypical behavior so that you guys can understand what we're doing. So we ask you about the weather, not because we care what you think about the weather, but because we know that's one of the things we're supposed to do, right? That's one of the things that you guys do. And so it's like, there's this big giant play going on out in the world that we call society, and everybody's playing their part. And I think the person that you are when you are, I don't know, at work, in a board meeting, you know, in that kind of scenario, is one version of who you are. But that is not the same version that sits on your couch and watches Real Housewives of Atlanta, right? That's a different version of you. And it would be inappropriate to show up at work as the version of you that watches the Real Housewives of Atlanta. Everyone would think you were crazy, right? So you go to work in the version of you that is work you, right? And that idea is where the masking comes from. It's where we learn, why we learn it and why it works to mask. Because so many human beings, as part of their agreement with society, have decided that authenticity is not okay. That to be your true self and all of your vulnerable and all of your flaws and all of your strengths and all of the things that you love about yourself is not okay. And we can look at social media and know that that's the truth, right? We say social media isn't real life, right? That's not what people look like in their regular life. And I think that's because we create different versions of ourselves for the different medias in which we are having exchanges with people. We show the people closest to us our true selves, right? And the people furthest away from us, we show some version of ourselves that is acceptable to them, right?
What is somebody putting on TikTok? What does she get when she ends up with 50 million viewers and so on? What is the notion of a celebrity? What is the presentation of self in everyday life? Going back to Riley Kaufman's old book. So what's the image? Daniel Burstyn, the celebrity is somebody who's well known for being well known. Culture, is this culture built around that kind of imagery?
I really do think so. I really think that in fact, a lot of the misconceptions even about autism come from this giant social play that is happening out there, right? If the majority of the world was autistic, we would have built a society that was more in tune with our thinking, right? And then the neurotypicals, who at that point would be the minority, right, would have to assimilate to what the majority is doing, right? That's what we're being asked to do as autistics, is to assimilate our behavior so that we fit into the society that neurotypicals have built and that we keep them comfortable so that our behavior doesn't make you uncomfortable, right? Our natural behavior, for whatever reason, right? And I say it's like the uncanny valley effect, right? We are so close to being neurotypical. We're so almost like you, right? That we freak you out so much that we have to hide those parts of ourselves in order to kind of navigate a world that's not built for us, or at least not built to our standards, right?
So the reason, as you know, that I used that little section from Alice in Wonderland to begin at the beginning to say to people you guys, Albert and Andrew, were not watching that, were you? You were on this morning or not? No. Okay. So and the same thing with Mark. I'll just very quick repeat. There's a scene in Alice in Wonderland where Alice turns up in a garden. There's a caterpillar blue caterpillar sitting on a hooker, smoking sitting on a caterpillar, sitting on a mushroom, smoking a hookah, and basically asks two questions of Alice. One is, who are you? And the second one is, what size do you want to be? Because she has already said, I've been so many sizes today, I really don't know, because of eat me, drink me, and so on. Those questions, it seems to me, are absolutely crucial. And I wondered if you guys thought about that on a regular basis or gave any thought to it. Who am I? How did I get this way? And is there just one of me, or am I a repertory company on the road here? How do you think of yourself?
I can start if you want. It's something that I think about a lot. It's something that I didn't think about before my diagnosis. I was diagnosed at 36. And at that point, I no longer trusted myself. I really believed myself to be broken, right? I also believed myself to be the only one of my kind. And I was fully isolated, miserable, suicidal, all of those things, right? And with my diagnosis, I was given information that I had been deprived of for 36 years. Right. So I was being asked to function as an adult and make informed decisions about adulthood, but I was missing half the knowledge about myself. Like I was missing all of this vocabulary to describe my experiences. I was missing the reasons for things rolling out the way they do, and the reasons I was making some choices and not others, right? And so I really couldn't have very fairly thought about who I am and who I want to be until I was given that information. Right? And it's why so many adult advocates talk about telling your kids as soon as you know and not holding back that information from them, because they already know they're different. It's too late. Might as well give it a name, right? And so, you know, in that, with the self-discovery that comes with the autism diagnosis, I figured out very clearly who I am, very clearly who I want to be, and very clearly the kind of life that I want to live, right? Is it in accordance with societal norms? I would say probably not. Is it still valid? Yes. Am I enjoying the heck out of it? 100%. I am a million times happier now than I ever could have been without my diagnosis. I just couldn't have ever been happy without knowing that part of myself. And so now I teach that. I teach people how to go on that journey for themselves to figure out who their authentic self is with the autism, right? Like we are our autism. We can't separate it from ourselves. And so how do I build a life that takes in account my autism and also feels like my life?
But
right?
You knew this before you went for the diagnosis, though, didn't you? I mean,
no.
You must.
How could I? No. I mean, before my diagnosis, I was alone. I did 15 jobs in 10 years. I couldn't find a career. I couldn't succeed in employment. Didn't have any kind of mental health or any kind of self-esteem. Nothing. I mean, I was taking up space. That's what I would tell people. I was taking up space and a waste of oxygen, right? That was genuinely how I thought about myself, right? And it was like, I don't know how else to explain it, right? That's such a clear way to say it. Like I'm using up oxygen that somebody else could be using to do things with, and I'm just a waste of it, right? That is how I felt about myself, because I couldn't understand why nobody understood me. And I couldn't understand why the whole world felt illogical to me. And I couldn't understand, right? Because I was missing a whole bunch of information, and I was surrounded by people whose brains were different than mine.
Yeah. Albert, anybody comment on that?
Yes, I will definitely comment on that. Nobody in this world except our creator above has any right to judge any person for any reason. Even if you do harm to somebody, the deed, the bad or the good deed that we'll do will be the judgment for you. But we are not really at all, I believe and truly believe, are in no position to judge anybody. Right, they do wrong in any way, shape, or form. That's my opinion, period. Nobody should judge each other at all, and everybody is equal in everybody's eyes, and that's the way it should be. This is my opinion.
Okay, Albert, what do you think? Do you have any sense of having manufactured a self?
Manufactured self? If you're talking about like mass, like, well, I would say it got developed like probably like when I was like a little kid, like developing in elementary school. Like I got irritated like at first. I'm like, okay, why do I have to follow this way and that way? But I just decided to go with it just to fit in so it didn't cause problems and all that. Yeah, but then high school, like it just gotten worse. Like I don't know, kids, like some kids just like bullying me, like, and all that. I don't know, just verbally at least. But then like later on, like I quit like football like before because like there's just a couple bad apples like that just I don't know, did appreciate for who I am. So I decided, hey, like new group of friends, like some were like not that good, but like the one person like I was with, like turned out to change my life, like for the better. And he just like led me to like, in the long term, just saying, be yourself, Albert. Like, it just took like a long time, probably I would say, until like I started realizing to be myself more like till 2018, but I would say it came to full effect in like 2020, saying, okay, like I'm just dropping the cards and just like decided to like go full on like Albert. Like, it's just like remove like the mask. Like, it's like a Star Wars, like with Vader, like staring into Luke's eyes. It's like that. Yeah. It's like Anakin like looking at Luke, like in a way, without the mask.
Carol, are you still there? She is. Wait, did Andrew vanish?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, there you're there. All right. So did you two guys discuss at all anything about, whether things were different, changing, how things were shifting as a result of the pandemic and so on, whether
like, yeah, I kind of like already discussed. It's like, I kind of like want to like comment right now, like on like how like I've like been like writing about like my autism, like, so it's to make something like I rarely ever open up about, like and really ever talk about. And so I know like that a lot of people, they are happy, like on the autism spectrum, they are happy like with how they are, like they kind of find like as it is part of their personality. But for me, like I'm like a very high achiever. Like I have like pretty ambitious goals, and like, and like kind of just like feel like sometimes I'm just like not meant to be autistic. Yeah, I kind of like, I know there's no straight up cure for this, but like I like want to like get kind of just like get out of me as much as possible, because like I kind of just like I like understand my goals. Like I just like want to like live the life I want to live, like just like overcome these challenges. So yeah, I just like kind of like feel like it's kind of just like holds me back sometimes.
So what's the kind of solution you look for there in terms of assistance, help, discussion, conversation? Does that help?
Yeah, like, yeah, definitely, like, yeah,
the reason I mentioned it is
like,
that you could do less of it during or maybe more of it during the pandemic. I don't know.
Yeah, I definitely think like people just like got a lot better at recognizing and helping those like on the spectrum. Like for me, like my mom like talked about this in her talk a couple months ago. Like when I was like about to start kindergarten, we couldn't really like we had real hard time like finding schools like that would fit my needs, and growing up, like it was like I definitely had to deal with lots of changes, especially like definitely like with some like transfers of schools, just like leading like friend groups, like because like kind of like had like just be pulled out of them because like mom was like worried about the situation. And then like there's been a lots of different doctors, therapists, nannies, tutors like that like I've worked with like to try and help me, and just like some have just been better than others. Yeah, I feel like some have been really helpful with helping me like recognize what I need, like especially like with accommodations in school. That was like a huge one. And kind of just like helping me study, like helping with my academic skills, like social skills. I think like, yeah, I think like we definitely like found good people for that. Yeah, and Yeah, and like I know like I've like kind of just like my mom's talk made me realize like that I have overcome a lot, but like now like like through like the first few months still like no like I'm not done. I still have ways to go before like and I don't know like if I'll ever like get there. I don't think there won't like be like a perfect solution for this. Like there won't like be a perfect version of myself, but I just like need like just keep working, like just keep going.
Yeah. The panel, there's one, we've got just a few minutes left. There's a question just came in. Thank you for sharing that, Andrew. Here's another question to think about, guys, before the last question before we go. From Tammy Barmash to the panel, do you feel it might be better for autism to be identified versus diagnosed? I wonder if this would help shift from the diagnosis, prognosis, and maybe even cure mindset to seeing autism as a way that your brain works, that in some ways makes your life more difficult, in some ways is a strength. Then move on to look for ways to support you versus treat the condition. Curious what your thoughts are about this, asking as a parent of an autistic young man. Thank you. Anybody got any thoughts on that one? Becca must have.
I do. I definitely do. I think it's an interesting conundrum right now because in some sense, right, philosophically and perhaps ethically, right, being identified feels better. But in reality, the only thing that gets you anything right now in terms of support services, being taken seriously, et cetera, is a diagnosis. Right now, our society has deemed difference to be a disorder, a disease, this or that, right? And unfortunately, because of that medical model, if autistic people are seeking any kind of support, we are looked at first for our diagnosis. And that is what insurance companies want. That is what Social Security wants. If you want disability, that is what, you know, if you really get into arguments about accommodations and you get to a certain point in HR, that's what they want, right? And so hopefully as we move less away from a sort of community and more towards an autistic culture, we will see more desire to be identified rather than be diagnosed. Hopefully insurance companies will start to cover other kind of supports besides ABA so that we can use other kind of supports, you know, through our insurances and stuff like that. But unfortunately, until the medical model of autism isn't the foot that we lead with, we're stuck with diagnosis, and we gotta take it until we move to a more social model of autism. And at that point, I think we'll be able to change that.
Okay. Albert. Thoughts? Anybody? You don't have to. It's a requirement.
Yeah. So yeah, the only thing is like for a diagnosis, it can like help you get like the accommodations you need in school or like with like the insurance or doctors. But yeah, I don't know, like I guess like it sounds like a good idea, but just like kind of like what Becca said, like I think like diagnosis is like kind of like just what is needed right now.
Yeah. Anyone else?
Yeah, I agree with like Andrew. Like it's like a diagnosis. It's like it's like a command. Like diagnosis. It's like, oh, you should do this, this, and that. Like instead of like, oh, this is how it works for you. Like, well, I haven't researched like too much like on prognosis. But for what I've heard like on diagnosis, it's like maybe it's not like the most like effective. Like for what I've heard, but in fact, it's like give like support treatments, like what Mark talked about, like from one of his organizations he joined, like help him like people on the spectrum provide for relationships, like or like go on a bus, like go for a job, like school, like washing dishes and all that, laundry.
Yeah.
It's focusing more on that, like rather than just like I don't know, just like being like a puppet or something like that, like just do a plan that works for you, like an IEP.
All right. Thank you all so much. I have to shift because we have this last panel. Do you remember this really old band called Jefferson Airplane?
Yes, I definitely remember it. I was like 7 years old when I heard all their songs.
So there's the wonderful Gracie Slick, who is the lead singer. If you get a chance, just go online and listen to her sing White Rabbit. And it'll give you some nice Alice moments.
I know about that psychedelic song very well. I was 7 years old when I used to hear it on the local AM stations at that time before FM 10 years later.
I'm talking about her music. I'm not talking about the rest of the stuff. So, all right, guys, thank you very much. It was very sweet of you. Thank you very much. And now we'll go and talk to Michael Levy and his daughter and the rest of their panel.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
It was great fun.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Coming up next. Once again, the screen fills. I have to exit full screen to see who's there. Thank you very much. Tammy Barmash responded, said, yes, that's certainly an obstacle. Thanks. So we got a response for you. That's great. And so there's a professor who's at University of California, San Diego, Department of Neurological Surgery, Chief Division Head of Pediatric Surgery at Rady Children's Hospital, but he's also a lot of fun. A man called Michael Levy, who is sitting up there, and I can't see them. Are you in medical gear?
Yeah, I'm just wearing my coat. So
okay, being a doctor,
doing double duty.
Wow. Okay. So we have a wonderful thing about to come up, which was originally, I think, your idea. And then Danielle did a huge amount of stuff, which has been great fun to listen to and putting it together with the gang. But instead of my rattling on about you, tell me why you came up with this idea, how it fits into what you're doing, and then we'll go to the panel and start unpacking Algernon, Flowers 4.
Yeah, it was really a concept where you could have a sharing of ideas with a simple platform, just by having a book club. And it was one of the few things that probably was able to prosper with COVID, because the media and the approach to it through Zoom worked very well.
Yeah,
I was fortunate in that Danielle would be in the living room and working with everybody else. So I got to participate and listen, and really was amazed at the level of discussion and content. And it was unimaginable to me, just bringing things out in stories that I've also read that I was really not aware of or didn't see or approach it that way. So that was really kind of the concept. And then with regard to this meeting, I thought it was such a fantastic component of Autism Tree that that's why I really wanted to have basically one of these sessions portrayed, if you will, via Zoom.
Good, great. So do you want to explain how you got the panel together and the original suggestion of which book it was, i.e. Flowers for Algernon, came from Alison Mortry, I think, right?
That's true. I actually wanted something by Steinbeck, but then Otto told me I was simple.
Okay. What did
So
you What did you want by Steinbeck, by the way?
Cannery Row, just because that's where I grew up.
Okay, well, that's got a lot of really good connections to here. The character in Cannery Row that he modeled it on was in fact a scientist who, and with him they took the boat and they did the Sea of Cortez, which ended up being connected with Scripps Institution of Oceanography. So that would have been very cool. We'll do that another time.
Yeah.
Are you going to hand it over to Danielle at this point, or do you want to introduce?
I was just going to introduce the three panels very quickly,
Yes.
and then hand it over.
Great, thank you.
Can people see my screen?
Indeed.
Okay, let me get rid of that. So once again, Dr. Motri really picked a fantastic book. And I think that it's just perfectly appropriate for this. What I did is I took some of statements from the three individuals and kind of put it in a format, if you will, that it made a great deal of sense to me. And from Otto, don't fear the science, don't fear the numbers, don't fear the different, run into the light, get out of the shadows, let your voices be heard. From Isabella, I dream of life not being a slow struggle. Having to fight for basic human rights becomes dehumanizing. And lastly, William, giving me the same opportunities as everyone else is something I want to say loudly. And I think these are all very important and will give you a sense of the approach to this book. And with that, I will pass it over to Danielle.
Okay, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
1 second. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. And then let me just share my screen. All right, and then how does that look? Okay, so this is kind of just, we're going to go over flowers for Algernon. And I guess we're just going to do it the way that we have doing it for the last year or so, where we just go through the book and talk about it. And this time our typers also prepared their own answers ahead of time. Usually we would have kind of an active discussion, but just for the sake of the panel, we prepared stuff. And so yeah, I'm really excited to share this with you guys, and I'm excited for all of these ideas to out and for a lot of thinking to be done. So what is this book about? I took this from the back of my copy. So Charlie Gordon is about to embark upon an unprecedented journey. He was born with an unusually low IQ. He has been chosen as the perfect subject for an experimental surgery that researchers hope will increase his intelligence, a procedure that has already been highly successful when tested on a lab mouse named Algernon. As the treatment takes effect, Charlie's intelligence expands and passes that of the doctors who engineered his metamorphosis. The experiment appears to be a scientific breakthrough on importance until Algernon suddenly deteriorates. Will the same happen to Charlie? Okay. And I included a bit about Daniel Keyes. He was actually someone that was expected by his family members to go into medicine. But he felt quite ostracized by this expectation. And I think Flowers Algernon largely comes out of that experience that he had. I think he went into going into teaching, and he received his master's in English, and he had a lot of experiences with children and with young adults. And he wanted to help these people. And so I think that Charlie Gordon is a mix of himself and the people that he encountered during his studies of English and during his teaching. And this book also is science fiction, so it explores kind of an actual procedure that the researchers invented that literally changes Charlie physically. And then I think that Daniel Keyes was also interested in Aristotle. And so he wanted to kind of explore the development of a character. So you have kind of like this character arc and this experience that a character has from the beginning to the end. So he was also, I think, like from the perspective of the structure of the book, interested in the ideas and the content of the story, obviously. And then I thought this was kind of funny. The name Algernon is actually named after Algernon Swinburne. And I believe that he was a poet. Keyes thought that it was an unusual name, and I believe that it means someone with a mustache. So I thought that was very interesting. I actually quite like the name. So now we have our characters. So Charlie Gordon is the main character that narrates the entire story. His narration is delivered in the form of scientific notes that are required of him by the researchers, so that his progress may be slowly or closely monitored. So essentially, after Charlie gets the procedure, the researchers want to compare how he is before and after, and the entirety of the book is consisting of these narrations with dates, ends with narration and begins with narration. There's no outside perspective. He is 32 years old at the time, and he has worked at Donner's Bakery for 17 years. He is estranged from his parents and has little memory of them. Alice Kinnian is his teacher that he is very close to at the Beekman School, which is also funded by the research lab. And she eventually becomes a love interest of his. She is someone very important to Charlie and is present throughout the entire book. Algernon is the mouse that preceded Charlie in the procedure. And he is one that the scientists used in order to determine whether or not to do the procedure on a human, which Charlie was the first human. Professor Niemer and Dr. Strauss are the researchers that Charlie once looked up to, and as he changes, he starts to become disillusioned with maybe some of the practices that are going on and the way that they view his metamorphosis. And I think that this is a very important part of the book, and these characters are centered on this. Towards the middle of the book, maybe like the first third, we begin to discover Matt Rose and Norma Gordon. This is Charlie's family that he didn't remember before, but as it changes, he starts to unearth these repressed subconscious memories of them. He had a very difficult relationship with his mother. His mother denied him and I think was really intimidated by his disability, and his father was much more supportive of him as he was and had a more positive relationship with Charlie. His sister, I think, had a hard time with her older brother, and then they eventually reunited with her, and she doesn't really remember a lot of the treatment. But it's still a very strained relationship. And I think that Charlie really struggles with just the way that he was treated and the way he was viewed. And so this is a very difficult family relationship for him. So what is the implication of this book? This book is very powerful and it's very difficult. And there was a few times where I became emotional reading it. But I think even though kind of maybe a few decades ago, I think that it still can be used today, albeit in our modern perspective, hopefully. So as Charlie becomes progressively smarter after his procedure, he vividly recalls memories that were previously submerged and inaccessible. Charlie begins to realize that he has been traumatized and dehumanized for his entire life. The original Charlie did not recognize that he was being made fun of or abused. He struggles to come to terms with the reality that most of the people around him did not consider him a human being until after he was created by his procedure. He is especially angry with the researchers for this. Charlie is disillusioned by the sick society. He struggles to briefly contribute to the research while he is a genius. And this is the specific phrase that the author uses. I think he was interested in this concept. But self-isolates as he remembers more and more about his past. He is forced to repeatedly reiterate that he was a human before the procedure, that he was deserving of a life just as equally. Through the character Charlie, Daniel Keyes emphasizes that society requires typical ability as a means of receiving humane treatment. There is a perverse lack of understanding that a person is a human being, irrespective of their mode of communication or depth of understanding. So I think this was my takeaway, is that the author was emphasizing that Charlie was arguing repeatedly with people that he was a human being who felt and who contributed before this procedure. The researchers very much emphasized that he was created after it, and Charlie was extremely, I guess, just disillusioned or not very happy with this statement. And I think that it was very difficult for him, which is why he started isolating towards the end of the story and didn't want to let anyone in. So throughout the book, there's something really interesting where when Charlie reaches the peak of the procedure's effects, he starts seeing his old self. And I've read a few books where the double is explored. I know that Otto is a fan of Dostoevsky. And I know that Dostoevsky, Freud, and a few other authors explore the idea of the double as someone that reflects who we are. It's literally ourselves and we see them. So this was very interesting to me. So the old Charlie often stops the new Charlie from doing things he was traumatized against, particularly romantic relationships. His mother inadequately taught Charlie about romantic relationships and made him fear them, possibly out of her own fear. So this old Charlie is someone that actually is really admired by everyone. Everyone starts to miss him. And this old Charlie frequently is seen almost, I want to say judging, but he looks at the new Charlie from the mirror, and the new Charlie actually yells at him and tells him to leave him alone. And Alice actually comments on how the old Charlie was so empathetic and understanding and just had this motivation and this desire to live that the new Charlie is slowly losing. So I think that this is a really interesting point of the book. And I think that the author deliberately puts this in because I think that he wants us to understand that while the new Charlie may have a nuance associated with mathematics, whatever, the old Charlie has an extraordinary nuance when it comes to empathy and understanding people and having this motivation that can't be beat. So this was an important concept for me. And I think that the way the symbol is represented is through the double. So just really quickly, Daniel Keyes emphasizes that the Charlie before the procedure was someone the new Charlie, and perhaps all readers should learn from. The old Charlie was an example of empathy and compassion and acted as a role model in his otherwise cruel environment. So metaphor is an important thing of the maze. So the maze is a metaphor for our lives. And I think that Charlie discovers that he's never going to have the answer of what the meaning is or what necessarily comes at the end, but it's an active process, which is a very profound metaphor. And I think that we can probably all relate to this because I think many of us feel like we are in a maze. Like I talked about before, there's the double. So Charlie actually talks with old Charlie and he tells him to leave him alone and stop judging him. And he says that he knows that he thinks that he's become an arrogant, self-centered bastard. And I think that the new Charlie realizes the extraordinary gift that the old Charlie had in being able to maintain his disposition when it came to kindness. Then there's the soul versus biology. I thought this was a really cool quote. I'll just read it really quick. Upward moving like a leaf in an upcurrent of warm air, speeding, the atoms of my body hurtling away from each other. I grow lighter, less dense and larger, exploding outward towards the sun. I'm an expanding universe swimming upward in a silent sea. So then the new Charlie is starting to, and I think this is a science fiction component of the book, his procedure is transcending him into this place that is very mysterious, and he's starting to feel himself almost breach the top of whatever it is that his mind has been inhibited by. So he's having a very spiritual experience during one of his therapy sessions, and he doesn't know if it's a hallucination. So these are my final thoughts. And when you read something like this, it can be really intimidating to think, okay, what's the way? Just because there's a lot of things to think about. So Charlie was alive during a time where his IQ defined his personhood. We also know now, or at least starting to know, that the IQ test is a narrow construct that tests the ability of a person to answer to a specific type of intelligence, and it fails to test for different types. I think that the author recognized this because we frequently read scenes where the old Charlie is disappointed in the new Charlie's lack of empathy and kindness. The new Charlie could not achieve the same kindness and endurance in his motivation like the old Charlie. The old Charlie's emotional intelligence is something to consider. Charlie was valuable before his procedure. He was a motivated assistant in the bakery and sought to be kind to others. While the new Charlie was able to access the nuances of mathematics, he could not quite reach the level of empathy that the old Charlie did. You could argue that the old Charlie's capacity to forgive and see good for others is one of the most important talents we could ever achieve. So that was my takeaway. I think that the author sounds like a very cool guy and very empathetic, and it sounds like he was a big reader. And I think that when you start to experience a lot of different people in the humanities, whatever, maybe you start to realize that there are a vast number of intelligences beyond just, whether it's math, biology. I mean, there's so many different ways that we can express ourselves. And I think that this is a really good thing to consider, because if we access all of these types of intelligences, I think that we could discover even more and do even more great things. And I think that we have access to so many people that can contribute so much to each other. So really cool book overall. So then now we have our discussion questions, and our typers have some answers that I think will be really cool. What is the role of biology when it comes to IQ? What is the role of the personality or the individual? Are they the same or different?
No one measure of intellect as a way of determining accountability for placing value on a person's life should be used. The study of biology looks at all living organisms. We all have a purpose that deserves humanity and respect.
I'd say biology is not the only factor that influences us to learn or want to learn. IQ tests are meaningless numbers. Having a neurology difference should not determine our humanness. Biology is not our heart or soul and has little to do in regards to our worth as a person. In my view, the qualities that matter are not measured by IQ scores.
And I think that these, we'll go on to Otto next, but I think that these are really cool answers, and that all living organisms, especially when I'm looking at that. I remember I went diving one time and I got to dive with these little, I forget what they're called. They're little octopi. It's not a nautilus, but they express themselves with chromatophores. So if they're angry at you, they get red. And so it's like, if we're I guess a smart octopus, I really don't remember the name of it, then we can turn red really well. Or maybe if we're different, we turn pink. But I think we would still all agree that that organism has life and has perspective and navigates its environment. And so itself is intelligence. And then here's Otto.
The question is intelligence based on a random genetic code, or do experiences enhance your knowledge base, which in turn translates to correct questions on an exam? Since we cannot separate ourselves from our genes, the world may never know.
I personally believe it's a combination. Biology is the study of living organisms, of life. Life is the whole package. What is the role of the soul, personality, individual? This is asking about humanity, I believe. Where does the individual and the intangibles account for in the concept of intelligence? There are so many facets to the human condition. We are all multifaceted diamonds in our own right. We all shine bright in the right light. Are they the same or different? Yes. Tomato. Tomato. They are the same and different at the same time. It's the same object, the same molecular structure, occupying the same space. The only difference is perception.
Yeah. So I just think that this answer is really amazing too, because I agree that we are all multifaceted and there are infinitely, or there are so many ways that people can express or demonstrate that they have some perspective that is valuable to us. And I think that in Charlie's case, his perspective of kindness and empathy was extremely valuable. And I think that that was something that needed to be taught to his new self.
Is that your car in the driveway? Yeah. No, I saw, and then I saw your light come on. I'm like, what? I'm right behind you. Yeah.
Okay. And then what is the importance of IQ? Are there some circumstances in which IQ is more important than in others, or even less important? And then here's Otto's answer.
It is a social construct used to discriminate, just like on the basis of race, gender, or sexual orientation. IQ is never important. Equality is humanity. I cannot imagine a scenario where IQ should matter. Healthcare, housing, education, employment should be available to everyone regardless of IQ.
And then we have Isabella's answer.
Actually, it isn't. Why does a number matter? Let's imagine that disabled people have lower IQ, so then we presume their incompetence and segregate them. Oh, wait. This is our reality. Assuming we all are worthy of all life has to offer is the most humane way to think. This makes for an inclusive environment where differences are not judged.
So in these two answers, I think the really important thing that I'm seeing is that we have constructs that we've created that make us assume that someone is worthy of one thing or the other. And I think that expanding our thinking beyond things like that will really help us to improve and to understand that this is not the right way to think. So, for example, Otto was talking about how everyone deserves healthcare, housing, education, employment, irrespective of IQ, irrespective of any type of perceived deficit. And I also really like Isabella's answers where kind of this natural segregation occurs where we have this construct that's been created and it results in us perceiving difference. Whereas I think that we could really connect with each other and feel more of a bond to our peers if we realize that many of our differences are actually commonalities. So I think that this was something we saw with Charlie, where he, despite being perceived as someone with a difference and with a deficit, many people actually felt very as if they were in a community with him. So even though some of the people at the bakery bullied him and segregated him because of his difference, they actually started to miss him as he changed because they realized that they depended on this nice person who served as this epitome of kindness and empathy. I think that they realized that they relationship up and they regretted it. So I think that was a really important part of the book. And then here's William's answer.
The saying an IQ is relevant to one's importance is wrong. We are all humans. Do you think someone with a high or low IQ is any more or less deserving of getting to experience a life without a world seeing them as humans first? Let's look at the pandemic this past year. Lives across the world were lost. All of them were deserving of care, love, and dignity as they left this earth. It did not matter what their IQ was. Each life was a story to tell.
So I really like that the way that William tied the pandemic into his answer, just because we experienced something very novel this year. It was very different experience for probably all of us. And I think it probably made a lot of people think about what it means to check in on each other, what it means to reach out to someone if they're feeling isolated, what it means to show other people dignity and respect by maybe respecting rules in society, things that we need to do to make sure that we are respecting each other's space during something like this. And I think that that type of respect in itself is a demonstration of a huge amount of intelligence, and that has not really anything to do with the test necessarily. So that is one way that we can imagine that there is an emotional intelligence there. Okay. And then if everyone were given the exact same biological capacity to learn, would IQ be relevant? Would individuals differ based on who they are, why or why not? We have Isabella's answer first.
Let's assume we all are worthy of access. To think otherwise discriminates.
And then we have Otto.
Motivation is the fuel, but sometimes we show up at the gas.
Oops, sorry.
That's okay.
What does biological capacity to learn mean? Learning is a multimodality endeavor. I think about the ability to demonstrate what was learned. This ability to recite a set of facts or mimic a physical gesture such as clap hands constitutes the ability to learn. If you are apraxic, you are limited in your ability to recite facts or mimic gestures, so you are deemed unable to learn. When you discover new or novel concepts, that is remarkable, but sometimes not considered learning. We are all unique individuals, each with a very particular set of skills. Thank you, Liam Neeson. We are all important, all valuable, and all worthy.
And I think Otto makes a very good point here, where a lot of these tests that we see are actually geared towards very specific types of ability, and they don't really measure very well thoughts or just different types of intelligence, because they are geared towards one ability versus another, which I was surprised to learn about. And you would think that people would think about that more, but I think that it is important to reiterate that there are different ways of expression and there are different ways of thinking, and to have something like IQ, or just, the thing that Charlie was inhibited by, the assumption that people made because of his inability to express himself in the way they wanted to, I think just inhibits us in general. So I think that Otto makes a very good point here, where we have to consider the different expressions of ability and how we can kind of maneuver discovering those things. And then here's William's answer.
I am thinking that we are all capable of learning. Why must there be capacities? IQ is a made-up norm for a chance to test a person's response to expected answers without always seeing the whole person for the type of learner they are. Do you think it is fair having a person with autism and apraxia take a test that measures intelligence through a series of motor movements with a working sensory system? We should be looking at how we can support learning and assume someone is capable when given the accommodations they need.
So I really, really like the last sentence of this, which says we should be looking at how we can support learning and assume someone is capable when the accommodations they need. So this is, I think, a great way to start thinking about these things, because I think that there are different ways that we can leash someone's ability and different ways that we can make everyone part of our team. And I think that that is a much better way to live our lives than what Charlie had to go through, which he was just assumed to be relevant and not someone who was important, when in fact he was important to everyone. And I think at the end of the book, when Alice realizes that she's going to lose Charlie, she can barely contain herself and is sobbing, and she actually says that she never wants to see him again because she couldn't take it. So that's an incredible impact. And I think that the idea of inclusion will benefit us all. And then this is something that Charlie was known for, was his motivation. What does motivation have to do with this all? What about empathy or compassion or kindness? What about the qualities of the opposite kind, such as arrogance, indifference, and cruelty? Here's Otto's answer first.
Motivation is the fuel, but sometimes we show up at the gas station and the pump is broken. Or, if I am on the launch pad, ready for my moonshot, and someone fills my fuel tank with gas from Arco instead of NASA-grade rocket fuel, we are going nowhere fast. I'm just saying these are all important tools in the toolbox, but if someone hands me a screwdriver to drive in a nail, it's not going to work. I believe these are due to fear and ignorance. I think if we take the time to educate, enlighten, and illuminate the dark corners of society, these things will disappear. Once society stops fearing the other, the different, we will be compassionate, engaging, and tolerant.
Illuminate the dark corners of society is a very evocative image, and I absolutely love that. And I think that's very true. I think that these things do have everything to do with fear, as we saw with Charlie's mom, who denied him. I think that she was afraid of being turned away from her peers, of being denied, of being accepted. And unfortunately, that fell on her son. We have Isabella's answer.
I often am motivated to apply myself, but then my sensory and motor challenges impact my effort. We all are vulnerable to negative forces, even if we have good intentions. Are we as a society able to support others in a time of need? Many people suffer from character flaws. Learning to be a better person is always possible. Had Charlie's mom, for example, received support and education, perhaps she could have helped her behavior towards Charlie.
So I think Isabella is exactly right when it comes to Charlie's mom. I agree with her. I think that if she had received the proper support and education, that her behavior towards Charlie would have improved, and that would have improved 2 generations, 2 lifetimes. And so I think we're very lucky now that we have the capacity to communicate with one another and to understand that it is good to support each other and offer understanding and compassion, because it can actually save people a lifetime of struggle and just kind of regret, which I think that his mom experienced because she almost had this strange onset of dementia, which I think had to do with her stress based on how she treated her son. And then we have William's answer.
The presumption of competence allows my putting thoughts to words to occur. When someone presumes in me, there is an understanding that in thinking I am capable, my thoughts are worthy. Then and only then will my body be ready to put forth the energy to type. How can one on a trial seat not feel tested when someone has already decided their fate? Presuming competence means that a partner trusts in me and my learning can begin. I must also presume the partner is able to teach in a sometimes challenged way. There is nothing worse than being someone who is not valued or understood. Can't we all put more energy into being kind and believing in one another?
Right. So this sentence stood out to me. Presuming competence means that a partner trusts in me and my learning can begin. So if we teach ourselves how to unleash the abilities of others around us, we are able to expose ourselves to so many more talents and abilities that can benefit us. And I really like the way that William put that. So this is something I thought was interesting, and it's a final note about what we can do. So in this story, it is verified that Charlie suffered from phenylketonuria, also called PKU. It is an autosomal recessive inherited disorder that causes the buildup of phenylalanine in the blood. This is due to an enzyme deficiency and can result in severe intellectual disability unless foods high in phenylalanine are avoided, proteins, artificial sweeteners. So this was being explored in the 1930s, and I think they started to understand how to help people with PKU. So this is something I wanted to put in here because it has not even been 100 years since we have discovered what this is and helped people with it. So science is very cool, and we can help each other out, and donating to organizations like ATPF stimulates collaboration and discovery, such as what is going on right now. I think that collaboration is the thing that we need to do in order to help each other out and make this already very difficult world we live in a little bit easier. So I just wanted to put this in there because I thought it was really interesting. I've learned about it in my studies myself very recently. And supporting organizations like this is something that we need to do in order to bring people like typers together so that they can contribute to what we know and what we understand and ultimately make things better for everyone. And then here are some pictures that I really liked. My copy of the book looks like the top left. And then I think down on the bottom right, they're playing with Algernon. And then the bottom left is the author, Daniel. So I guess if anyone wanted to make any comments or just last thoughts.
Danielle, are you talking about comments on last thoughts from your panelists?
Everyone.
Everyone. Okay, well, that was a wonderful presentation.
It was amazing.
It was quite amazing.
I think we can all start believing in possibilities and stop setting capacities.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. I would recommend one thing only, because I think it will enrich things slightly. You probably know about this anyway. There is a book called Algernon, Charlie, and I.
Oh.
That a writer's journey that Dan.
Preach, William.
Okay. There you go. See.
Oh, cool. Okay. I'm going to check that out.
Oh, you should check it out. It actually has the original script in there, original. It's probably good that you did this before you saw this, but it has the original novelette at the back.
Okay.
Is Dan writing about this book. But what's interesting is the science. Again, the afterword has got in it here stuff about memory. He quotes Nature Journal, a piece on genetic enhancement of learning and memory in mice by Joe Chen. Then there's another comment from Eric Kandel at Columbia, Chuck Stevens at the Salk Institute, Alcino Silva, who's now writing for Forbes magazine on these kind of topics. So he spoke to all the right people, and this was sort of way after the whole thing had been written, to see whether, in fact, his science fiction was turning into some kind of a reality. But you'll enjoy it, because you'll find there that the opening passages where, you know, working in the kitchen and so on and so forth, those are things he did.
Yeah, I will definitely check that out.
Yes, but as I said, I think you did an extraordinary job of putting it together. And the comments were from Bella, Otto, and William were just, as you said, just quite extraordinary.
Yes.
As I expected from the last little session that we did before this. So that was just great fun. So thank you all for that. Is Mike there? Do you want to sort of say something, sir?
I think this could give you a good sense of how all of these meetings go. And I would invite anybody to either watch or participate, because it's refreshing, and it's just amazing, the approach and vision of these youngsters. And I think it's just a rewarding experience. I believe the times and dates and such and the books are posted on the ATPF website, and I would take advantage of it.
Yeah. Well, thank you for having me, my dear. Thank you, Alison in Brazil, for suggesting.
Come to our party.
And thank you all for having done that. It's quite wonderful. And it is now 5:30, which I gather means we have reached the end of an extraordinary day. I'm so grateful to everybody who came along. Grateful again to the Platinum sponsors, Neurocrine,
To the IP club level.
and the Epstein Family Foundation and Julie Bronstein and family, Epstein Family Foundation, Julie Bronstein and family, for making this all possible. And I wish you a good, and Dana Huff as well, and Garrett, who are here as well, and Autism Tree Project Foundation for having this whole thing go at all, and Rebecca. I could keep on going on and on, but you know who you are. We love them all. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.